Podmortem would like to thank Original Cinematic for sponsoring this week's episode. Original Cinematic is an independent production company that has made it their mission to create, produce, and promote films that are inclusive, honor women, promote the LGBTQIA+ community, and provide prominent positions and roles to POC actors and filmmakers, and promote the films of marginalized and underrepresented populations. These are all things that are extremely important to our podcast as well.
Original Cinematic is currently accepting scripts and treatments. Both William and Xxena Rush are also available via email or Zoom to discuss writing and provide input and resources to all aspiring writers free of charge. Their information will be made available in the show notes. There may be delays due to a hectic schedule and all projects being read on a first-come, first-served basis, but everything will be read and responded to. William Rush has individually produced numerous projects, including Pack is Here, Before, The Cottage, The Winemaker, and Day by Day. Their award-winning film Group premiered and was celebrated at multiple film festivals as well as screenings both in person and via Zoom that was graciously made available to us and our patrons.
Original Cinematic has many exciting projects on the horizon. Their next film, Immersion, has been completed. The award-winning Sweetener is in development. Fetish begins shooting in September, and Encore will begin next spring. Their documentary, Women in Conversation, is slated for a September release, and we are looking forward to each and every one of them. It is truly an honor to partner with Original Cinematic, and we can't thank them enough for their contribution to our show. And now, back to our regularly scheduled program. Salutations! Welcome to Podmortem. I'm Travis Hunter-Sayapin, joined as always by my co-hosts, my sister and my brother-in-law.
Hi, I'm Reneé Hunter-Vasquez.
Hi, I'm John Paul Vasquez.
This week, we're broadcasting live from LV 426, discussing the 1986 science fiction action horror film, Aliens. This film was written and directed by James Cameron. Years removed from the success of the 1979 masterpiece, Alien, Cameron's sequel offers a remarkable shift in style while still maintaining the crucial DNA of Ridley Scott's original. Despite start and stop development difficulties, tumultuous on-set tension, and a perilous post-production, Aliens defied the odds to become a certified classic in its own right. With indelible imagery, impactful action sequences, compelling characters, iconic creatures, and impressive production design, this film would attain critical acclaim upon its release, achieve incredible box office success, and cement the franchise potential of the series. In the 40 years since its release, Aliens remains highly regarded and is widely considered one of the greatest sequels ever made. This film was suggested to us by friends of the show: Eggy, Jordan Nash, Donna Eason, Jasmine, Murder Stina, Pierce Bronson, Scott Troutman-Wise, Probably My Jugs, Beth Bauer, Roz, Wyatt Evans, Bobby Joe, Ether, Robin, Abe the Camel, Half Price Horror, President Eternal, Martin Shaw, Nostromo Sexual, and Jules Sayapina Hunter. We want to thank each and every one of them for their continued support of the show, as well as this suggestion. This film was also the winner of our July Patreon poll, so thank you to all of our patrons who participated and voted. If you'd like to help us pick an episode, join us on Patreon at patreon.com/thepodmortem. So, Aliens. What were your first impressions on the film?
So I know I watched this when I was a kid before. I had watched this one before I had watched Alien. And I talked about that a little bit on when we covered Alien. But this one I hadn't seen in a long time. And then when we did cover it, I was like, you know what, I'm going to watch those, And then some time passed and I ended up watching them. I made it through the first 3. So this one, I watched and I was like, damn, this is good. Watching it for the show again, I really, really enjoyed this. This was a really good-ass movie. It is, I would say, action horror, adventure, sci-fi adventure horror, something. You know what I mean?
It's doing a lot.
of it, yeah.
It's doing a lot. But I feel like this movie really does a good balance of keeping me focused on the movie or enthralled in what's going on. And in this universe, on this planet or wherever we're at, you know what I mean? I really, really enjoyed a lot of the visual effects, even it still being this old. This was a really good, watch.
Yeah, I totally agree. I may have seen this as a kid. I don't recall such things. So this was basically a fresh watch. Like, obviously there are references that I'm aware of or clips that I've seen or whatever, but watching from start to finish, this is basically a first. And I had heard again and again, like this, it's like Terminator, where the first one is horror and the second one's an action movie. And so I'm kind of preparing myself for that, because as I've said before, when it is just mindless action, my eyes will glaze over unless I have some good choreography or some good practical effects going on. I just am like, okay. None of that happened here.
No.
And it is genuinely, there were frightening moments.
Yeah.
Or moments where you're like worried for the characters. I absolutely loved this. I've also said before, doing the show has made me realize how much I appreciate sci-fi and sci-fi horror, and just being a part of this world and the cast.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Fantastic. There's one odd choice that was made, but other than that, cast is fantastic. Stan Winston's practical effects, the in-camera effects, all of it. It's jaw-dropping. It's unbelievable. And I'm just obsessed with Ellen Ripley. She is the coolest fucking character ever.
Oh, yeah.
So this really was a treat. I was thinking about it after I finished watching it, and I'm like, how is this not as good as the first one? What can I point to that I'm like, oh yeah, but Alien had this? They're two very different movies. I think they're both fucking awesome.
Yeah.
Like, I was so pleasantly surprised by how much I loved this.
I absolutely agree. I think that's kind of how I came into this one, was the reputation of the film that kind of preceded it. Jules and I watched it for the first time together, I think last October. And that's all that I've ever heard, is just that this is one of the sequels that is either better than the film that came before, or at the very least rivals it.
Yeah.
And so when you're dealing with that going into something, you're like, kind of feeling not
like sure, Jan.
Yeah. But I know how much Jules loves Alien, and so I trust their opinion tremendously.
Yeah.
And so I knew that it was going to be great. It's just, can it be, And I think that I don't know. I wouldn't say for me that this is better than Alien. Me and Jules are on the same page with that. But I think that I absolutely understand why somebody could see Aliens and think the opposite.
For sure. Yeah.
Just so many things that they're accomplishing here. And I think it's doing exactly what a sequel is supposed to do. It's taking what was amazing about that first film and dialing up a lot of other aspects of it.
Oh, yeah.
And also taking it in a direction that not only is worthy of the original, but justifies its existence.
Yeah.
Because this isn't just a retread. This isn't just,
not at all.
No.
Which a lot of sequels are kind of guilty of doing sometimes.
Yeah.
But this one is completely its own thing, while also being so reverent for Ridley Scott's film.
Yeah, and a lot of when I'm watching it, or when I was watching it, a lot of the sound you hear, a lot of the things in the second one, this Aliens, dude, a lot of that is in the games.
Really?
Like the games.
Oh, that's awesome.
Your tracker, the sound of the pulse rifles they have, that's in the Alien Fire Team.
Oh, that's
Alien
cool.
Isolation. Jason, thank you for sending me that. Again, dude, that you use the tracker when you're in there and you're just trying to hide or get away from the alien. Like, everything that they did in this movie is like, it's really good. You know what I mean? And doesn't, like you're saying, it doesn't rival the first one, but it is like that's how good this movie is. That it is able to stand next to the one that came before it.
Is the game terrifying?
Oh, yeah.
The game's terrifying.
Oh, no, yeah.
When I'm imagining you said you're tracking of like, dude,
yeah.
I'd be pretty scared.
Just sweating. But that is something that's really cool, is that this really does establish so many in-universe things that carry over from the first one.
Yeah.
There's a lot of really cool references to that original film that aren't just reusing things exactly as they were, which I think is really cool.
Yeah.
But I think that I really appreciated the depth of character in this film. As you said, Ellen Ripley is just the fucking coolest.
Yeah.
And not only seeing these incredibly badass moments that we expect from Ripley, but there are also some really effective emotional beats too.
Yeah.
Where we kind of slow things down and really get to know who she is as a person.
Right.
And I really appreciated that.
Yeah.
I do too, because I feel like it would be so easy to make her just this like one line touting, you know what I mean? Like action hero badass.
Right.
But there's still a softness to this character, and like that duality is very realistic. Like instead of making her like a cartoon. You know what I mean?
Because it's not this caricature that you may see a character turn into from sequels.
Right.
Where it's like, okay, well, you are one thing and then just repeated.
Exactly.
But no, there's such depth here, and down to Sigourney Weaver's incredible performance.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. She's such a great actress. The whole time I'm just like, really, Ripley? You tell them to go away.
Yeah. And she has never done anything wrong in her life.
Never.
Yeah, they can't see, but I crossed my arms.
Yeah. But like you were saying, the ensemble cast, I can't tell you how many times I laughed out loud at Bill Paxton.
Yes,
he's so good.
He's so good in this.
Yeah.
But you have so many people. It's unbelievable. Lance Henriksen.
Yeah.
He's fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I just... And Paul Reiser?
I had no idea until he popped up on the screen, and I was like, oh, mad about you?
Yeah,
I was like, what the hell is going on?
And we are quite mad about him.
Oh, my God.
Man. But even that, he does his job so good.
Yes.
His character, it's like, dude, you knew your assignment.
Yes.
And I think that that's what works, too, because even him, he could very easily be a caricature.
Yeah.
He is a corporate stooge.
Yes.
But at the same time, the way that he plays him, you understand his justification.
Motivation,
right.
Which is really hard to do, which I also think comes down to how well this film is written.
Yeah.
Because you do feel a lot from these characters. Some don't last as long as others, but I think everybody makes an impact.
Yeah.
But the action sequences are so incredible. They're so memorable.
Yeah.
The creature design, and again, the escalation of having one alien in the first to this.
Yeah.
And it's unbelievable.
Well, the title is plural.
They did that on purpose. But I don't know. It's just, it's very amazing work. As I was watching it, I kept thinking to myself, everything is just firing on all cylinders, and you just can't believe how good it is. You're like, this is why we love movies.
Yeah. There's a few times with the effects. Again, I know this is an older movie, but watching it's like, man, how fun, or I know it's a lot of hard work, but how fun would it be to work on that?
Oh, yeah.
Like to do that. Okay, we got to zoom in this. We got to follow that. It's like, man, that would be so much fun to get to do that.
And then to see it all put together in the end. Brilliant. And it's funny to me because there are some films that we cover that clearly for a lot of people come with it a lot of nostalgia.
Yeah.
And so you might watch it now at this age and think like, oh, well, I bet if you watched this when you were 13 or something, you would carry it with you your whole life and love it tremendously.
We say that a lot.
Yeah. This is not one of those films. I think that at any age that you watch this film, it is going to kick your ass.
Oh, yeah.
But as is customary, before we dive into this discussion on aliens, I would like to talk about how this film came to be, and it is kind of a wild story.
Okay.
But the sources that I have for this section and the episode that will follow include the documentary Superior Firepower, Making Aliens, the book The Futurist, The Life and Films of James Cameron by Rebecca Keegan, articles in the Los Angeles Times, IndieWire, Pop Matters, ABC News, and Bloody Disgusting.
Okay.
So it should surprise no one that after the success of Ridley Scott's 1979 masterpiece, Alien, discussions regarding the possibility of a sequel would begin immediately.
What? No way.
The producers at Brandywine Productions, which included David Giler, Walter Hill, and Gordon Carroll, started brainstorming potential ideas of where this story could go. But when they took it to the executives at 20th Century Fox, they learned that they aren't quite interested in moving forward with a sequel.
What?
The previous president had been supportive of the idea, but a shift in management resulted in a change in attitudes. Many people in the different documentaries and the articles that I read also made mention of the fact that at the time, a film's box office success didn't necessarily translate directly to a follow-up film, which is what we're used to these days.
Yeah.
So despite the original Alien making over $100 million against its $11 million budget, Fox simply didn't want to finance it.
Fox?
Yeah.
You mean animation domination, Fox?
Eventually. Of course, I will say Fox claims that this is not the case.
Of course.
Yeah.
But in every supplemental material and article I read, producer David Giler not only said that it was true, but he named names.
Oh, shit.
He said it was Norman Levy. He put a stop to it. He thought that Alien was too expensive. And I think that it's really funny to me because even in the publications, they did reach out to Norman Levy after the fact and after this film, the sequel, proved to be a success.
Of course.
Mm-hmm.
And he was like, oh,
I was the main one.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm an alien.
It reminded me of Cabinet of Dr. Caligari, where everybody tried to take credit for everything.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
right.
And it's just not true.
They do that.
That's crazy, man.
But to further complicate matters, after a bit of, let's say, creative accounting, Fox also determined at the time that Alien, on paper, was actually a loss for the studio.
Hold on. You said it took it was 11 million to do, and then they made how much?
Over 100?
Over 100.
Yeah, no.
But their math claimed that it didn't turn a profit.
All right.
And so a lot of people speculate that this was a way of keeping the profits away from Brandywine Productions.
Oh, wow.
Oh, shit.
And so Giler, Hill, and Carroll promptly sued them in 1980.
Good.
Damn, yeah.
But this lawsuit would drag on for years until it was finally settled in the spring of 1983. Part of this settlement included a deal that Fox would put Alien 2 into development, paying the producers and a creative team to come up with a concept for a sequel, but with no guarantee that the film would actually be made or released.
What?
Okay.
What kind of a deal is that?
You get paid, but it's up in the air whether
or not
Yeah,
it comes
okay,
to fruition.
okay.
Yeah. And after not receiving the proper profits.
Right.
Sure, it
right.
sounded
Okay.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But around the same time, there would be another shakeup at 20th Century Fox, and the new studio president, Joe Wizan, would prove far more receptive to the idea of a sequel. So much so that Larry Wilson, a development executive at Brandywine, would actively begin searching for a screenwriter to take on the project. And in the summer of 1983, Wilson would come across a screenplay that really caught his eye. It was a film called The Terminator.
Oh, that little thing?
Yeah. Written by up-and-coming creative James Cameron.
Yeah.
This, along with the script that Cameron had also co-written, which I did not know this or remember this, but he had co-written Rambo First Blood Part 2 with Sylvester Stallone.
What?
I did not remember that.
What the
Me
hell?
either.
But both these scripts were really strong.
Yeah.
Much
And-
to Gizmo's delight.
Yeah.
It's his favorite. Yeah.
But they very much impressed Wilson.
Okay.
And so he took them to Giler, Hill, and Carroll, and they knew that they had finally found their screenwriter. But as we discussed on episode 249, which was The Terminator was originally meant to be shot in the summer of 1983 in Toronto, and it would have been, if not for the, I guess, kind of villainous we learned on our Hannibal episode, Dino De Laurentiis.
He's twisting his mustache.
But Dino De Laurentiis caused a delay by forcing the contractually obligated Arnold Schwarzenegger into a sequel for Conan the Barbarian.
Right.
And so this left Cameron with 9 months to fill.
Wow.
Not enough time, he thought, to direct a different feature, but definitely enough time to accept a writing assignment.
Okay.
So in the fall of 1983, Cameron is called into a meeting with the producers at Brandywine and is hired to write a treatment for the sequel to Alien. Cameron had actually seen Alien on opening night in 1979 and was completely blown away by it.
Damn.
So much so that he couldn't understand why anyone would want to make a sequel to it at all.
I get that.
Yeah.
He said that he recognized the film for what it is. Perfect.
Yeah.
The world that we inhabit within it, the structure, the atmosphere, the claustrophobia, the dread. And he said that it would be a fool's errand to try to replicate what Ridley Scott did. So his only way into a sequel would be to repackage what came before into something a little different. He said that if the first one was like a haunted house attraction, he wanted the second one to be like a roller coaster ride.
Okay.
Cameron drew inspiration from the war movies that he loved as a child, inspired by the idea of a diverse squad of soldiers trapped behind enemy lines, but this time in space. Also, as a child of the 1960s, Cameron saw this as a parallel to the Vietnam War.
Oh.
Okay.
He said that he envisioned it as, quote, the story of a technologically superior military force which is defeated by a determined, furtive, asymmetric enemy.
Huh.
So very interesting lens to view the film through.
Yeah.
But in this marriage of horror and action, Cameron saw this sequel as a stylistic hybrid between Alien and what he planned to do with The Terminator. And this is how he sold it to Brandywine in a 42-page treatment that he wrote in 3 days.
Holy
Damn.
fuck.
So Cameron was cooking.
Yeah.
He was locked in.
Brandywine falls in love with this treatment. But once it's submitted to Fox, they aren't so sure about it. They basically said, yeah, we like the idea of this guy as a screenwriter, but who is this James Cameron? And does he have what it takes to direct a film?
That's hilarious.
Yeah, come on, man.
I will say at the time, the only directing credit to James Cameron's name was Piranha 2, The Spawning,
Okay.
which wasn't exactly indicative of his directive talents.
Right.
Clearly.
So the project gets put on hold, and a conditional deal is made. If this next film that he's working on, The Terminator, I think it's called, if it turns out well enough, maybe they'll consider Cameron to direct the sequel to Alien.
That's wild. If your Cyborg or whatever movie works.
Yeah. Your little robot movie.
Little yeah. If he dances, we'll give you the money.
And I think we know how that went.
Yeah.
The Terminator is a massive success, and it earns the trust of the executives at Fox, which by this time have shifted again. The new president of the studio, Lawrence Gordon, was actually a massive supporter of this idea that Cameron had for Alien 2, and he officially greenlights the film with Cameron as screenwriter and director.
Hell yeah.
This isn't the same Lawrence Gordon that ends up chained up in that room, right?
I don't believe so.
With that other guy?
Yeah.
That other guy.
I wouldn't give too much away.
And the other guy.
And the other guy.
The other thing that kind of blew my mind was I read that while Cameron was making The Terminator,
Yeah.
he didn't expect it to be that successful. So what he was doing while he's making it is just telling himself that it's training for aliens.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
One thing Fox was hesitant about, though, was hiring Cameron's producing partner and romantic partner, Gail Ann Hurd, as a producer. They said because of her age, the fact that she was dating James Cameron, or simply the fact that she was a woman,
There it is.
Yeah.
they didn't see her as a real producer.
Oh, get out of here.
So Cameron, though, did not budge, and he said that they were a package deal. If she wasn't hired on, then he wasn't going to accept the gig.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
And so Fox finally relents, and Hurd is hired on as the producer. And it's in February of 1985 that Cameron completes his screenplay, turning it in mere hours before a threatened writer's strike.
Ooh.
At the buzzer.
Yeah.
The studio loves it, but they're worried about the cost. There's always a problem.
They're like, dude, we didn't make anything off of Aliens.
It's like, come on.
We're scared.
Like, we had to give it all to that guy. Fox estimates that the film is going to cost $35 million to produce. But Heard is certain that they could do it for $15 million. So Fox is like, all right, tell you what. We'll give you $12 million.
All right. Well,
Make that 4 months detention. It's
no
like,
shit.
what? Oh my God.
Cameron and Heard obviously balk at this. And unable to come to an agreement, they quit the project.
oh, shit.
But it takes a couple of months for studio president Lawrence Gordon.
Dr. Gordon.
Yeah.
He followed his heart. Yeah.
He followed his heart.
But he goes to bat for them. And he eventually convinces the chairman to properly finance the film.
Okay.
And so Cameron and Heard are back on board.
Man, that's got to feel good.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. And to have the integrity to be like, we're not doing this.
Yeah.
Like, that's incredible.
But the fight wasn't over. From day one, Cameron, Heard, and the producers at Brandywine were very, very clear that the only story worth telling is one with Ellen Ripley at its center. But Fox didn't like the idea of Sigourney Weaver having so much leverage over the production or in contract negotiations. So rather than paying her what she's worth, Fox claimed that they could make a sequel with whoever the hell they wanted in the lead.
I mean, you can. It doesn't mean it's going to be good or
No.
people are going to like
Technically,
it.
you can do
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah, you can. But
You can do anything.
You're not going to make any money.
No, and that's the thing. If that's your biggest concern,
Yeah.
what's the best way?
Yeah.
But upon hearing this, Cameron and Heard quit the project again.
God
Wow.
damn.
And they were done.
Yeah.
They went and got married. They go on their honeymoon. And it's only when they return that it seems that all is settled with Sigourney Weaver. And so they do get back on board and rejoin the project. The film would eventually enter production in September of 1985, principal photography wrapping in January of 1986. But this would be a time of both incredible collaboration and unbelievably tumultuous tension, which we will get into a little bit more later.
Okay.
Many times it seemed like this project might honestly be as doomed as the crew of Colonial Marines in the film.
Oh.
But through sheer will and hard work, they were able to pull it off. The production was followed by an equally difficult post-production process, where at the behest of Fox, 30 minutes of the film would be cut for the theatrical release.
Damn.
They said a shorter film will allow us to maximize how many times we can show this film per day. So it wasn't about this is pacing, this needs to be cut, this is too much. It's we want to show this as much as possible to make as much money as we can.
This is infuriating.
But they cut that 30 minutes at the behest of Fox. It would be restored later in different versions. And we will talk about a couple of pretty crucial scenes that I think may have benefited the film if they were in it.
Okay.
But even with these cuts, some executives at Fox said that the film might still be too long. And so they wanted him to cut another 12 minutes. But James Cameron refused. He said, if we keep cutting, this film is going to be incomprehensible.
It's so telling that it's not like, oh, can we shave these aspects of it?
No.
It's just an arbitrary 12 minutes. Find 12 minutes
Yeah.
to cut. Like,
It's like, what does that mean?
it means nothing. Like, this is not for the sake of the film.
No.
Yeah.
Clearly.
But thankfully, the executives listened and no further cuts were made. The film would be released on July 18th, 1986, to critical acclaim and massive box office success, earning around $130 million against its $18 million budget. I think that's a commercial failure, if you ask Fox.
That's what I've just learned.
Learned they didn't make no money off it.
Yeah.
If it had been a little shorter and they could have played it one more time per day,
Yeah.
they probably would have made
Yeah.
money.
It was a success.
Let's be clear.
But not only would this film continue the incredible trajectory of James Cameron's career, but it would also go on to be nominated for 7 Academy Awards, winning 2 of them. And it is widely considered not only one of the greatest science fiction horror films ever made, not only one of the greatest action films ever made, not only one of the greatest sequels ever made, but one of the greatest films ever made, period, full stop. And so, after almost exactly 40 years since its release. I know everyone loves when we talk about that.
Yeah.
Shut up.
Let's talk about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, before we capture and cocoon this film, we would like to issue a warning for spoilers. Pod Mortem is a very in-depth podcast, and in thoroughly discussing horror films, we have no choice but to spoil a thing or two. If you don't wish to be spoiled, please go watch the film, then come back and enjoy the show. If you've already seen the film or don't care about spoilers, let's head for the colony. Now, this film relies heavily on having already seen Alien. If you haven't, we recommend you go watch it, or go listen to episode 63 of our show as a refresher. So the film begins in desolate darkness, an ambient score ascending through this vacuous void as the white text of the opening credits appear in the upper and lower third. Brass begins to blare through this blackness, as at the center of the frame, a series of steel blue slivers materialize in an indiscernible mass. The film's title comes clearly into view through this blur of blue, the score rising with the brightness of the letter I at its center, a flash of light eventually overtaking us with an overwhelming orchestral crescendo. Aliens. So the funny thing about this title is that for the majority of the production until James Cameron came on board, it was supposed to be called Alien 2.
Okay.
And so this seemed like an urban legend to me, but so many people have confirmed it online. James Cameron took a page of his script. It said Alien on it. He drew an S with a Sharpie, and then he drew 2 lines in the middle of the S for a $sign. And that's all that it took.
They're like, that's a number one
Yeah,
record.
Yes. And that was it. It's Aliens.
Yeah, okay.
Lord. Good Lord.
But Cameron would later say that it does imply a grander scale.
Right.
For sure.
Yeah.
Which is perfect. And for me personally, I'm not a big fan of titles just being 2.
It depends. Alien 2 Electric Boogaloo would have been fine.
Yeah.
It's if you're like, they're back, Alien
Yeah,
2.
yes,
Then I'm like, all
that,
right, they be doing too much sometimes. But Aliens is better than Alien 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was always a part 2 person.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good too.
Because when I hear 2, I just think TOO. It's like, this is also Alien. You know?
Alien has to come too.
Yeah. All right. But when the light dissolves, we find ourselves peering out into the vast expanse of space, beyond celestial bodies and the ethereal colors of cascading nebulae. But through the glittering sea of stars drifts the Narcissus, the sleek escape shuttle that long ago blasted from the doomed USCSS Nostromo. We arrive inside the vessel, a soft symphony of strings our only company, as we glide across its dark interior, over the bright buttons of its control panel and the clear spherical space helmet that sits at the bottom of the module. We pan over to the opposite side of the cabin, where through the haze of condensation that coats the glass window of a chamber, we find none other than Ellen Ripley, played by Sigourney Weaver, resting within a peaceful cryo-sleep slumber.
It's Ripley.
Yeah.
Our queen.
Sigourney Weaver, we talked about her in Cabin in the Woods, Copycat and Alien.
Mm-hmm. She's just amazing in everything.
Yeah.
Yes. She had said on the making of documentary that she was working on a film in France when she received the finished script for Aliens and was asked if she was available to start filming in 3 months. She said that before that, she didn't even know a sequel was happening.
Oh.
So she got in contact with James Cameron, and he said that she was very complimentary, but critical on minute aspects that she was like, Ripley would not do that. Ripley would not say that. And so he was like, absolutely. He implemented all of her opinions for the character,
Yeah.
which is something that listening to other actors speak, he does going forward. He gives them a lot of, it seems very collaborative, which we always say, I think that's when directors get their best work.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, they did touch on the contract negotiations, and she did end up getting paid what she had asked for
Good.
after they walked away. But I just, it's so appalling just the nerve to be like, well, we don't need her anyway. Like
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Just pay people what they're worth.
And
it's appalling.
I'm sorry, at the end of Alien, the original, you have so much respect and love for Ellen Ripley.
Yeah.
And if there were to be a sequel, you would obviously want to see what happens next.
Of course. And y'all are so concerned with making money.
Yeah.
Like, who is the draw? You know what I mean? Like, it's just so stupid. So stupid. But she's amazing.
Absolutely.
And just while we're paused very quickly before we go in and they're showing the credits at the beginning, I didn't have low expectations. I mean, it's Aliens. It's James Cameron. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I wasn't like, this is going to suck. I just thought it was going to be really action heavy and it would be like, oh, that was fine, right? But the extensive credits for special effects at the beginning.
Oh, yeah.
Obviously including Stan Winston's name, but it was like screen after screen of like the people that worked I was like, oh, I kind of perked up in my chair a little bit. This is going to be something.
Yeah.
This is going to be something to behold.
And it is.
And it is.
Oh, yeah.
Something that I had not heard until I started researching for this episode. Of course, I mentioned earlier that Aliens was nominated for 7 Academy Awards.
Yeah.
One of those Academy Awards was Sigourney Weaver for Best Actress.
Oh,
Damn,
hell yeah.
Okay.
And again, this is not the genre that typically gets that kind of respect.
Right.
And so it's surprising as hell that that's not talked about more.
Yeah. I don't know why. Because I didn't know that either.
No, me neither.
Bill Paxton had kind of put it perfectly in an interview where he was talking about this nomination that Sigourney Weaver got. And he had said that he will never understand why horror and science fiction don't really get their respect from the Academy. He said, if you look at the history of film, horror and sci-fi built this town.
Yeah.
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 And he's 100% right.
Mm-hmm.
But right next to Ripley, a monitor flickers to life, beaming red text broadcasting a warning. Proximity alert, followed by columns of green code. But suddenly, a much larger salvage vessel hovers above the Narcissus, the smaller ship sailing to an abrupt stop to dock upon its sprawling undercarriage with a reverberating rumble. A bright light shines through the small window of the pod door, a large mechanical arm lowering to beam a laser through the barrier. Sparks spill into the cabin as the laser carves an entry point, the perfectly symmetrical scrap of metal clattering to the floor amidst a cloud of billowing smoke. The arm ascends, and down dips a drone, which emits a low hum as it hovers into the cabin. A blue slice of light beams from the drone, slowly scanning the swirling air from left to right as it makes its way over to Ripley's chamber. It's so small, but the way that the laser catches the smoke, I knew that we were in for a visually interesting film. I just love the way that looked.
Yeah.
And it reminded me, I think that there is a section in Ridley Scott's Alien where there is a scan of some kind that's blue light pulsing on the derelict ship that they discover.
Okay.
And I wondered if this was like a small little reference to that.
Oh, all right, all right.
But the light is cast through the glass of the chamber, across Ripley's sleeping face, and with the entire room finally assessed for danger, the drone doubles back, descending through the smoke and out of the room. But through the entrance climbs 3 members of a salvage team, each clad in yellow hazmat suits, their respirators hissing with their every breath, and their flashlights piercing a path through the dark cabin. The salvage team leader, played by Stuart Milligan, approaches the cryosleep chamber, wiping its surface clean to peer down at Ripley, the beam of his light tracing her body downward to find Jones, the adorable and uncredited ginger cat, curled up and sleeping at her hip.
Yeah, he's here.
Yeah, it's like, so this is perfect.
Yeah.
Yes.
The team leader radios in that Ripley's bio readouts are all in the green. It looks like she's alive. He grips the respirator at his chin, tearing the mask from his face as his crew does the same, lamenting. Well, there goes our salvage, guys. Ripley lies sleeping before him, the shot of her serene face dissolving into a match cut of the planet Earth, the camera panning across its vibrant atmosphere to find the satellites and well-lit columns of an orbiting space station.
That was beautiful.
Yeah.
I thought it was so cool and a surprising match cut. I mean, Ripley is our whole world. I think that's what they're trying to say.
There's a few times that we do fades into something else in this movie, and I was like, that looked really cool.
Yeah, and again, these kind of things take so much planning.
Yeah.
It's amazing. But we're taken inside. We're in the pristine med bay. A tech, played by Alabae Parsons, pores over a chart on her clipboard as she approaches Ripley's bedside. The tech checks in on her patient, asking how she's doing today. And as Ripley sits upright with great effort, she admits in a weak whisper that she's terrible. This, however, seems to be an improvement from yesterday, according to the tech. And when Ripley inquires as to where she is, the tech answers that she's safe. She's at Gateway Station, and she's been here for a couple of days. She explains that Ripley was pretty groggy at first, but now she's okay. She fluffs and props Ripley's pillow behind her back, but casting her eyes over to the door, she realizes that Ripley has a visitor. The medbay doors slide open, revealing the slickly suited Carter Burke, played by Paul Reiser, with a smile on his face and Ripley's cat clutched under his arm. It's like, get away from Jonesy.
I know.
Paul Reiser, he was in 19 episodes of Stranger Things from 2017 to 2022, Beverly Hills Cop from 84, 60 episodes of My Two Dads from 87 to 90, and 173 episodes of Mad About You from 92, it says, to 2019.
What
the hell?
Yeah.
It must have rebooted.
Maybe.
Yeah. That was all the rage.
Yeah. I could not believe my eyes. I was very surprised to see him here. He had said that he never intended to only be a comedic actor. That was just what he was getting.
Okay.
So he was really excited to do this. He is great. His
Yeah.
performance
Yes.
is great. I have other thoughts about it later on.
Yeah, maybe a little later.
You're like his performance.
Yeah.
Paul Reiser, his performance is great.
Delighted to see her feline friend, Ripley beams, reaching her arms out for Jonesy, with Carter relinquishing the cat to rest in her lap. Cradling him, Ripley gushes, "How are you, you stupid cat?" She kisses him, scratching behind his ears, and completely ignores Burke, which that was really great.
What? Yeah.
I mean, Jonesy's here.
Yeah.
So
But Burke snags a nearby chair and settles into it backwards like a cool teacher.
So what year is this?
I believe this right now is 2179.
Okay, so it takes us a while to reach the advancements to unfreeze animals because Mr. Bigglesworth didn't get his fur when he was unfroze with Dr. Evil. But that was,
It's,
technology wasn't there yet. It wasn't there yet.
We'll get there.
Yeah.
Supposing that the two of them have already met, Burke decides to introduce himself to Ripley and Jones, first and last. He explains that he works for the company, something Ripley rightly recoils at from hearing, but Burke assures her that he's really an okay guy despite that. I think any okay guy in the history of okay guys has never had to say,
I'm an okay guy.
Yeah.
Don't look over here. Look over there.
But Ripley eyes him suspiciously as he continues that he's glad to see that she's feeling better, adding that they tell him all the weakness and disorientation should pass soon. He says that that's just the natural side effects of an unnaturally long hypersleep, or something like that. But Ripley doesn't understand. How long was she out there? Burke searches for the words instead of saying them, surprised that nobody has discussed this with her yet. And Ripley confirms that they haven't, glancing around the sterile space and admitting that she doesn't even recognize this place. Burke clasps his hands nervously and attempts to prepare Ripley for news that he thinks might be a shock to her. It's long. Ripley stares unblinkingly into his eyes as she demands to know how long, chasing her urgency with a polite, "Please." Burke takes a breath before revealing the truth to her. 57 years.
What?
Yeah.
I really do love the idea of Jonesy being in there sleeping that
Yeah. Just stretching and yawning.
But that's insane.
57?
Ripley responds with a sharp exhale of incredulity, but Burke persists. That's the thing. You were out there for 57 years. He elaborates that Ripley had drifted through the core systems, and it was really just blind luck that a deep salvage team found her when they did. He calls her rescue 1 in 1,000. Which doesn't seem that...
Yeah, I was going to say, we're in space. And
It's like, so they would have found me?
Yeah.
It's just a matter of time.
Yeah. Ripley leans forward in disbelief, Burke disappearing into an unfocused blur behind her as he levels with her. I think you're damn lucky to be alive, kiddo. You could be floating out there forever. I have a big problem with the kiddo thing.
I wasn't going to say anything. My face was saying it. But yeah.
I think if the actor playing Burke was like 60.
Sure.
Yeah.
But it's like, I don't know that this...
No, it's just...
it's, what's the word? Infantilizing?
Yeah.
So does that mean that I can add the 57 years onto my life now or no? Because, I'm not a kid if we're going to add...
Yeah, you're a kiddo.
Yeah.
You're the kid.
Uh-huh. I honestly would, and I would want people to say that I look damn good for whatever, 92 or whatever.
Yeah.
No,
or
they're like,
82.
You're only 92?
I was like, oh.
Fuck.
I better get back in that cryo chamber. The thump of Ripley's heartbeat overtakes us as her breath seems to escape her, and Jonesy raises his head from her lap, suddenly emitting a harsh hiss in the direction of her abdomen.
Oh, no.
Mm-hmm.
Burke asks Ripley if she's all right, but Ripley stammers a non-answer, gasping in sharp pain as Jonesy leaps from her lap for the security of a hiding place across the room. Ripley clutches her chest, her eyes oscillating from fear to a dreadful realization. She lets out an anguished cry, batting an offered glass of water from Burke's grasp, the glass shattering across the floor, and the world moving in slow motion as Jonesy continues to hiss at her from a distance. Suspenseful stabs pervade the score as Burke holds Ripley to her mattress, pleading desperately for help from the medical staff. The tech then returns with a doctor, played by Blaine Fairman, and an uncredited orderly, the three of them taking over for Burke and attempting to subdue the writhing Ripley. Ripley thrashes against their clutches, begging them earnestly to kill her. Their confused faces twist in horror when Ripley raises her hospital gown, revealing the flesh of her abdomen, where something pulses beneath the surface, a small creature which tints the skin of her stomach translucent, Ripley screaming as it dares to burst through. Only for Ripley to lurch upward in her hospital bed, all alone in her room, the loyal Jonesy resting at her side as Ripley catches her breath from a frightening nightmare.
Don't dream about me no more, kid.
No.
God damn. But, I mean, of course she's traumatized.
Yeah. I have to be honest, this completely got me the first time that I watched it. And I was trying to think, I was like, when the hell could this have even happened?
Yeah.
I was like, she's been frozen for 57 years. The last time we saw her, she was hanging out in the smallest pair of panties I've ever seen. I was just trying to piece it together because I'm like, it was sucked into the vacuum of space. And then I was like, oh, it's a nightmare. Everything's fine.
Yeah. I remember that video where the guy thought the bear was being washed away?
Yeah.
No shit.
I was like, no, I was right there. That's how I felt.
And I also wasn't even thinking, but I'm like, there's no way that Jules would show me a movie where Ripley dies in the first
10 minutes in.
Yeah, no way.
Yeah, I as soon as she woke up, I was like, okay, you had me.
Yeah.
You had me.
The tech appears through the fuzz of a monitor at Ripley's bedside, asking, "Bad dreams again?" She asks Ripley if she wants something to help her sleep, but Ripley refuses, certain that she's slept enough. The tech accepts this, cutting the feed, as Ripley reaches for the comfort of her sweet cat, holding him to her as she promises that it's all right now. It's over. So the following scene, because I believe it takes place here and before the next scene that we're about to get to, there is a cut section of the film that, of course, was cut at the behest of Fox, but it is so crucial, I think, to Ripley's character arc for this film. Something that Ripley learns is the fact that in these passing 57 years, she was supposed to return home from the Nostromo in time for her daughter's 11th birthday. And so Burke has to break the news to Ripley that her daughter passed away 2 years ago.
Oh, damn.
And he gives her a photo of her daughter, and it is very interesting and I think very adorable. But the person playing Ripley's daughter in the photograph is actually Sigourney Weaver's mother.
Oh, wow.
And this is such a big deal considering the direction we take with Ripley through this film.
Yes.
I think that is such a shame that they had to lose that. And I remember reading that Sigourney Weaver was also very upset.
Yeah.
Because the majority of her performance for the film was based on this thing happening.
Okay.
It's so pertinent for
Yeah.
relationships and situations later on in the film. That is a shame. I don't understand.
That is interesting. Huh.
But glossing over that incredibly heartbreaking scene that we don't get, we return sometime later where Ripley finds herself in a boardroom staring into the face of Parker, her former crewmate played by Yaphet Kotto, whose photograph appears on a large screen at the far wall next to a block of biographic text. The image dissolves into a picture of Brett, played by Harry Dean Stanton, another crewmate who lost his life on the ill-fated flight of the Nostromo. Properly dressed and out of her hospital garb, Ripley turns to face the board members that populate the long table behind her. She addresses Van Leeuwen, played by Paul Maxwell, who sits at the head of the table, telling him that she doesn't understand. They've been here for 3.5 hours. How many different ways does he want her to tell the same story? Van Leeuwen simply asks Ripley to try to look at things from their perspective, asking her to take a seat at the table. Ripley relents, doing as she's told, as everyone at the table, including Burke, sets their sights on her. Van Leeuwen coldly recounts the events as they stand. Ripley is freely admitted to detonating the engines of, and thereby destroying, an M-class star freighter, which he notes is a rather expensive piece of hardware. An insurance man, played by Alan Polonsky, offers the exact figure. $42 million in adjusted dollars, minus the payload, of course.
Are these characters inspired by what he had to deal with the Fox success?
No.
Because them putting a dollar amount to the things that transpired is a trend that continues.
Oh, yeah.
And maybe he was working through some things because it's infuriating.
Yeah, as soon as he said that, I was like, oh, this isn't about anybody that lost their lives. This is about your fucking equipment.
The bottom line,
Yeah.
And I think that's what irritates me the most is it's like you have these pictures of these crew members who were killed, but why do you have them there?
Yeah.
Because you clearly don't care.
No.
Yeah.
Van Leeuwen allows that the lifeboat's flight recorder corroborates some elements of Ripley's story, and that for reasons unknown, the Nostromo set down on LV-426, an unsurveyed planet at that time, and then it resumed its course and was subsequently set for self-destruct by Ripley for reasons unknown. It's like if part of my story is corroborated, don't you think?
Yeah.
Right? You got to believe me a little bit.
Yeah.
At least some of that.
Ripley corrects him. It wasn't for reasons unknown. She told him the Nostromo set down there on company orders to get this thing that destroyed her crew. She cuts her eyes to the insurance man before adding, and your expensive ship. A folder of paperwork in front of him, Van Leeuwen counters that the analysis team, which went over the lifeboat centimeter by centimeter, found no physical evidence of the creature that Ripley described. A photo of Lambert, played by Veronica Cartwright, looms over Ripley's shoulder on the large screen behind her as she rises from her seat, declaring that that's good because she blew that creature out of the goddamn airlock like she said. She turns away from the table, facing another of her fallen colleagues, as the insurance man inquires if there are any species like this hostile organism on LV-426. An ECA representative, played by Valerie Colgan, shakes her head, exhaling a puff of white smoke from her cigarette. No, it's a rock. No indigenous life. But Ripley can't believe what she's hearing, ire in her eyes as she wonders if IQs have dropped sharply while she was away or something.
Yes.
She tries to clean it up with a ma'am, which is... But she repeats that this creature was not indigenous to begin with. It was on a derelict spacecraft. It was an alien ship. It was not from there. She asks pointedly, "Do you get it? We homed in on its beacon." The representative nods before rebutting. "And you found something never recorded once in over 300 surveyed worlds." She consults her notes from Ripley's testimony. A creature that gestates inside of a living human host and has concentrated acid for blood.
I know this sounds a little crazy.
Yeah.
I get it. Yeah.
It's frightened me too.
Like we've got space travel and all kinds of shit. Like I get it.
Expand your thinking just a little bit.
Reminded of her own words, Ripley confirms that this is all true. She settles back into her seat, certain that she's lost the room, but she insists that these things exist. Without looking up at her, Van Leeuwen excuses her from the proceedings. "Thank you, Officer Ripley. That'll be all." With the dearly departed Dallas, played by Tom Skerritt, blurry behind her on the screen, Ripley pleads with the board to listen to her, reminding them all of Kane's cryptic discovery on that derelict ship. There were thousands of eggs in there. Thousands. When Van Leeuwen just repeats his dismissal a little more sternly, Ripley rises from her chair, shouting, "God damn it, that's not all." She warns that if one of those things gets down here, then that will be all. She crumples the insurance man's paperwork in her furious fist, charging that if that happens, then they can kiss all of this bullshit that they think is so important goodbye. It is very funny because we see just slightly out of frame the insurance man reach for his paperwork and then he just gives up. He's like, forget it.
Now's not the time.
But Van Leeuwen sits unmoved, the table silent except for Burke, who lets out a sigh of what seems to be secondhand embarrassment. Green text brightens on the black screen as the file status on the inquiry is updated, and the matter is officially closed. As the board members gather their things to exit the room, Ripley stands defeated with her back to them, but Burke approaches her, and perhaps forecasting his sitcom future, basically hits her with the, "That went well." Yeah. He tries to offer a kind word, only for Ripley to break free from his platitudes to storm over to the exiting Van Leeuwen. She stops directly in front of him, suggesting that he should just check out LV-426. But Van Leeuwen reveals that he doesn't have to. There have been people living there for over 20 years, and they never complained about any hostile organism.
What?
Yeah.
When Ripley doesn't grasp what he's telling her, Van Leeuwen explains. Terraformers, planet engineers. He says that they go in and set up these big atmosphere processors to make the air breathable, adding that it takes decades. He smirks that they call it a shake and bake colony. Like it is 2179.
Yeah.
You guys still know shake and bake?
We don't know what products are going to do well. What products are...
They watch Talladega Nights and carried all the way into the future.
Van Leeuwen turns to leave, but Ripley extends her arm to block his exit. She demands to know how many colonists are out there, and Van Leeuwen estimates there to be about 60 or 70 families. He politely asks her to let him leave, and she does. but his words weigh heavily on Ripley, her worry escaping her within a breath. Families. Jesus. I feel bad because there's no way for anyone to know what happened there until Ripley gets back.
Yeah.
But once you know, to do nothing about it, if that's not what happened, then where is her crew?
Yeah.
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 But sometime later, we find the despondent Ripley in her small apartment, following the trail of smoke rising from the lingering ash at her cigarette. And she's giving Shelley Duvall a run for her money.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was pretty suspenseful.
She also got a haircut.
She did.
She did.
I was like, oh, okay.
It's been 57 years, man.
Yeah.
She was due.
It's like, oh, this is out of style. Jonesy jumps down from the countertop to join her, pouncing over with a small meow. But Burke appears in the outside corridor, flanked by the uniformed Lieutenant Gorman, played by William Hope.
William Hope. He has a credit in Hellbound, Hellraiser 2.
Really?
Okay.
Yeah.
Very cool.
He's another kind of complicated character.
Yeah.
And I did appreciate how much depth there was to him,
Yeah.
because you feel a lot from his actions.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
After surveying his unseemly surroundings, Burke reaches for the buzzer at the door, alerting Ripley, who stands from her chair to answer it. Gorman removes his cap as Burke introduces him to Ripley, Lieutenant Gorman of the Colonial Marine Corps. But before he can get all of that out, Ripley promptly closes the door in his face. Burke casts a sheepish glance over to Gorman before attempting to call out to Ripley through the door. He tells her that they need to talk, revealing that they've lost contact with the colony.
Imagine that.
I know.
It's on LV 426.
Uh-huh.
Ripley opens the door, appearing through the crack, her features etched in dismay. And this is another giant section that is cut from the film.
Okay.
We do see life on the colony,
Oh.
and we see what happens before we eventually get there in the film.
Oh,
Ripley invites the men inside, kindly offering each of them a cup of coffee, the steaming cups unable to soften the blow when Ripley refuses to accept their request to go back out there. She reminds Burke, "After you threw me to the wolves? Forget it. It's not my problem." Burke tries to cut in, but is swiftly denied. Gorman, however, explains that Ripley wouldn't be going in with the troops, and that he can personally guarantee her safety. Ripley just scoffs, reapproaching the carafe of coffee to pour a cup for herself. Burke makes himself at home, taking a seat at the edge of Ripley's bed, his presence inspiring Jonesy to depart for the closeness of his actual companion. I was like, what the hell is that?
Oh, sitting on her bed?
Yeah.
yeah. Nerve.
He's getting comfortable,
Nerve.
I guess. I don't know what he's doing.
But Burke gasses up Gorman and his men, calling the Colonial Marines tough hombres, packing state-of-the-art firepower. There's nothing that they can't handle. He asks Gorman to back him up, and the lieutenant confirms that this is true. They've been trained to deal with situations like this one. Ripley stops stirring her coffee, countering that they don't need her then. She's not a soldier. The men understand this, but Burke confides that they don't know exactly what's going on out there. It could be just a downed transmitter or something. But if it's not, he wants Ripley there with them as an advisor, and that's all. Ripley reaches for her watch, kindly concluding their meeting by telling the men that she needs to get ready for work. And Burke is well aware. "Oh, right. I heard you're working the cargo docks, running loaders and forklifts, that sort of thing." Ripley confirms this, but takes offense at Burke's tone, though he assures her that he doesn't mean anything by that at all.
He's being rude as fuck.
Yeah.
And I have a feeling that she's great at her job.
Oh, yeah. She's a smooth operator.
Yeah.
Yes.
And at least I'm working again already.
Yeah.
I went through some shit, then had to sleep for 57 years.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm back, me and my cat, and I went right back to work.
Yeah.
Fuck you, dude.
I'm not on trial for murder.
Yeah.
It's fantastic. Burke says that he thinks it's great that Ripley's keeping busy, and he knows that it's the only work that Ripley could get. He patronizes her, and there's nothing wrong with that. He then helps himself to some cream and sugar for his coffee before attempting to sweeten the deal as well. What would you do if I told you I could get you reinstated as a flight officer? He says that the company has already agreed to pick up her contract. Ripley's eyes widen at this unexpected offer, but she's smart enough to know that it's conditional. It's only if she goes. Burke validates her suspicions, but he urges, come on, that's a second chance, kiddo.
It's a bribe, man.
Yeah. Yes.
He adds that personally, for Ripley, it would be the best thing in the world to get out there and face this thing, to get back on the horse. But Ripley interrupts him, reminding that she's already had her psych evaluation for the month. And Burke knows this, because he's read it. I was like, how the hell?
It's very uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Like, HIPAA laws were outlawed in 2100?
Yeah.
He recounts that Ripley wakes up every night, her sheets soaking with sweat. Ripley cuts him off again, shouting her refusal once more and asking both men to please leave. She says that she's not going back, admitting that she wouldn't be any good to them anyway if she did. Burke finally seems to get the message, but he implores Ripley to just do him a favor and think about it. He leaves his clear, futuristic, I guess, today card.
Modern.
Modern contemporary card on her bedside table, which reads, Carter J. Burke, Wayland Yutani, Special Projects Director. Gorman thanks Ripley for the coffee as he returns his cap to his head, Burke following him out as Ripley returns to the side of her sweet cat. But in a jarring cut, Ripley launches upright in bed in her darkened room with a scream, her face slick with a sheen of sweat as she pants, struggling to collect herself. She collapses into sobs, her fingers combing through the damp strands of her hair, before she gets up, staggering over to her bathroom to splash her face with cool water. She stares at her reflection in the mirror as she finally seems to catch her breath. Something very cool, and we'll get into it more later when I talk about the production design, but they were always looking for ways to cut costs. And so instead of building this attachment to be Ripley's bathroom, what they did was they bought an airplane bathroom from a Boeing 787 that was sold to them by British Airways. And that's exactly what this is. It's just an airport bathroom.
Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Did I say airplane or airport?
I thought you said airplane.
Okay, it's an airplane. It didn't just break off.
Yeah, because I would have been like, what?
There's just a hole there now. Ripley exits her bathroom, settling into a seat at her desk, and sliding Burke's business card into a slot at the center of her video communications device. This is very cool.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I will say it is very funny to me, their reliance on clear things in this film.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, it looks cool.
It does, but it's like, that's the only way to say it's the future.
But it is a trend because there's other movies that do that too with the video call. Total Recall does it too. And it's like, dude, is that what you thought in the future, everybody? I mean, I guess
so,
to do with their phones, but those monitors are so big, their phones.
They are. And the quality of the screen is not great.
No.
But the other funny thing to me is how many business cards are you handing out and you have to answer these calls every time?
No.
But Ripley dials in, fleetingly reluctant but seemingly resolute as the machine beeps and a snow of static fills its small monitor as Burke picks up. Groggy and shirtless, Burke peers into the camera, greeting Ripley and asking if she's okay. Ripley breezes past his pleasantries, imploring him to just tell her one thing. He and the Colonial Marines are going out there to destroy them, right? Not to study, not to bring back, but to wipe them out. Burke assures her that that's the plan, and she has his word on that.
That wasn't a yes.
No, that's the plan.
Yeah. Darting eyes.
Mm-hmm. Ripley finally decides, all right, I'm in. She tears his card from her system, ending the call before Burke has a chance to reply. But Ripley has one more item on her agenda. She turns to glance over at Jonesy. And you little shithead, you're staying here.
Thank God.
He wasn't trying to go nowhere.
No, he looks very pleased.
Yeah, he served his time.
But through the darkness and the stars, we find the USS Sulaco, a heavily armored assault starship, bold, battered, and brutal as it coasts through the celestial light and constellations. So in discussing some of the designs in this film, I thought that it would be kind of important to discuss the fact that Cameron did not invite H.R. Giger at all to collaborate on Aliens with him.
Okay.
Giger's designs were amazing in Alien. I know he didn't design the ships, but I thought it'd be a good time to talk about it.
Yeah.
He also won an Academy Award for Alien.
Mm-hmm.
And so it seemed like a no-brainer to bring back the person who established the visual language for Alien.
Yeah.
But Cameron very honestly claimed that at the time, he was just too afraid to give up that much visual control to somebody else. And he said that he saw Giger as this very unique and eccentric creative, and he feared that it just wouldn't work out.
Huh.
That's fair.
Yeah.
He did later lament that decision just because it would have been cool to work with him, I'm sure.
Yeah, yeah.
But he said it comes purely from a place that was just a lack of confidence. And I appreciate that.
Yeah.
But for the design of ships like the Sulaco and the drop ship that we'll see later, Cameron enlisted the help of Sid Mead and Ron Cobb. Kind of. We'll get to that in a second. But Mead has a background as a designer for the Ford Motor Company before he moved on to Hollywood and started working on films like Tron and Blade Runner.
Oh.
And then Cobb had previously worked on Alien and Star Wars.
Okay.
So a great team.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But as far as the Sulaco is concerned, after receiving the script, Mead stayed up all night crafting sketches based on Cameron's descriptions from the screenplay. Ugly, battered, functional. His first designs of the Sulaco were a massive sphere, which Cameron hated. And having cut his own teeth in art direction for Roger Corman, Cameron then decided to supply his own sketches to Mead, with the Sulaco looking more like a giant assault rifle drifting through space. And this is basically what appears in the film.
Yeah.
But Mead also worked on the dropship that we will see in just a little bit. But again, it was based on an original design from James Cameron, who had pieced together a mock-up using parts of a model kit for an Apache helicopter that he spray-painted gray.
Okay.
And this is, again, a kind of subtle reference to the Vietnam War.
Yeah.
But Cobb's work relied also very heavily on James Cameron's original designs. And he said that he offered more finishing touches rather than starting from scratch on anything his own.
Okay.
And he would later say of Cameron, it's rare among directors for someone to have the artistic ability to sketch, paint, and build things himself. And he does prefer to. So it is... Again, as I had said earlier, there's a lot of really interesting collaborations, but Cameron was and is very clearly a take charge.
Very hands-on.
Very hands-on. Yeah. But we glide inside the Sulaco through the colorless quarters to settle in on a long row of cryosleep chambers that extend all the way to the far wall. A cold mist rises above the sleek machines as we pan past them and over to a monitor, which switches on, the names of the crew appearing in blue across the screen. Not to stop again immediately, but I did want to talk very quickly about the production designer,
Okay.
a guy called Peter Lamont. He was given only a production design budget of $1.5 million, and what he does with that money in this film is unbelievable.
Yeah.
But we will get into some other portions of the sets that were designed and built later. But I wanted to talk first about the hypersleep chambers in this room that we see in the Sulaco.
Okay.
This film was shot in London, specifically at Pinewood Studios, where they shot The Shining
Oh.
and other classics.
Take a shot.
Yeah.
Indeed. Very important. But Lamont actually worked on several James Bond films at that studio as well.
Oh.
And I think that also was one of the deciding factors in him coming aboard this project. But by the time that they needed to build this set, producer Gail Ann Hurd said that they were running low on funds and that it would have to be scaled back or this scene would have to be cut entirely. And she said that Lamont would have to break this news to Cameron himself because it was a production design issue. He said, "I'm not doing that. You're married to him."
Yes!
And he took off and went to his office and started trying to figure out how the hell they were going to fix this.
Yeah.
I will say, just as an aside, I read a lot of material about James Cameron's interactions with people on set and everything. This book that I read was very aggrandizing of Cameron to the point that I don't know that I believe everything I heard. But they had said in the book that the plan came about because James Cameron saw that Lamont was upset and he went to his office and he was like, "What's the trouble, Bubble?"
What's
basically.
wrong? What's wrong,
And it's
bud?
like, I don't think that happened. But what eventually is decided is Lamont decides that he is going to build only 4 cryo chambers. But with the use of mirrors, he would create an optical illusion to stretch the set and make the interior appear more expansive.
Okay.
And so that's what we see in this shot because it seems like there's 15 cryo chambers.
Yeah.
There's only 4.
Okay.
That's really cool.
Yeah, that's good.
And again, this is just really inventive and creative and very budget conscious.
Yeah.
Another good thing about Lamont is he was kind of an ally to James Cameron when it came to tensions with some of the members of the other crew, which we'll talk about later. But Lamont would go on to work with Cameron in the future, actually being called out of retirement to do the production design on Titanic.
Oh.
Wow.
And it would be his first and only Academy Award that he would win for that film. And after he passed away, they actually named a building after him at Pinewood Studios.
Oh, wow.
I guess he had spent 60 years of his career working there.
Damn.
Holy shit.
But the cryosleep chambers suddenly yawn open in unison, each member of the crew slowly stirring awake as the bright fluorescent lights beam on above them. They cough, stretch, groan, and wipe the sleep from their eyes. But Sergeant Apone, played by Al Matthews, has his priorities, sticking a cigar into his mouth before he's even fully awake.
That's hilarious.
so funny.
Al Matthews, he was in Superman 3 in 83, The Final Conflict in 81, and The Fifth Element in 97.
Hey!
Yeah.
Okay. They had said, we're about to meet a whole bunch of people.
Yep.
They said that James Cameron had got special forces soldiers to come in and train them on how to move. Like they said that the stunt coordinator said they had them training at times from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Wow.
just to get them in shape and have them moving and working together like a team would.
Yeah.
And they said that also it gave, well, with the exception, Sigourney Weaver was not there and neither was Michael Biehn, but we'll talk about that in a minute. It gave them time to connect and look at each other as the teammates that they would need to be because they're an established group when we meet them.
Yeah.
So I thought that was really interesting. And Al Matthews had military experience. And so when they were doing the drills, he was kind of acting as their sergeant. And he said he was barking orders at them and like correcting their form on certain things. And I just thought that was really cool because it feels very real and natural when he's doing it in the movie.
Yeah.
And so it's like, okay, that tracks.
I was kind of thinking of R. Lee Ermey,
Okay.
Totally. Yeah.
where it just feels authentic.
Yeah.
And they have camaraderie that you feel on screen.
Yes. Yeah.
Next to Ripley in his separate pod rises Private Drake, played by Mark Ralston, a scar streaked from his eye like a permanent tear. He dazedly declares, "They ain't paying us enough for this, man." Corporal Dietrich, played by Cynthia Dale Scott, concurs. "Not enough to have to wake up to your face, Drake." Drake wonders if that's supposed to be a joke, and Dietrich wishes it was.
Mark Ralston, he was in Lethal Weapon 2 in 89, RoboCop 2 in 90, The Shawshank Redemption in 94, and Rush Hour in 98.
Huh.
What a career.
Yeah.
I remembered him from Shawshank.
Okay. Cynthia Dale Scott, she had an uncredited role in Hellraiser Bloodline in 96.
Oh.
Yeah.
She was like, take my name out of that.
I don't think she was the only one.
Yeah.
We pan down the line of chambers, Gorman tearing the electrodes from his chest as Apone climbs out of the pod next to him. Drake peers past Ripley and over to Corporal Hicks, played by Michael Biehn, who rests against the lid of his chamber, brushing his hair. Drake comments that Hicks looks exactly how he feels.
Michael Biehn, we talked about him in Planet Terror
Right.
and The Terminator.
Absolutely. Okay, so this is surprising.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, he worked with James Cameron on Terminator.
Yeah.
And he said that he had read the script. He thought it was fucking awesome, only to find out that this role had already been cast. So he kind of, got over it because what else can you do? Until one night he gets a call from his agent saying, hey, Gail Ann Hurd is about to call you and offer you a role in Aliens. So she does. He takes the call. The guy that was cast is no longer on the film. It's Friday. Can you be here Monday?
Ooh.
She was like, do you have your passport? Do you have your passport?
Yes.
Did you get your shots? He had?
Yes.
And he was like, if I hadn't had my passport, then it would have been lost.
Yeah.
Like, they need someone in 2 days. So he had his passport and presumably his,
Yeah.
his shots. And got the call Friday. He was there on Monday. He goes, and the other guy, I took his costume, I took his salary, and I took his billing.
Oh, wow.
The other guy was James Remar.
What?
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Dude,
and
he would have killed
I know,
it.
I know. Michael Biehn is fantastic.
He is.
Yeah.
Not to take anything away from him.
No.
I just could not believe that is who it very nearly almost was. They were already filming when Michael Biehn got there. Like, he had filmed.
Oh, wow.
And at the time, he, I guess, had said that he had an urgent matter to attend to at home and kind of made it sound like he had left the film, but everybody else was saying he got fired from the film. And more recently, he admitted that he was having problems with substance abuse and that he deserved to be fired and was, obviously extremely remorseful, but that he and James Cameron did end up making up and, he made his amends. But wow.
That's
Yeah.
crazy.
I know.
I can't believe that.
Yeah.
Mm-mm. And Michael Biehn also said that he was glad he missed the boot camp that everybody else had. But if you think about it, though, the task of like having to come in, everybody has this like relationship and camaraderie, and we've already started, and like we've had these bonding experiences. He doesn't feel out of place at all.
No.
Like, he seamlessly integrated himself into the film, and that's an accomplishment like on its own.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like Michael Biehn.
Me too.
Me too.
I feel like one of the things that I took away from whenever we returned to Planet Terror was how good he was.
He
Yeah.
is. Yes.
But Private Hudson, played by the late, great Bill Paxton, leans over the side of his pod, letting loose a hacking cough.
Bill Paxton, we talked about him in Frailty, Near Dark, and The Terminator.
So more Cameron.
Yeah.
I always forget that he has that small role.
Yeah.
He is so incredible in this film.
Yes.
He cracks me up, just his demeanor and line delivery.
Yeah.
And I always, just like we talked about with Ray Liotta, we've talked about with Philip Seymour Hoffman.
I know.
I always forget that he passed away.
I
Yeah.
know.
And it
Yeah.
hits you again like you're hearing it for the first time.
It's so upsetting. He was so great.
Yeah. I think, like, for me, seeing him, every time I see him, I'm like, man, you're my friend. I was like, I don't know you, but
There's
it's like,
there is something
Yeah.
so endearing about him. But he had said that he had worked set dressing on another movie that James Cameron did. That's how they met. And so that's why he gave him a small part in Terminator.
Okay.
Because we were like, what the hell are you
Yeah.
doing here? But he said that he had heard about this. He read the script. He was obsessed with it. He went into audition, and James Cameron gave him like a long, like a cardboard tube, and was like, "This is your plasma rifle. Go." And he said that he did the scene. James Cameron had notes for him. He did the scene again. James Cameron's like, "Okay, thank you." And he was like, "I fucking overdid it. Like, I blew it."
Yeah.
And he said he was so upset because he had really, really wanted it. He was like, "This is my role." He was positive, and it seemed like he wasn't going to get it. So he said he goes on with his life. Weird Science comes out. And then
That's right.
his agent calls and said, "You're about to get a call from James Cameron in about 5 minutes offering you a role in Aliens." That's exactly what happened, and he happily accepted.
That's wild to think that Weird Science was before this.
I know. I know.
So James Cameron loved Weird Science?
Yeah.
Apone paces the line in front of the chambers, a transparent pair of dog tags at his chest, as he rallies his troops. What are you waiting for? Breakfast in bed? Another glorious day in the Corps. He smiles that a day in the Marine Corps is like a day on the farm. Every meal's a banquet, every paycheck a fortune, every formation a parade. He shouts, "I love the Corps." All right. Hudson and Private Frost, played by Rico Ross, are clearly not ready for this level of volume or vigor, shielding their ears as they step out of their pods and onto the ground. Hudson complaining that the floor is freezing. And if you like Hudson complaining, I think...
Do we have a movie for you?
Rico Ross, he was in Death Wish 3 in 85, Spies Like Us in 85, and you might remember him from Wishmaster in 97.
Oh, shit.
I knew it. I knew he looked familiar.
I wanted to save it.
Apone asks Hudson if he wants him to fetch a pair of slippers or something, and Hudson snarks that he'd sure like that. His cigar clinched, Apone draws his middle finger to his cheek, bidding Hudson to look into his eye. He then directs his soldiers to fall in line. He calls their names, ordering them onto their feet, but we follow Ripley over to the lockers. We're on a metal pipe overhead. Private Vasquez, played by Jeanette Goldstein, is doing pull-ups.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Jeanette Goldstein, we talked about her in Near Dark.
That's right.
Yeah,
We did.
Mm-hmm.
we did. I appreciate the name. It's really good to think that, my bloodlines out there,
Right.
that, our grandchildren are out there in
yeah.
space. I don't like the makeup. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna come out right and say it. You know what I mean? I'm golden brown and delicious myself, but it looks pretty bad.
It's appalling.
Yeah.
I was pretty shocked. She had talked about, well, in that making of, obviously they don't address the egregiousness of this, but she was basically saying, so since they did this in England, I guess they had to audition a certain amount of English actors before they could start bringing Americans over.
Right.
And so she said that she was living in London doing theater, and she had gotten her British equity card. And so she saw the call, she went in, the rest is history, I guess.
Yeah.
And she did talk about them shaving her hair, and then said that how did she say it? That they blended out my freckles, or they blended the rest of my skin to match my freckles, which was a
That's a choice.
pretty fucking wild thing to say.
Yeah.
I feel like we didn't need the brown face.
No.
No.
The character, I think, is great.
That's what
is...
because it's like tainted.
Uh-huh.
Because I love what the character of Vasquez represents,
Yeah,
what
yeah.
she could have been. You know what I mean? And like, I love watching a film that has such strong female characters. Like, I think that Vasquez and Ripley run laps around the men in this film.
Oh, yeah.
no, yeah.
They're so fucking cool, so fucking badass. That's why it's like, why did you do that? Why did y'all have to do that? And I've seen multiple excuses made.
Yeah.
Like, even T and I were talking earlier before he came over, almost perpetuating that there are no brown people in England.
Yeah,
like that's almost. It's like, well, we had to cast, and it's like,
I don't think
okay. That's. Are you insane?
Yeah, I don't know.
it's a weird choice, and they shouldn't have made it.
Yeah, no. But I do like the character.
Yes.
Yes.
But Apone calls out over his crew that the first assembly is in 15 minutes, ordering them to shag it. So Austin Powers is still huge.
Yeah.
Is that the second Austin Powers?
Yeah.
But upon hearing this, and after effectively getting her pump on, Vasquez drops from the ceiling. But glancing over at Ripley, she sidles up to Corporal Farrow, played by Colette Hiller, asking, "Hey, Mira, who's Snow White?"
Not Mira.
Yeah.
I was like, her first line. Okay, I'll stop.
Zipping up her uniform pants, Farrow answers that Ripley's supposed to be some kind of consultant, and apparently she saw an alien once.
That's really reductive.
Yeah.
That's not how I'd tell that story. Hudson rolls his eyes. Whoopee fucking do. He snarks that he's so impressed. But Vasquez has turned her attention to Drake, who reaches up to the pipe for some pull-ups himself. She returns to her workout, not to be outdone. Hudson scoffs. "Hey, Vasquez, have you ever been mistaken for a man?" Vasquez drops down, her eyes cut to Hudson beneath her closely cropped hair. "No. Have you?"
She ate with that.
Drake offers a handshake, pulled closer to Vasquez when he tells her that she is just too bad. And she smacks his face affectionately. I have to say, one of the funniest things about this movie to me is how much Drake loves Vasquez.
Yes. No. Yeah.
And does.
Yeah,
Yes.
Yeah. It is a little weird though. Thinking about it, it's like, okay, you guys again. We're out here in spaceships. We're in space. Y'all are like, sure, you've seen an alien. Whatever. It's like, dude, what?
It is very funny to me. I know 57 years have passed.
Right.
But we do learn a little bit in the next scene why maybe seeing an alien isn't as impressive as
Right.
other things that they've done with these aliens.
Right.
But I feel like, I don't know, it really upsets me that you brought her along, obviously, because she has some expertise.
Yeah.
It's not a matter of, oh, well, she encountered an alien. Yeah, well, so the fuck what?
Yeah.
It's like, no, she defeated, like...
That's what I don't really understand, because it's like, y'all don't believe me.
Yeah.
But I'm the one that this crew that has experience and knows what they're doing and whatever, they're all badasses, but you need me, but you don't believe me.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
But sometime later, in the mess hall, with everyone properly dressed, Ripley snags herself a cup of coffee as Hudson sniffs the contents of his tray, stealing a seat next to Apone and coolly inquiring, "Hey, Top, what's the op?" Apone answers that it's a rescue mission, and he'll love it. Gripping his glass of OJ, he adds that they'll be rescuing some juicy colonist daughters from their virginity.
All right.
The men laugh uproariously. Private Spunkmeyer, played by Daniel Cash, callously commenting, "Dumbass colonists."
I know. What the fuck?
That? And yes, he is the heir to the muffin fortune.
Yeah. He does this for the love of the game.
Mm-hmm.
Daniel Cash. He was in 31 episodes of Due South from 94 to 96. He was in Cold Creek Manor in 03 and Mama in 2013.
Oh.
Ripley eyes the men from her table with disdain. But Private Wierzbowski, played by Trevor Steedman, takes one bite of his food, grimacing as he hurls it back onto his tray. Frost, though, seems to have a taste for something else. Sure wouldn't mind getting some more of that Arcturian poontang. Hudson nearly chokes on his juice, slapping 5 with Frost, as Wierzbowski teases him for his former fornications. And that's why I was like, oh, so seeing an alien is not that big of a deal.
Yeah.
We're sleeping with them.
Is this Mass Effect?
I know. God damn.
But Bishop, played by Lance Henriksen, arrives at the table, but when he reaches for some food, Hudson spots him and calls out. Clutching his K-bar knife, he begs Bishop to do the thing with the knife. Bishop initially responds with reluctance, but when he's goaded on by the entire table, he has no choice but to snatch the knife from Hudson.
Lance Henriksen, we talked about him in The Terminator, Near Dark, Pumpkinhead, and Scream 3.
Oh, that's right.
That's right.
I think he has a cameo in Jennifer's Body.
Yeah. Oh,
too.
yeah.
He is so good.
Yes.
He really is. I was surprised. He called this film his big break. And he said that if it didn't work out with aliens, he was going to quit acting.
Huh.
Really?
I know. It's like,
That's crazy.
because I have a little more to share on his kind of character work, but I can't yet. I can in a minute.
Okay.
Bishop balances the blade on his palm, flipping it into his grasp before lowering its sharp point to the side of his fanned-out fingers on the table. But a wild drake appears out of nowhere, forcing Hudson's hand onto the table instead. He holds Hudson in a headlock, Hudson chuckling nervously. Come on, quit messing around, Drake. Bishop, hey, man, not me, man. Bishop lowers his hand on top of Hudson's, ordering him not to move and to trust him. The sharp blade sticks into the tabletop, Bishop dexterous and decisive with every stab between their fingers, each tap terrifying Hudson more and more as Bishop picks up his speed. A long shout escapes Hudson when Bishop's agility becomes overwhelming, but his precision remains impressive as he chips piece after piece off of the table rather than from the flesh of their fingers. The chatter of the crew rises around them until Apone finally puts a stop to it, Bishop politely handing the knife back to a dumbstruck Hudson, who trembles that wasn't funny, man.
You asked him to do it.
Well, not me, man.
It's funny when you're doing it.
Drake settles Hudson's tray back in front of him, but Bishop retreats to a seat on the other side of the cafeteria, right next to Ripley. He offers a piece of cornbread to Gorman and Burke, and Hicks can't help but notice from his table that the new lieutenant is too good to eat with the rest of the grunts. Frost comments that Gorman's definitely got a corn cob up his ass. Like a corn cob.
Yeah, I know. Sure.
It is a little interesting hearing he is an outsider too.
Yes.
He's not part of this group.
Right.
And it's very difficult later to see just how unprepared.
Right.
It's very upsetting. But at their table, Bishop pinches a small wound at his finger. Burke's surprised to see it, as he thought that Bishop never missed. But Ripley registers her shock for a very different reason, when a milky white fluid pours from the fresh cut, and she realizes Bishop is an android.
I was actually very shocked.
Me too. Although that behavior was quite...
Yeah,
it's very android.
I just accepted it.
He's really good at that.
yeah.
Speaking of which, this is when I can share a little bit more now that we know that he is playing an android. It was very interesting but sad to hear him talk about kind of his approach to playing Bishop, because he said that he had a very abusive childhood, and he got to the point where he would look at the adults in his life with a different perspective that kept him from kind of internalizing what was being said or done to him. He would tell them, I'm going to outlive you. And so it gave him this almost detachment and kind of a pity of like, oh, this poor guy, he's gonna die before me. I'm gonna outlive him. And he said that he carried that into playing Bishop because I am going to outlive you.
Yeah.
And so even when maybe humans are being mean to him, it is this kind of like, oh, you poor thing. Like this kind of pity where it's like, why are you acting that way?
Okay.
I thought that was so interesting. Like his process is very interesting. And I remember that we talked on Near Dark. He said that he always goes over the top with the roles that he does. When we talked on Near Dark about him buying all these costumes and kind of like distressing them and making them up himself, he went and had contacts made himself with double pupils in them.
Oh.
So he could kind of see himself as something different, something that wasn't human.
Okay.
And he had a conversation with James Cameron, and they were trying to kind of figure out how to kind of soft launch the fact that he is not human. And so they talked about when everybody else is asleep, having him just wandering by himself because he doesn't need to sleep. And he was going to go with that. Then he called Lance Henriksen back and was like, no, I don't want to do that. I want to do the stab thing with the knife. So he, for a month, practiced that with every knife that he could get his hands on, so that when the day came to do it, he would be proficient at it.
Okay.
Unbelievable.
I know.
But he does. He always goes the extra mile.
Yes.
Yeah.
Was it on Near Dark? I think we remember. Oh, I remember.
We all remember.
The thing where he discussed basically going on a cross-country road trip as his character.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
It's very impressive.
Yeah.
Ripley fumes at Burke. He never told her that there would be an android on board. Burke just shrugs, admitting that it never occurred to him. He says it's common practice. They always have a synthetic on board. Bishop butts in. I prefer the term artificial person myself. Burke accepts this correction, but Bishop turns to Ripley, politely asking if there's a problem. Burke apologizes to Ripley, embarrassed that he didn't make the connection. He reveals to Bishop that on Ripley's last trip out, the artificial person malfunctioned. Ripley takes umbrage at this retelling. Malfunctioned?
Yeah. Once again, a little redundant.
Yeah.
But Burke continues. There were problems, and a few deaths were involved. I was like, dude, you corporate clown.
I know.
Unbelievable. Bishop is appalled to hear this. He asks if it was an older model, and Burke says that it was, which helps Bishop to understand a little better. Those A2 models were always a bit twitchy. But he says that could never happen now with their new behavioral inhibitors. He assures Ripley that it is impossible for him to harm or by the omission of action allow to be harmed a human being. Ripley stares unblinkingly at Bishop, monitoring his every move, and when he offers her a piece of cornbread, she smacks the dish out of his hand and onto the floor, which captures the attention of the entire crew.
That's crazy.
It's
not like he worked for the Institute or anything. I
Listen,
mean, he's
all right.
fine.
I have in my notes, I sided with the railroad and Fallout 4.
you did.
So I want everyone to know where I stand
Uh-huh.
on the subject. I understand. I get the trepidation. I get the fear. I get absolutely being triggered because how am I in this situation again?
Yeah.
But Bishop didn't do anything.
I know.
Bishop didn't do anything.
He offered you cornbread. I can't be mad at anybody that offers me
I
cornbread.
love cornbread.
We all love cornbread. But I'm just thinking about how cool Ash seemed
Yeah.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
until he didn't.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, you tried to fucking shove a magazine down my throat.
Yeah.
He did.
He did.
There were deaths involved.
It's an older model.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Dude, what passive voice. Like, that's unbelievable. Ripley warns Bishop to just stay away from her, making sure that he's got that. And Bishop does, exiting the table dejectedly. But Frost can't help but snark from the other side of the room. Guess she doesn't like the cornbread either. But we then pan across the expansive cargo hold, machinery, weaponry, and the crew gathered in front of the massive dropship. Apone calls them to attention when Ripley, Gorman, and Burke enter the room before they're promptly urged at ease, Apone ordering them to listen up. Removing his hat from his head, Gorman addresses the squad, bidding them good morning and apologizing for not having the time to brief them all before they left Gateway. But this is when Hudson calls out with his hand raised like a child in school. After correcting Gorman when he mistakenly calls him Hicks, Hudson asks his superior if this is going to be another stand-up fight or another bug hunt. Gorman isn't certain, as all they know is there's still no contact with the colony. But he adds that a xenomorph may be involved.
What? More passive?
Yeah.
More passive language.
So he's working at the colony. Yeah. He's the one that called.
I feel like we're not getting the whole story.
No.
Frost requests clarification, and when Gorman merely repeats, a xenomorph, Hudson grins that is a bug hunt. Hicks just wonders what exactly they're dealing with here, and Gorman cedes the floor to Ripley. Ripley provides an unprepared explanation, telling the Marines what she knows. She and her crew set down on LV-426, and Kane, one of their crew members, was brought back on board with something attached to his face. It was some kind of parasite. They tried to get it off, but it wouldn't come off, and later it seemed to come off by itself and die. She says that Kane seemed fine, but they were all having dinner, and this parasite must have laid something inside of his throat, some sort of embryo. Ripley struggles to continue, haunted by the horror of her memory, but Vasquez interrupts her. Look, man, I only need to know one thing. She mimes a gun with her fingers. Where they are. Drake gushes. Yo, Vasquez, kick ass. And he gives her a handshake again. He's deeply in love.
Yeah.
Vasquez boasts, anytime, anywhere. But Hudson won't let her have her moment. Yeah. Somebody said alien, and Vasquez thought they said illegal alien and signed up.
So the joke doesn't even make sense.
Nope.
Yeah, no.
Like, please continue, Ripley.
Yeah.
Just ignore him.
He can't talk anymore.
No. No. And I'm like, you're in 2179 and you're still saying shit like this?
Yeah.
Vasquez counters with a fuck you, and Hudson hurls her words right back at her. Anytime, anywhere. Drake's like, hey.
Yeah. No.
No. Ripley reclaims the floor. Are you finished? She steps closer to Vasquez, hopeful that she's right. I was like, right about what?
I know.
It's like, was a scene cut here too?
Probably.
But Gorman sidles up next to her. Very dismissal. He goes, yeah, okay, right. Thanks, Ripley. I was like, why is nobody taking her seriously?
I know.
Yeah, why am I here? I could be back home with Jonesy right now.
Yeah, on the cool, because y'all begged me to do this.
You
Bribed
specifically.
me.
Yes.
Yeah.
He says that they also have Ripley's report on disc, suggesting for each of the soldiers to study it. But Ripley isn't done. She says that just one of those things managed to wipe out her entire crew in less than 24 hours. She says if the colonists have found that derelict ship, then there's no telling how many of them have been exposed. The crew sits in stunned silence when she asks them if they understand what she's trying to tell them. But Gorman just concludes, anyway, we have it on disc, so you better look at it. He asks if they have any questions, sighing when Hudson raises his hand again. Hudson asks his superior, how do I get out of this chicken shit outfit? Apone orders Hudson to secure that shit, and the clearly rattled Gorman directs them again to listen up. So you have no control.
None.
Yeah.
Like, hey, Gorman, why are you so ugly? It's like, dude.
He's just crying.
Yeah.
And I know Starship Troopers is 97, but them saying like a bug hunt, it's like, man, that's pretty cool.
I will tell you, if I'm not mistaken, that is based on a novel which Cameron took inspiration from with some of these lines.
Okay.
Gorman says that he wants this operation to go smooth and by the numbers. He says he wants DCS and tactical database assimilation by 0830. The crew scoffs at this order, but Gorman continues. Ordnance loading, weapons strip, and dropship prep details will have 7 hours. The lieutenant doesn't budge, ordering them to move it before heading out himself. Apone takes over, shouting that they know the drill, assholes and elbows. He then calls Hudson forward for what we can assume is a proper scolding.
Yeah. So he got in trouble.
Yeah, he goes, come here. It's like, oh no. As the USS Sulaco fast approaches the atmosphere of LV-426, the soldiers tend to their tasks in the cargo hold under the watchful eye and stern direction of Apone. Spunkmeyer sits within the confines of a large mechanical power loader, the grabbers of this hydraulic exoskeleton reaching for a missile to slide securely into the bomb bay of the dropship. His heavy mechanized steps crunch backwards against the metal floor, Apone guiding his way as their colleagues continue their preparations around him. But afterward, Ripley makes her way over to Apone and Hicks, admittedly feeling like a fifth wheel and wondering if there's anything that she can do around here to help. Chewing the tip of his cigar, Apone asks, I don't know, is there anything you can do? Ripley thinks a moment before glancing over her shoulder at an empty power loader, sharing that she can operate it. She has a Class 2 rating. From what we see, I don't think there's a class above 2.
No, yeah.
Apone and Hicks flash similarly impressed stares before the sergeant gives her an eager go-ahead, telling her to be his guest. Ripley climbs into the machine, settling herself upright in its seat and strapping the safety belt at her waist. Sliding her feet into their holds and bringing the overhead guard down over her face, she switches the power on, the machine's light flashing as she reaches for the control sticks at either side of her, raising and rotating the large metal arms as a demonstration of her dexterity to the smiling Hicks and Apone. Ripley cinches the grip of the grabbers around a heavy case of cargo, smirking through the slat of the guard as she confidently inquires, "Where you want it?" An amazed laugh escapes Hicks, and Apone can't help but cackle as he directs Ripley over to Bay 12.
She's such a badass.
Yeah.
Yeah. This looked really fucking cool.
It's amazing.
Like her maneuvering around in that big ass like exosuit or whatever.
Mhm.
I was like, man, that's that. And it is, you hear the hydraulics and whatever. And I was like, man, I could totally believe that that's
yeah.
real.
Yeah.
They had said this was another thing that was completely designed by James Cameron, and the design team followed his instructions to a T. And they honestly said that it got a little annoying sometimes because when they were actually building it, he would come by and criticize how the screws looked, even. And so eventually they figured it out and everything was made. But the way that it works is amazing. There's actually a spot behind where we see Ripley's seat, and there's a stuntman back there. He's in the power loader, and he's helping operate the arms and the legs.
Damn.
But he's so perfectly hidden, and it all feels like it's completely mechanical.
Yeah.
Never do you think that this is something being operated by other means.
No.
But the score rises suspensefully as the Sulaco stays on course, humming as it hovers over the blue stillness of LV-426. The rolling snare of a stereotypical military march joins Frost, Vasquez, and Drake as they load and rack their firearms, Drake stealing glances of Vasquez as the pair lift their assault rifles, which are attached to their bulky body harnesses. Bright lights encircle the dropship as Farrow climbs into the captain's chair, Spunkmeyer settling into the co-pilot seat behind her, the camera arcing downward to meet the observant Ripley, who stands idly by in the bay. Burke joins Ripley, the pair watching as through the cargo hold rides the armored personnel carrier, a sleek and sturdy tactical vehicle that will carry the crew across the surface of the planet. So this vehicle that we see was another purchase from British Airways. They bought it from Heathrow Airport in London, which is really cool because that's where I go through to meet Jules in Belgrade.
Okay.
But you know those like airplane towing vehicles that you see on the tarmac?
Yeah.
This is one of those.
Okay.
That's hilarious.
And all they did was just outfit it to look a little more industrial like they needed for the film.
Yeah.
And this is that. But we follow the Marines through the armory, the soldiers gearing up and grabbing their weaponry as Apone urges them on, gassing them up with an emphatic call and response, barking orders as they file out and stand in formation in front of the dropship to Apone's growling delight. Absolutely badass. In their proper uniforms and gear, he slides the door open to the APC, settling inside and ordering the troops to take their combat seating, reminding them that they know their places.
To kind of piggyback on what you were saying about him being so particular about the screws and stuff, I feel like maybe this is a little more pertinent or more important than just the way the screws look, but he kept sending back the uniforms and the armor because it didn't look right to him and he didn't think it would hold up. Mm-hmm. And Bill Paxton said that after they brought it back, he put it all on, and James Cameron was like, why don't you run to the end of the hall and slide and hit the wall and see if everything still holds up? And so he was like, okay. He said, I was like, all right, Jim. So he does it. He slides and hits the wall and all the pieces of the armor fall off. And so he was like, pack it back up. We're sending it back.
Well, yeah, we are doing a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
But just Bill Paxton being like, it's crash test time.
Yeah.
That was really funny.
It's like an episode of Jackass.
But what I thought was really cool is that James Cameron kind of set 2 days aside for all the actors to personalize their gear as their characters.
That's awesome.
So that's why all this stuff written on it, like all the jokes written on it, all the like drawings and stuff, they did that for their own uniforms.
That's really cool.
I thought that was awesome. And Michael Biehn had said that what he didn't like, obviously he didn't say the name of the actor that he replaced, but it had already been drawn on and designed before he joined the cast. And he said it had like his armor has a big heart on it. And he was like, I didn't like it because what soldier would draw that a big heart over your heart to give someone something to aim at? He was like, but the rest of it was really cool.
Well, everyone knows where your heart is. It's not like you're giving it away.
It's like, that's where he keeps his heart.
Yeah, get it.
But he had them decorate their lockers too.
Okay.
So I just thought that was really cool.
Yeah.
The soldiers stow their weapons and Gorman takes control of the monitors. He calls over the microphone to Bishop, who sits at the wheel of the APC, the artificial person reversing the vehicle up a ramp and into the body of the dropship. Ripley and Burke are secured into their seats on the APC, a boisterous Hudson locking the Marines into their places as Farrow communicates with Gorman over the radio, going through their pre-flight checks as the landing gear is retracted and the metal floor of the cargo hold slides open. The dropship dips down into place, the floor above it sealing shut and the hull of the aircraft yawning open to reveal the clouded surface of LV-426 swirling beneath it. Farrow begins the countdown from 5 as she reaches for the controls. 5, 4. An uneasiness settles into Ripley's eyes as the war drums continue to reverberate. 3, 2. Hudson shouts excitedly, "We're on an express elevator to hell, going down." 1. The dropship sails free from its home in the hull of the Sulaco, free-falling through the stars and barreling toward the atmosphere of LV-426 as its thrusters spring to bright life beneath the aircraft's wings. Farrow forces forward through the clouds, eyeing the console in front of her, which seems to chart the rough surface of the planet beneath them. But when Spunkmeyer warns her of ionization on the hull, Farrow calls into Gorman that there might be some rough air ahead and that they're in for some chop. The Marines brace themselves, the dropship sailing sharply through the clouds, a high-pitched squeal singing as they charge through the air. Ripley takes notice of Gorman, who clings to the arms of his chair with his eyes closed. She asks how many drops this is for him, and Gorman answers honestly. 38. Simulated. Vasquez appears quite critical of this, inquiring as to how many combat drops the lieutenant has had. And once again, Gorman answers honestly. 2, including this one. The judgment is swift, the Marines deeming their superior's experience to be quite inferior to theirs. I will say, Vasquez and Drake have the courtesy to just give each other a look, but Hudson goes, "Oh, man." It's like, dude.
Wow,
He has no filter. He has no filter.
You've never done this before.
Yeah, and then you want to tell us?
Yeah.
That's unbelievable. You're in control of the operation
Yeah.
that you've only played like a video game? Yeah. I don't know. That really is upsetting.
Yeah.
But Ripley and Burke even exchange a glance after hearing this, though Hicks is none the wiser as he's fast asleep in his seat. That surprised me because it kind of doesn't fit the character of Hicks at all.
Yeah.
I don't really see him as...
Maybe he's like Clarice at when she was resting up. Before
Ah,
the-
there you go.
you know?
Yeah.
Like, she's so chill. Maybe that's
She's
it.
a pro.
I hope it's not passed out from fear. Gorman's like, well, look at him.
Right. Coming in too fast.
Yeah. Farrow continues navigating her way through the clouds, guided only by the bright lights of the screen on her instrument panel. But down in the APC, Frost declares something quite worrisome. He says that he's got a bad feeling about this drop. Private Crow, played by Tip Tipping, annoyedly notes that Frost always says that he's got a bad feeling about this drop.
Yeah, but every time he said it, he was talking about this drop.
Yeah.
It's like, well, that changes everything. Frost cools off, promising that when they come back without Crow, he'll be sure to call his folks for him. And considering this is the first we've heard of Crow and the only time that I become aware of his presence, I'm sure.
Hopes are not.
Yeah. But dude, do not do that to me.
Yeah.
So you have a bad feeling?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I'm gone.
Yeah,
I'm leaving.
Like, Farrow, turn this thing around.
Yeah.
I'm going back home to Jonesy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Not doing it. But Gorman pays this no mind, manning the monitors, the colorful blips of vital signs and the feeds of the arcing body cameras centering on each member of the crew. When he notices a malfunction in one of the cameras, Drake bashes it like Fonzie to get it working again. He centers himself in the frame at Gorman's request, the lieutenant signaling to Apone that they've almost reached their target. Apone addresses the soldiers, telling them to gear up, that they've got 2 minutes, and to get hot. And somebody wake up Hicks. The Marines gather at the door of the APC, their weapons at the ready, as the wide wings of the dropship open to slow their momentum. But through the windshield of the cockpit, Farrow asks with concern, "Where's the damn beacon?" But as she steers the ship closer, it comes into view, and she comments calmly to Spunkmeyer, "Oh, there it is." I was like, oh, God. Yeah. Through one of the monitors, Ripley takes notice of the massive cone-shaped structure of the atmospheric processor, small beacons blinking to alert the passing aircraft. Burke admires this remarkable piece of machinery and shares that it's completely automated. He boasts, "You know we manufacture those, by the way." Ripley doesn't seem to care or comment. But surveying their surroundings through the grainy surveillance feed, Gorman directs Farrow to guide them over to the main colony complex, and as we glide over its drab utilitarian exterior, Gorman notes that the storm shutters are still sealed with no visible activity. And as Farrow circles them over the compound, Ripley is relieved to see that the structure is still intact, and they still have power, too. The exterior lights trailing in the low-quality footage, Gorman cautiously instructs Farrow to take them over to the landing grid, and we watch as the dropship's bright lights beam through the foggy darkness, its landing gear descending and securing a steady purchase on the grid. The cargo ramp drops open, the APC beaming to bright life as it exits the aircraft and continues onward through rough terrain, the dropship arcing upward into the sky to circle the colony in a tactical orbit. Inside the APC, Apone directs the Marines to give him a nice, clean dispersal this time. And as soon as Bishop brings the vehicle to a stop, the soldiers pile outside and into the pouring rain. So this is the part of the episode where I have to tell you about the work of the miniature team.
Yay!
Yeah.
I was so amazed. A lot of the time, it is incredibly seamless. And it is so impressive to learn when things are not to scale.
Mm-hmm.
But I need to call out the work of Robert and Dennis Stotak, who apparently knew Cameron and Hurd back from their days working with Roger Corman.
Wow.
And they would go on to work with John Carpenter, Tim Burton, and Sam Raimi. And we even talked about their work on Tremors.
Okay.
Also, the work of Pat McClung, the miniature effects supervisor, who had previously worked on The Empire Strikes Back and Ghostbusters.
Oh, all right.
But the miniatures were given 2 full sound stages at Pinewood Studios to construct sets.
Damn.
They went through them on one of the featurettes that I saw in a pretty fascinating detail, breaking a lot of things down. So we'll talk about a couple things now and more to come later. But Hadley's Hope colony that we see here was reconstructed at 1/5 scale. And so the buildings were about 5 to 8 feet tall and 30 to 40 feet long. And that processing center that we see that they're looking at that has the beacons on it,
Yeah.
it was meant to be 600 feet tall, but the miniature model for the film is only 6 feet tall.
Wow.
Wow.
And again, just using incredible creativity and ingenuity to pull off what appears to be impossible. The flight of the Sulaco through space that we saw earlier was a 6-foot-long model made of fiberglass, and only one side of it was constructed because they knew that they would never film it fully.
That's smart.
Yeah.
It works.
I will say, though, one of the biggest tragedies of that reel being cut about Hadley's Hope earlier, where we visited the colonists and saw life there before whatever happened happens.
Yeah.
There was an entire section where we do see the derelict ship from Alien that everybody went on to and the horrors that befell. But the really interesting thing is that the Stotaks were able to locate the exact miniature model that was used in Ridley Scott's Alien.
Yeah.
Wow.
It was in pieces, and so they reassembled it, repainted it, and put it together after refurbishing it and filmed an entire sequence with it, only for that section to be cut.
That's crazy.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
And it upsets me so much because you know that kind of horseshoe-shaped ship.
Yeah.
It's an iconic visual.
Yeah.
And to have it, especially for fans of the first one coming into this sequel,
Right.
that would be so cool to see again.
Oh, yeah.
And to know that it's the same one.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Also, the APC vehicle is a miniature sometimes. And it's so interesting because you think about how seamless the editing is.
Yeah.
Because there are times that you see it pulling up and it's a miniature, and then when it parks and they pile out, it's real.
That's so
crazy.
cool.
Yeah.
But Vasquez leads them forward with her heavy firearm anchored at her hip, the squad flanking at her direction and stopping at the concrete entryway to the colony. Apone raises his binoculars, panning across the desolate space through the downpour, the deserted vehicles, barren buildings, and a bright neon sign for a bar beaming distantly, but no sign of life. Gorman directs traffic from the control panel of the APC with Ripley and Burke over his shoulder. And out in the field, Apone orders Vasquez to take point, the first squad following her lead to approach the exterior of the nearest building. Hudson is tasked with hacking the panel to the north lock to gain entry into the structure, and the second squad, led by Drake, is instructed to move up, resting in their flanking position as Hudson finally snaps the cables into their proper places, the red light on the console flicking over to green and allowing their entry. The large doors separate like a sideways jaw, the shot centered on Vasquez through the shadows of this opened mouth as the Marines flank around her tactically behind cover. As not to be swallowed whole by this darkness, they flick on the lights at their shoulders, the small beams charting their path forward, and when Apone and Hudson slide a nearby door open for her, Vasquez creeps forward with her firearm. Water leaks in through a massive hole in the ceiling, the trio forced to navigate around the hanging wires, metal beams, and debris that block the path forward through the corridor. The space is eerily silent, save for the trickling water, howling wind, and the cautious boots against the metal grates of the floor.
This place doesn't look good.
No!
This is more than deserted.
Yeah.
So this is a very good time to discuss the onset strife that happened.
Mm-hmm.
Because this sequence, them coming into this building, plays a role in it.
Okay.
But as I mentioned before, this film was shot at Pinewood Studios in London, and the use of that studio came with an attached crew. So different versions of the story have been told, but one thing that all sides can agree on is that there were incredible tensions among the English crew and the team of Cameron and Hurd. Part of it stemmed from the difference between work schedules in English and American film sets, with Cameron wanting people to work 14-hour marathons and the English crew wanting to take something called breaks.
How dare they?
So I will say I'm on the English crew side on that one.
Yeah.
Right.
Somebody was quoted as saying, and get the fuck over yourself, they said they were having a party, but Jim was in the middle of a war. That's what I'm saying, dude, with that book. I was like, calm down. But some crew members also disrespected Cameron simply because he was young and inexperienced to their mind.
Yeah.
He was 31 years old, and that is very young if you've been working at Pinewood Studios for decades.
Yeah.
But they also disrespected Hurd simply because she was a woman. So I'm not about any of that shit.
Yeah,
Right.
no.
So they get a point.
Yeah.
For those of you keeping
Yeah. And it was really sad because they said that Cameron organized screenings of the Terminator to kind of show them what he was capable of.
Yeah.
And nobody ever showed up.
Oh,
It's really sad.
Come on, man.
give James
I
one.
know, yeah.
All right, so that's 2 points. But they also called Cameron names behind his back.
Oh, wow.
They apparently called him Grizzly Adams because he had a beard.
Oh,
Come on.
Lord.
And again, and it's really funny because they had mentioned it in that book and on the documentary, and they were like, and this was not endearing. This was not.
It wasn't a good
I'm
way.
No.
so sorry. How tame is that, Grizzly
Yeah.
Adams?
It's like, that's not bad.
Yeah.
I'll
All
take
right.
Grizzly Adams.
Yeah.
Some of the shit I've been called in my life.
I've been called a lot worse than Grizzly Adams.
But the big blowout came when Cameron fired the original cinematographer of this film, a guy by the name of Dick Bush. Now,
Stop.
everybody calm down. Let me tell the rest of the story.
It's a stage name.
Yeah, right. He was in another industry.
Yeah.
Bush simply didn't vibe with Cameron's visual style. And this scene in particular, he went against Cameron's wishes intentionally. He had said that he only wanted it lit by the flashlights of these Marines. And Bush disagreed.
Yeah.
He was like, we should have proper lighting for this scene, and you don't know what you're talking about. And so it got to be to the point that Cameron was just realizing that it was not going to work with him.
Yeah.
And so he replaced him with Adrian Biddle. He was the cinematographer for Ridley Scott's Apple advertisement.
Oh, okay.
And this would actually be his first feature film. But this is where the story kind of differentiates depending on who is telling it.
Mm-hmm.
One side says that there was a full-blown mutiny and there was an organized strike and everybody stopped working. One side says that they were just pissed off and they didn't go on a full strike. They're like, I don't remember missing any work.
Yeah, that's kind of a huge gap
Yeah.
in accounts.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And I hate when that happens.
Yeah.
But Cameron even called Fox and asked if they could leave England altogether and just film the film somewhere else.
Damn.
Obviously, they couldn't do that with the budget and everything that they had committed to.
Yeah.
And so instead, Cameron organized a bit of a summit so that everybody could air their grievances and they could talk about it like adults.
Yeah.
And this seemed to work.
Okay.
Everybody talked about what was pissing them off, both sides, and they came away from this summit with more respect for each other. It seemed to be resolved, and even though both sides didn't become best friends or anything,
Yeah.
they were able to do their work and have more respect for what each side wanted.
Okay.
One thing that was like kind of ridiculous to me, because again, I see nothing wrong with taking breaks,
Yeah.
but to hear it told from the book, they had said that there was a tea lady that came by with tea for the crew at a certain time every day.
Mm-hmm.
And so the crew wanted to have their tea time, and Cameron was just like, what the hell is this? And
Yeah.
it infuriated him. But the way this story ends in the book is...
Oh, Lord. He turned the tea into wine.
No.
Yeah.
It's like, that's the other JC.
What?
They were like, so they respected Cameron for everything that he was trying to accomplish, and the English crew had their tea time. It was so belittling.
Yeah.
But there was something else that I think might not be true. But it was funny enough for me to share it.
Okay.
Or it will be. Hold on.
Old.
There is a quote attributed to Cameron when the film wrapped. I don't know if this was the wrap party or what, but Cameron, people claim, said, quote, "This has been a long and difficult shoot, but the one thing that kept me going through it all was the certain knowledge that one day I would drive out of the gate of Pinewood and never come back, and you sorry bastards would still be here."
God damn.
I wouldn't have stayed to listen to all that personally, because I could already tell where it's going. I would hope that you can't read tone in text.
Right.
And if he had said that, it was like a roast.
Joke.
Yeah.
And they laughed and everything was fine. But if it's like, if you said, he never worked in Pinewood again though, so I don't know.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm going to outlive all.
So that's 1 point for the English crew.
Yeah.
Because that's unbelievable. But from the control center, Gorman directs the second unit to follow inside, Hicks leading the squad to secure the second level. But the first unit continues down the corridor, weaving their way through structural damage and debris, as Apone directs Gorman's attention to the site in front of him through the camera. He says that it looks like hits from small arms fire, and some explosives damage, probably seismic survey charges. He cautions the crew to keep it tight. Ripley looms over Gorman's shoulder, surveying the monitors with intense focus, as Hicks leads Drake, Crow, Frost, and Dietrich to the upper floor. Gorman directs Hicks and Hudson on the lower floor to switch on their motion trackers, the pair switching this system on, a wave pulsing across their small screens to scan the area. Each pulse offers a tense thump, punctuating their slow steps, but the tracker yields no motion on either floor. Gorman then orders the squads to quarter and search by twos, the first unit splitting off down separate paths, and the second unit following suit as they search through the private quarters and offices. Hicks arcs his firearm over a desk after clearing one of the rooms. A shattered window at his shoulder, and rain leaking in through the roof, filling up a discarded coffee cup and sogging up a half-eaten donut. I have to say, there are worse ways to die.
Yeah.
You got to bite a donut in your mouth and a sip of coffee. The xenomorph just comes in. It's like, all right.
Okay, yeah.
But you don't get to eat it.
You don't. Well, you had a bite.
A little bit. You get the flavor in your mouth.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you can take my life, but you can't.
Can't kiss this donut out of my mouth.
But Ripley notices something through Hicks's camera as he steps out into the second floor hall, and she directs his line of sight down to the floor, where we find a hole in the metal grate, something acidic having burned its way through. Hicks understands immediately, drawing Drake's attention to it. You see that? It's melted. Somebody must have bagged one of Ripley's bad guys here. I was so glad that he believed her outright.
Yes.
Well, yeah, there's nothing else we've seen that's done that.
Never. And that means that I guess he watched the disc that they told him.
Oh, yeah.
So that's good too.
Yeah.
Burke's eyes widen at the sight before him on the screen, and he recalls Ripley's words from the inquiry in the boardroom. Acid for blood. But mugging through the lens of Vasquez's camera, Hudson teases that if they like that, then they're gonna love this. A massive hole is opened in the ceiling above them on the first floor. The grates disintegrated from the traveling acid. But even more, the path of destruction continues through the grates of the first level's floor and through each level beneath it. Hudson hawking a loogie just to see how deep it actually goes.
I feel like there was other ways we could,
Yeah.
we could have tested that.
Like, can you just throw
Like
throw
a
Hudson
flare
down
or
there?
something. Yeah.
When he stops screaming, we know how deep it is. Vasquez jokingly jostles Hudson, the soldier tensing up over the precarious pit of jagged metal and urging his colleague to stop fooling around. Apone calls into Hicks on the second floor, the corporal reporting that they've just finished their sweep up top and there's nobody home. Apone confirms this, radioing to Gorman, assuming that whatever happened here, they must have missed it. The place is dead. With a heavy sigh, Gorman officially declares the area as cleared and suggests that they head inside and see what the colony's computer can tell them. But Ripley tears off her headset in vehement disagreement. The area is not secured. But Gorman doesn't budge. The area is secured, Ripley. He returns to directing the squads. The first to head for operations, Hudson tasked with getting their CPU online. Gorman then instructs Hicks to meet him at the south lock. They're coming in. Hudson covers his microphone to snark his superior. He's coming in? I feel safer already. Vasquez concurs with a little more flavor. Pendejo jerk off. You're like, here comes Grizzly Adams. Gorman meets his men at the south lock, creeping through a massive hole torn in the wall to step into the corridor cluttered with debris. Burke, Bishop, and the reluctant Ripley follow close behind as Drake reports that the space had been sealed on both ends. The colonist welded the doors and blocked off the stairs with heavy equipment. But he says it looks like the barricade didn't hold. The strange thing, though, is that there isn't any sign of any bodies. But Frost knows exactly what this was. It was a last stand. Drake assumes it must have been one hell of a fight, and taking in the destruction and scattered debris, Hicks agrees. It definitely looks like it. The second unit creeps quietly through the corridor and into the sterile medical lab, which Gorman assumes should take them right to operations. Drake leads the way with his weapon, the rest of the crew staggering behind through separate aisles, but taking in the discarded equipment and machinery, Ripley stops dead in her tracks when a startling sight catches her eye. It's in one of the adjacent stasis laboratories. There, suspended in large tanks of liquid, float a few spider-like creatures, their frail appendages coiled around their long, pointed spines, like the clenched fingers of a skeletal fist. The creatures that we know as facehuggers.
I want an apology right now. I'm not
Literally.
moving.
Absolutely.
Like, I will throw a tantrum. Tell me sorry.
It's like you call Van Leeuwen,
Yeah.
you tell him that I was right about everything,
Yeah.
and I also get $1 million.
Dude, since we've been here, every box that I've said has been checked off.
Hell yeah.
And then we find this. Come on, man.
It's so irritating to me that anyone doubted her to begin with.
Yeah.
Ripley inches her way into the room, only for Hicks to take point, reaching a hand for her arm and a silent suggestion to stay outside in the med lab. He calls Gorman over to see for himself, the pair peering at the creatures through the glass, and when Burke joins them, he asks Ripley if these are the same ones that she encountered with her crew. Ripley nods affirmatively, and she warns him to be careful when he gets a little too close to the tanks. Burke doesn't heed her warning, and he gets his shit rocked when a facehugger in the tank suddenly springs to life, a tube protruding from its soft, fleshy underbelly, searching aimlessly for a host, but finding nothing but a glass barrier. Bert catches his breath as Hicks leans in humorously. Looks like love at first sight. But Bishop breezes past them both to collect a clipboard to read the paperwork left behind by the researchers. He notes that 2 of these creatures are still alive, though the rest are dead. He reads the notes verbatim. Surgically removed before embryo implantation. Subject, Marachek John J. Died during the procedure. Bishop says that they killed him taking it off.
Oh.
Damn.
Just to think, honestly, how perfect this organism actually is.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that this is its method of procreation, and if you try to kill it, its blood is acid.
Yeah.
It's like there's nothing.
Yeah, you can't do anything.
No.
Real acid.
Yes. Goggles, people. And again, you had the woman in the board meeting.
Yeah.
Who was reading this exact thing and treating it like it's such ridiculous bullshit.
Yeah.
And it's literally on the notes of the colonists. Everything that Ripley said.
Yep.
Down to, if you try to remove it, it will kill the host.
Mm-hmm.
What more do you need? But a high-pitched hum suddenly sounds on the tracker in Frost's hand. Frost directing Hicks's attention to it. Ripley follows him and Gorman out of the stasis lab to check it out. Ripley asking if it could be one of them setting it off when Hicks recognizes that it's coming from somewhere behind them. Gorman calls over the radio to Apone, inquiring with urgency if he or any of his people are in D block. But Apone reveals that that's a negative. He and the first unit are all in the operations room. Upon hearing this, Drake takes point in the opposite direction, accompanied by the metallic music of the Marines readying their weapons behind him. Frost navigates for Drake, the second unit stepping slowly through the lab, the oblivious Gorman accidentally bumping a microscopic arm and knocking over a microphone. Ripley jumps at the sound of it hitting the floor, glaring back at the lieutenant, who stands silently in embarrassment. It's like, go wait in the car. But Frost notices something frightful on the screen of the tracker. Whatever it is, it's moving. It's coming straight for them. Drake, Frost, and Hicks continue out of the lab and into the corridor, the pulse of the tracker increasing in pace and pitch as the Marines seem to be getting closer and closer to their target. But the score screeches when a figure darts from behind cover and into an adjacent room. Drake fires at its shadow, but misses it entirely when Hicks bats his barrel away with the tip of his assault rifle. Aimless rounds rip through the wall and up into the ceiling until Drake takes his finger off at the trigger. But Hicks implores him to hold up. He calls out to Ripley, urging her forward with a tilt of his head, and Ripley joins him at the front of the formation, kneeling down with him to peer between the pipes beneath the panels of the wall. And in this small space, the light of Hicks' flashlight finds a little girl, played by Carrie Henn, huddled in the darkness, clutching a doll and staring up at them from the mess of her unkempt hair.
Very quickly, we are going to learn this little girl's name pretty soon, but I just wanted to talk about her casting really quick. Gail Ann Hurd had said that they were looking everywhere for a little girl to play this part, and they ended up going to schools in England just trying to find kids that looked like they would work, that looked like the part.
Isn't that how they cast Fall Out Boy?
Yeah.
We're back
I'll
to
be
it.
damned. Yeah. Real acid. But they said that she had no acting experience whatsoever. She'd never even been in a school play.
Wow.
I think she was like 8. But they came to her school and were taking pictures of the kids eating lunch, which I'm like, I don't know about that.
Yeah.
But she said they took her picture and they were interested in her and approached her, talked to her and her parents. And the scene that got cut that you were talking about earlier, her real life brother was in that as well.
Oh,
but
wow.
his part got cut.
Yeah.
But they said that they had her parents on set as often as possible. Her brother would come and just spend time there watching his sister work, and that she and Sigourney Weaver formed this like very close bond working together. I thought it was interesting that they were very excited to find a kid with no acting experience because they said that the other kids that they had talked to play this part all had experience, but it was in doing commercials. And so they had been trained in commercial work that you deliver your line and then you smile.
Oh.
Yeah.
And they were like, this is not going to fucking work.
No.
Not here.
Yeah, so when they were talking to kids, she was the only one that didn't do that because she hadn't been taught to do that.
Right.
So, and it's like, that does not work for this.
No.
So, yeah.
It's honestly surprising to learn that she didn't have any acting experience.
Yeah.
Yeah, she does really well.
Yeah.
And it is really sweet to hear of her bonding with Sigourney Weaver.
Yeah.
Because their dynamic is really the heart of this film.
Yeah, for sure. She said that they were like best friends.
Aw.
Because there are sequences that we'll get to where everyone else had wrapped filming and it was just the two of them.
Yeah.
And she said that they were just best friends. Like she was like a surrogate mom to her almost. And when they finished the film, Sigourney Weaver had got her a silver frame with a picture of them in it.
Aw.
So yeah, they had just formed this like really sweet friendship.
That's pretty cool. You're a kid. You don't really understand how big these adults are.
Yeah.
And then one of them, the lead, is like, "Hey, look, me and
We're
you are buddies."
besties?
Yeah.
Ripley's voice is soft and comforting as she promises the little girl that it's all right. But at her side, Hicks reaches through the pipes in an attempt to grab the girl by the shoulder. And again, just the level of people not working together. You have Ripley doing this very proper thing, and then Gorman goes, "Just grab her, Corporal!" It's like, dude, I swear to God.
I know.
But Ripley continues in pleasant tones, shushing the girl and assuring her that no one is going to hurt her. But Hicks then seizes her with a shout, "I got her!" Only for the little girl to chomp down on his hand, crawling beneath the grill in a desperate escape. Ripley calls out to the men not to let her go and to shine their lights down into the floor so they can spot her. Bishop is the one that finds her right below their feet, but the little girl slinks away right into an adjacent duct.
It's like, what do you guys are not inspiring trust.
No.
Yeah, I know.
Like, what do you expect?
An irritated Ripley snatches one of their flashlights to follow after her, crawling through the air duct and pushing past the grate that the little girl tries to seal her path with. Ripley enters a large airway after the little girl, the child cowering in the furthest corner when there's no other way out. Ripley then arcs her flashlight over the cluttered floor, a mess of boxes, beverages, blankets, dolls, and discarded containers of food. Ripley creeps her way over, through the carpet of junk and beneath a large oscillating fan to reach the little girl. She attempts to calm her once more, only for the child to dart for a nearby grate, where she's seized by Ripley before she can escape. She screams and whines against Ripley's sure embrace, but eventually, the little girl stops struggling, seemingly soothed in Ripley's arms. Ripley looks the girl over, and through the debris littered across the ground, she finds something there. A framed photograph of the little girl, but on a much brighter day, spotless and smiling for the camera. A small engraved plate beneath the picture reading, "Second Grade Citizenship Award, Rebecca Jordan." Ripley inspects her dirt-smeared features, the little girl's eyes despondent as she rests listless in her arms, the only survivor of whatever happened to the colony at Hadley's Hope. The Colonial Marines reconvene in the operations room, Hicks lowering the metal blinds to let the soft blue evening light into the space. Dietrich tends to the little girl, Gorman over her shoulder, the lieutenant asking Ripley what the child's name is. Ripley answers that it's Rebecca, so Gorman leans closer to her, imploring, "Now think, Rebecca. Concentrate." He tells her just to start at the beginning, and he asks her where her parents are. Without even giving her a second to answer, Gorman grouses, Now look, Rebecca, you have to try and help. Ripley steps in, instructing Gorman to give it a rest. The lieutenant just sighs, standing upright and lamenting that she's a total brain lock. Dietrich reports that there's nothing physically wrong with her, borderline malnutrition, but she doesn't think that there's any permanent damage. Gorman is over it, though, storming off with certainty that they're just wasting their time.
I don't think this is a waste of time. We found a child who's alive.
And we've spent about 2 minutes.
Yeah.
It's like, Jesus Christ.
This is some kind of progress.
Yes, and obviously something traumatic happened.
Yeah.
Yes.
Give her a second.
Yeah.
Dietrich joins him, but Ripley stays behind, approaching the hunched-over little girl who stares into nothing from her seat on the edge of the desk. Ripley settles into a chair across from her, placing a small cup into the girl's smaller hands and lifting it to her lips. She tells her that it's just a little hot chocolate, so the girl takes a sip. And another one. Ripley takes the cup away with a smile, asking, "That's good, huh?" She takes a towel and wipes the small spill from the girl's mouth, realizing, uh-oh, I made a clean spot there. She says, now I've done it. I guess I'll have to do the whole thing then. Ripley takes the damp corner of the towel and wipes softly at the child's cheek, noting that it's hard to believe that there's a little girl under all of this. And a pretty one, too. The little girl continues to stare past her in silence, and Ripley accurately assesses, "You don't talk much, do you?" But Gorman joins Hudson at the console, the private peering down at the schematics of the colony on a small screen. He snarks, smoking or non-smoking, as he smacks on a piece of chewing gum. But Gorman isn't in the mood for Hudson's humor, instructing him instead to just tell him what he's scanning for. Burke answers for him. PDTs. And when Gorman doesn't know what that is, Burke explains. Personal data transmitters. Every colonist had one surgically implanted. Hudson adds that if they're within 20 clicks, they'll read it out on here. But so far, Zippo. Back in their isolated cubicle, Ripley continues talking to the little girl, amazed that she managed to stay alive. She compliments her. "You're one brave kid, Rebecca." But a small voice escapes the child in a whisper. "Newt." She repeats herself at Ripley's request. "Newt. My name's Newt. Nobody calls me Rebecca except my brother." Ripley smiles. "Newt. I like that." She properly introduces herself to Newt as Ripley, adding that it's nice to meet her, and she asks, "Who's this?" Ripley raises the doll's head that rests in Newt's hands, the little girl introducing her as Casey. Ripley then asks about Newt's brother, learning that his name is Timmy. She wonders if Timmy could be around here somewhere too, maybe hiding out like she was. But Newt's lips sink into a small frown, which is enough of an answer for Ripley. "Any sisters?" Newt shakes her head. "Mom and Dad?" Newt nods. Ripley reaches her soft palm for Newt's chin, urging the child to look at her, asking her where her parents might be. But Newt spits back. "They're dead, all right. Can I go now?" Ripley recoils at the reality of what she's just been told, sincerely apologizing to Newt for the loss of her family. But she asks, doesn't Newt think that she'd be safer with her in the Marines? When Newt doesn't think so, Ripley assures her that these people are here to protect her. They're soldiers. But Newt is indifferent to Ripley's assertion, claiming that it won't make any difference.
What happened here?
Something awful.
Something terrible. Well, and when they're grilling her, like, where are your parents? It's like, dude, you know where your parents are.
Yeah.
Like, maybe we don't lead with that.
Mhm.
You know what I mean?
It is kind of ridiculous. There's no attempt to read the context clues.
Right. No.
Right.
It's like, well, she's obviously, her parents are fine. I don't know why she's still here like this. And that's even more worrisome for her to say that, because she's saying even with your firepower,
Yeah.
even with your organization, we're still screwed.
That's what I mean. Like, what happened here that you seen?
Yeah.
Where it's like, it doesn't matter, dude.
There's no faith.
Yeah.
But back in the med lab, Bishop peers through a microscope and into the flayed body of a face hugger, studying its internal organs and peeling its flesh open with the help of a pair of forceps.
So
No.
this is this is worrying.
Uh-huh. Spunkmeyer wheels in a cart of supplies, asking Bishop if he needs anything else. And he needs to ask him twice before Bishop tears himself away. He answers a succinct no. He then returns his eyes to the lenses of the microscope as Spunkmeyer snarks that that's a nice pet he's got there. Bishop concurs. Magnificent, isn't it? So, okay, so he's...
Bishop, we need you in another room.
It's like Ash 2.0.
Come do your stab scotch thing for everybody. Get away from that.
He's trying to learn.
And it's good to learn.
Right.
But I can't allow this. I can't allow this if we have the right person monitoring him.
Okay.
If we see him clearly falling too much in love with that thing, then he's got to go.
Right. Okay. That's fair enough.
Well, but also, even if it weren't Bishop being the one to like study this thing, part of the deal was we're not studying it.
True.
We're not bringing it back.
Yeah.
We're just wiping them out. We're not even supposed to be doing this.
Yeah.
That's honestly a great point, and everyone's just allowing it to happen.
Yeah.
I did really quick want to talk about what this is made of, because it did look very interesting when he's like peeling it open and looking inside. They said in the first movie they used a horseshoe crab with oysters and latex inside.
Oh.
For this movie, they used unrolled stomach tripe, chicken skin, and organic matter that had to be refrigerated every night before they came back to it. So this is, I mean...
It looks real.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It gets the job done.
Yeah.
For sure.
Something really cool about these sets as well at the Hadley's Hope colony.
Yeah.
They had about 400 feet of space to play with at Pinewood Studios, and they were able to construct a giant corridor that branched from the main stage all the way into the medical facility and the living quarters and the operations room.
Yeah.
So this set that we see and that they will occupy later and have to move through piece by piece was legitimately connected.
Oh, wow.
And I thought that was pretty awesome.
Yeah.
But back in the operations room, Hudson hunches over the monitor, and finally, he rejoices. Stop your grinning and drop your linen. Found 'em. Gorman wonders if they're alive, but Hudson can't tell. He says that they're all together over at the processing station, sub-level 3, under the main cooling towers. We zero in on their location on screen, Hudson supposing that it looks like a goddamn town meeting. Gorman stands upright, seemingly relieved when he orders Apone to saddle up. The sergeant gathers the group, everyone piling into the APC, the vehicle navigating uneven terrain as it sets off for the atmospheric processor. There would be no relief at all for me to see this.
Oh, no.
I don't know why they think that it's possible that they are just hanging out down there.
Yeah. Oh, they're all hiding together.
Oh, okay, cool. We'll get them, we'll talk to them.
Yeah.
No. Inside the vehicle, Newt sits buckled in her seat, clutching Casey into her arm and assuring the doll that everything will be okay. She looks over her shoulder at Ripley, who stares transfixed at the monitor, the grainy footage descending the exterior of the processing station. The APC rides up an access ramp, the heavy metal door lifting upon its arrival to allow them inside. The vehicle pulls up to park just outside of the main entrance, the Colonial Marines piling out at Gorman's direction in a V formation, the second unit following on the left flank. Gorman guides them forward, alerting them to a stairwell that they should encounter on their left, and the moment they reach it, Apone instructs Hudson to take point with Hicks watching their tails. But as they descend down to sub-level 2, the transmission begins to break up, static slowly filling the monitors in the APC. Hudson assumes it's just interference from the structure, but as they continue forward, The intermittent images captured by their cameras begin to confuse the lieutenant. He asks what it is he's looking at, and Hudson isn't sure himself. You tell me, man, I only work here. We cut from the transmission to a shot of the processing station ceiling, small flashlights tracing the dark, organic formations that cover the pipes overhead and all the way down to the distant ground below. Slick secretions that have hardened to form the hollow and cavernous structures of a hive. When the transmission returns, Gorman can't make sense of what he's seeing, turning his attention to the expert over his shoulder, but Ripley is unsure what to make of it as well. So something very interesting about this set and this shot.
Mm-hmm.
First, the set. Though most of the film was shot at Pinewood Studios, this sequence at the processing station was actually filmed in a decommissioned coal-generating plant in Acton, which is an industrial neighborhood in West London.
Okay.
They said that the deciding factor was the industrial look of the building's interior, and Lamont, the production designer, noted that all of the walkways and stairways were grill, and so when you looked down, you could see top to bottom, and we get quite a few shots of that later that are kind of frightening.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But even better, the people who owned the building told the production that they could do whatever they wanted with it.
Oh, wow.
They said that the only issue was that the building's interior was covered in asbestos.
Oh, shit. Just a little
Yeah.
problem.
Yeah.
A little hiccup.
It's a little airborne.
Yeah.
But before they could begin their construction, a firm had to come in and clear the plant of contaminants, and readings of the air quality had to be taken multiple times a day during production. And it made me laugh because Hurd made a point of saying that even so, the readings at the Acton factory were better than the readings that they got at Pinewood Studios.
God damn.
And I'm like, you just really hated working there, didn't you?
Jesus.
But also, in order for the APC vehicle to work at this location, they had to pull 38 tons of lead out of it and reinforce the floors of the plant so that the vehicle wouldn't fall through.
Oh, shit.
And again, they obviously could have built this set at Pinewood Studios, but of course that would have taken a lot of time and a lot of money, which were two things that were in very short supply.
Yeah.
But something interesting about this set is that it was reused in Tim Burton's Batman.
Oh.
I believe it's the factory with the Joker.
Okay.
Very
All right,
cool.
Yeah.
But this shot, it will surprise you because it surprised the hell out of me. This is another brilliant use of miniatures.
Oh, wow.
Amazing.
Yeah.
So what they did is they had people who were on the miniatures team go to this set in Acton, and they took pictures and kind of blocked out where this top of the hive would go.
Mm-hmm.
And whenever they got back to the studio at Pinewood, they sculpted and painted this ceiling section. And whenever they eventually shot this shot, they placed that sculpted section 40 feet away from the actual set. And so they're both being captured at the same time, but it's giving this illusion of this massive hive at the top of this ceiling.
Yeah.
Like forced perspective.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
That's really cool.
The amazing thing is they also, because you see the Marines shining their flashlights, the people with the model had tiny flashlights following their movements.
That's really cool.
And they showed this to the executives at Fox, and at first it pissed them off because, yeah, I know.
Why?
They were confused, and they had said, why are you wasting so much money building these giant sets? When are you going to start using miniatures? And Galen Hurd was like, we are.
Yeah.
That's one of them.
Yeah.
And they were like, oh.
They're still mad. Well, I was big and small at the same time. They're just confused.
Yeah.
But suspenseful strings rise in the score as the Marines continue forward. Apone reminding them over the radio to be cautious and telling them to watch their fire as they're looking for civilians in here. As they venture through this peculiar cave, an unknown liquid leaks down on them from above. Dietrich snaps a crystallized piece free from one of the sinister-looking stalagmites. She notes that it looks like some kind of secreted resin. Hicks concurs, but secreted from what?
That's the question.
Yeah.
Apone just urges them not to touch anything at all. But peering over Ripley's shoulder, Burt can't help but comment. Busy little creatures, huh? Inside, Frost complains about how hot it is, and when Hudson jokes that it's at least a dry heat, Apone admonishes him.
Speaking of which, they talked about throughout the film it was freezing cold. And so whenever they would put the fake sweat on them, it just made them colder because they were wet.
Yeah.
But it's like they all look so hot.
Yeah.
Like they all look so sweaty. They look so uncomfortable. But they were actually freezing cold the entire film. Yeah.
Just watching it, you would imagine that this place is just a humid mess.
Yes.
That's unbelievable. The large collection of colonists blink brightly on the screen in the APC. Gorman, Ripley, and Burke watching as the Colonial Marines approach it slowly in single file. Seeing this beep and them moving forward, it reminded me so much of Dallas and the Duct in Alien.
Okay.
Just kind of using a similar technology, but in a different way, you know?
Yeah.
Ripley asks Gorman what those pulse rifles fire, and the lieutenant answers, 10mm explosive tip, caseless, a standard light armor piercing round. He wonders why Ripley wants to know. And Ripley reminds him where his team is right now. They're right under the primary heat exchangers. Gorman's like, so? Ripley responds, so, if they fire their weapons in there, won't they rupture the cooling system? Burt comes online, realizing that Ripley is absolutely right. But Gorman still doesn't grasp it somehow, until Burke explains. This whole station is basically a big fusion reactor, so they're talking about a thermonuclear explosion, and adios, muchachos. The reality of this possibility rattles Gorman, the lieutenant cursing before composing himself and calling out to Apone. Look, we can't have any firing in there. I want you to collect the magazines from everybody.
A couple things. Burke clocking this before Gorman is embarrassing.
Yeah.
As fuck. But, I mean, firstly, Ripley should just be like, move. Let me, give me your chair.
Yeah.
But I'm like, okay, if I'm Gorman, understanding the severity that it is that they do not fire in there, knowing that it's clear they don't respect me. They have more experience than me. So why would I know any better than them? Wouldn't you tell them why?
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Why they can't fire? Because as soon as he said it, and I'm not trying to give anything away, I'm like, they're not going to fucking listen to him.
Yeah.
They don't respect you.
No, coming from Gorman, it feels arbitrary.
Yeah.
Right.
I said don't fire, so don't fire. And it's like, well, who the fuck are you? I don't respect you. Be like, listen.
Yeah, because that would get me to be like, all right, fuck you, but I'm not going to fire anything.
And then maybe I respect this guy a little bit more because good looking out.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. It's just, this guy's just fucking frustrating.
And how did they not know that? Like, why does she have to tell them? Were you not prepared for all of this?
What's really funny is that if Ripley didn't come here,
Yeah.
Oh, they're
that's what I'm
done.
saying,
Yeah, it's over.
Hudson isn't having it, wondering if Gorman is fucking insane. Frost asks what the hell they're supposed to use instead. Harsh language?
That's funny.
Gorman answers that they're authorized to use flame units only, and that he wants all rifles slung, and no grenades. Apone's attempted counter is quickly countered by Gorman, the sergeant left with no choice but to follow the orders of his superior, collecting each magazine from every Marine. Drake, Vasquez, Dietrich, Hicks, Hudson, Frost, Wierzbowski. But when he returns to the front of the line with Drake and Vasquez, Hicks unveils a shotgun from a hidden holster at his back, racking it and confiding to Frost that he likes to keep it handy for close encounters. This line is top tier.
That's funny.
That's really good.
Yeah.
Because they're literally about to encounter some aliens.
Uh-huh.
But also for the shotgun usage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Usage.
Vasquez also pockets a hidden magazine against the direct order of the lieutenant as she leads the way with Drake, their squad flanking them as they continue on through the corridor.
You're so cool, Vasquez.
He's so impressed. The steady beep of the tracker and the incessant dripping from above accompany their every step until they reach the center of the processing station. The group freezes in horror at what lies in front of them, Apone only able to mutter, "Holy shit." The camera climbs this frightful sight, revealing that within the dried, sprawling resin rests the corpse of a colonist, cocooned and bonded with the organic material, his fossilized face frozen forever in terror. The cameras of the core continue to capture more and more corpses, hidden high within the hive, and Ripley wisely instructs Newt to go sit up front so she isn't a witness to this.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think we need to go back.
Yeah.
The grisly images appear through static, Hicks using the barrel of his shotgun to peel back the flaps of hatched alien eggs and lifting the withered, discarded face huggers from a lifeless litter of them on the ground. Apone instructs them to stay steady, reminding them that they're Marines and they have a job to do. Vasquez leads the way, glancing over the railing and down into what appears to be a bottomless abyss below the metal grates. Dietrich breaks formation, approaching another cocooned colonist encased within the glistening resin. She smooths her slick hair back, raising her head, but to a shriek in the score, the colonist, played by Barbara Coles, opens her eyes. Dietrich darts backwards, shouting for help and calling Apone over to her. They've got a live one. The woman shivers within the wall, Dietrich promising her that she's gonna be all right. But one whispered request escapes the pale woman's lips, addressing her would-be rescuers. "Kill me." Ripley watches in trembling terror through the monitor as the woman begins to convulse, something ripping raggedly beneath her flesh and stretching through her tattered clothing. Ripley clutches her hand over her heart, her nightmare now vivid and vibrant through the distorted screen on the console. Apone reaches for Dietrich's shoulder, pulling her back as the infant xenomorph bursts bloody through the woman's chest, shattering through her sternum with a snarl of sharp teeth. Apone snatches the flamethrower from Frost, a steady blaze engulfing the chestburster and the colonist, the small creature screeching a high-pitched cry as it burns alive.
It was just a little guy. That scream made me a little sad. He wasn't going to do anything wrong. He definitely didn't already do something wrong.
Yeah, well.
This is going to be a hard life, man. But these cries seem to awaken something much worse, as horrific hisses echo through the endless hive, and structures previously thought to be solid resin now stir with new life.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Xenomorph after xenomorph unravels from their shadowy perches, the shimmering surface of their exoskeletons catching the low light, drool dripping from them downward into the dim corridor. Hudson is alerted to movement over the tracker at his hip coming from multiple signals. But even with Apone's incessant and urgent prodding, he can't tell where they're coming from. The sergeant urges his squad to go infrared, each of them dropping goggles down from their tactical helmets in the hopes to spot whatever is approaching them. But back in the APC, a frantic Gorman cycles from screen to screen, crying out to Apone and demanding to know what the hell's going on in there. Ripley begs him to just pull everyone out. But back inside the processing station, the xenomorphs slither through the dark, their movements registering on Hudson's tracker, the private sharing with the rest of the squad that he's getting readings in front of and behind them. But with their infrared sights, the encroaching enemy is imperceptible to his colleagues, and Hudson meets their disbelief with an emphatic reiteration. "Look, I'm telling you, there's something moving, and it ain't us." As they encircle each other, an accidental bump between them startling the frazzled Frost, Hudson frets that the tracker's off scale. He quavers, "They're all around us, man!" Dietrich shines her light over the twisted textures of the resin, turning her back to it as she supposes that maybe they don't show up on the infrared at all. But the long tail of a xenomorph hidden within the wall unwinds, the creature breaking free from the structure to reach for Dietrich, wrapping its arms around her and lifting her upward. She screams, tensing her finger on the trigger of her flamethrower, and rather ironically, setting Frost ablaze.
Yeah.
He twists in the fire, stumbling over the railing and plummeting deep into the dark levels below. The score grows frenzied as Crow and Wierzbowski peer downward at the falling Frost, the pair promptly pulled away by Hicks when he spies Frost's flamethrower resting within the flickering fire next to them. The compressed canister within it explodes and blasts the trio back into the corridor. Crow flies headfirst into a crystallized column, his neck crunching upon impact. I don't mean to laugh, but I was like, holy shit, dude.
It was a lot.
Yeah.
Gorman watches from the APC as his and Frost's vitals suddenly flatline on the monitor. The lieutenant demands to know what the hell is going on, shouting that Frost and Crow are off the board. Apone attempts to make contact with Frost, to no avail, and Wierzbowski's distant cries rouse Hicks from Crow's side, the corporal calling out into the dark for him. But when Vasquez has seen enough, she loads her stashed magazine into her assault weapon and opens fire. The incessant shots and muzzle flashes alert Gorman to this ignored order, the lieutenant shouting into his microphone that he told them to hold their fire. Hudson screams through the fray that they're coming out of the walls, and Vasquez tries like hell to blast them to keep them at bay. A shuddering Gorman attempts to regain control, his shaky voice directing Apone to lay down a suppressing fire with the incinerators. But Apone can't hear his superior over the static or the rapid fire of Vasquez and Drake. A sweating Gorman repeats his order, demanding that they fall back to the APC. But this directive is unheard and unheeded when a xenomorph pounces upon Apone, snatching the sergeant up toward the ceiling, his camera disconnecting, and his monitor giving way to a snow of static.
I think we fucked up.
Yeah.
Gorman's eyes widen, his quavering voice calling out for Apone, only for Ripley to snap him out of his stuttering stupor, shouting that Apone is gone. She yells for him to get the Marines out of there and to do it now. Gorman's eyes dart from screen to screen as he tells Ripley under his breath for her to shut up.
What?
I know.
There's literally nothing you can say.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it.
You can't say I got a handle on this.
Yeah.
No.
Shut
nothing.
up.
He's terrified.
He's sweating and trembling.
Yeah.
Yeah, so why wouldn't you relinquish it to somebody who clearly knows more? It's ego.
Yeah, I don't know. He's in shock or some shit. He's just like,
We'll slap him or something.
In lieu of the malfunctioning lieutenant, Ripley takes it upon herself to bark her own orders through her headset, directing Hicks to grab whoever's left But Gorman tears the headset away from Ripley, shouting again for her to shut up. Unable to reach Apone, Hudson takes it upon himself to fall back with Hicks, the frenzy of firepower, flames, and static overtaking the monitors as xenomorphs move in on their position, their screeches echoing through the caverns. Gorman laments that he told them to fall back. They didn't fall back. His eyes search aimlessly for an answer that he never finds, Ripley having to seize him by the shoulders and shout directly into his frightened face to do something. When Gorman goes offline, Ripley pushes past Burke for the front of the APC, securing Newt into her seat before commandeering the carrier. By the time Gorman even realizes what's going on, Ripley has already shifted gears, speeding down the corridor to rescue the remaining Marines.
He was waiting for the simulation to stop.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So usually we get a screen that says something.
Right, it's over by now.
Yeah, I don't know what to do. Gorman rushes for the controls, attempting to tear them away from Ripley's grasp. They struggle as Ripley loses control of the APC, the massive vehicle scraping against the corridor wall before she's able to correct their course with the help of Burke, who pushes Gorman out of the way, telling him that he had his chance. Now unabated at the wheel, Ripley charges forward, through a wall of steam and the rising orchestral score, to crash right through the resin barrier of the hive, the destruction creating an improvised exit for the crew. Hicks and Hudson fall back as Vasquez and Drake cover their rear, the gunners continuing their assault on the aliens as the two men are able to make their way over to the APC to climb in. Low on ammunition, Drake rips the rifle from his body, losing his helmet in the process as he reaches instead for his flamethrower. He lays down a literal suppressive fire for his squad, torching the xenomorphs. But when one breaks free to flank Drake from the opposite side, Vasquez blasts it with her machine gun. Her bullets rip the creature apart, which sends its acidic blood spattering across Drake's face, the caustic liquid eating right through his flesh. Drake's flamethrower slips from his grasp, a blast of fire cast right into the carrier, Ripley rushing for an extinguisher to snuff it out, and once she does, she returns to the driver's seat. But Vasquez cries out for her comrade through the open door, and when she attempts to exit the APC to try to rescue him, Hudson holds her back, knocking her weapon out of her hands and pinning her to the door. He screams that Drake is gone, and a shattered Vasquez still struggles against his grasp. Hicks races for the door, attempting to slide it closed, but before he can, the pointed finger of a xenomorph blocks its path on the track, its frightful face forced in at Hicks through the crack, the corporal crying out for help, screaming that they're in the goddamn door. Vasquez and Hudson rush to his aid, putting all of their weight against the door, but still unable to match the strength of the xenomorph. A small secondary jaw snaps open behind the sharp teeth of the alien, and flanked by Hudson and Vasquez, Hicks reaches desperately for something to stop the creature. And he finds it, his dropped shotgun. He jams the barrel into the xenomorph's mouth, blasting it to bits with a, "Eat this." It's like, come on.
Very good. Michael Biehn had said that to get this, he kept, because it's a puppet.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
He kept sticking the gun in the puppet, or trying to, and he kept missing. And so they were having to do it again and again and again. And James Cameron came up with the idea of him starting it with the gun in its mouth and then pulling it out. And then they reversed it.
Okay.
And he was like, I didn't think that would work, but seeing it, he was like, it is so cool.
Yeah.
And they do that a lot in this film, where it's like, it just logistically, for whatever reason, wouldn't work or didn't look convincing the way that they did it. And so they would do it backwards, drop something, and then roll it back to make it look like it's hopping up.
Huh.
A lot. And
Okay.
it always works, and you never clock, oh, that looked weird. Like,
Yeah,
it never,
no.
it always looks good.
That's really, really smart.
Yeah.
The xenomorph's acidic blood splashes to coat Hudson's arm, the private screaming in sharp pain as Hicks and Vasquez are finally able to slide the door closed. Ripley whips the battered and beaten up vehicle out of the hive, flames still rising on its exterior as she takes off through the corridor, the speed of her exit sending the unsecured soldiers staggering backward. Items shift overhead, clattering from their shelves, some of them cracking Gorman across the skull, knocking him promptly to the floor. This is probably for the best.
Yeah. It is funny to see that we are still driving gas-powered vehicles.
Yeah. So we still haven't figured that out.
Yeah.
Let's be realistic.
But as Ripley races for the ramp to exit the processing station, the sharp tail of a xenomorph suddenly shatters through the windshield, the creature seizing her in its sharp grasp. Ripley slams on the brakes, sending the xenomorph tumbling to the concrete, and before it can recover, Ripley charges for it, the creature crunched beneath the APC's massive rotating tires. With no time to waste, Ripley crashes through the door before it can race for her, the large vehicle catching air over the ramp and rough terrain, a worrisome metallic screech denoting some kind of structural damage. But Ripley keeps driving, only slowing down when Hicks sidles up to her, assuring her that they're all clear, but revealing that she's blown the transaxle and that they're just grinding metal. He reaches for her hands at the controls, imploring her to ease down and helping her to bring the vehicle to a stop. Ripley sits, catching her breath, but a small cough rouses her from her seat. It's Newt, who left the safety of her chair to hide within a more comfortable and more confined space. Ripley checks to see if she's all right, and Newt offers a silent and very cool thumbs up. What a sequence.
Yeah. It all just went to hell.
Yeah. And everything just happens so fast, and there's so many things going on. You have everything happening in the hive, intercut with everything happening within the APC.
Yeah.
And then it all converges. I just, you're so amazed, and you think of all the pieces that had to be in place for this to work out the way that it did.
Yeah.
There's portions, like I had said earlier, where the APC is a miniature. Sometimes it's not. It's just like, I don't even know the ingenuity to put this all together.
Yeah.
It's just amazing to me.
Oh, yeah.
There was something that made me laugh that Bill Paxton had talked about. He said that whenever they were using the flamethrowers in the APC, they're really using the flamethrowers.
Yeah.
And so
Damn.
there is that fire that's caught and kind of catches that Ripley puts out. And he had said that they were in the APC and the smoke is rising. And he looks over at Jeanette Goldstein and they're really like deep in this scene and in character. And she's like, I can't breathe. And he's like, he goes, my stupid fucking actor brain. He's like, oh my God, what a great improv.
Use it.
And he's like still in the scene. And then he's like, and then it hits him. But it's like, oh my God, dude. Ripley turns her attention to the rest of the crew, who seem to be fine, albeit a bit shaken up, all except Gorman, who Hicks finds knocked out in the back of the vehicle. The corporal assumes him to be concussed, but still alive. This is challenged by the furious Vasquez, who charges for his unconscious body, shouting that Gorman is dead. Seizing him by his shirt, she fumes. Wake up, pendejo! I'm gonna kill you! Hicks holds her back, ordering her to back off. She drops Gorman harshly from her grasp, his injured head whacking the object behind him. Just
Insult to injury.
Yeah.
He has it coming.
He does.
Yeah.
Hicks calls out for a first aid kit, but the camera follows Hudson as he staggers his way over to the monitors. And once there, he makes a surprising discovery. The Sarge and Dietrich aren't dead. He says that their vital signs are real low, but they're still alive. Hicks stands from Gorman's side to confirm this, and Vasquez suggests that they need to go back in and get them then. A fearful Hudson disagrees, but Vasquez reminds him that they don't leave their people behind. Hudson cries that he isn't going anywhere, and she can't make him. But Ripley interrupts them both with a dose of reality. They can't help them. Right now, they're being cocooned, just like the others. Hudson's eyes trace the monitors as he sinks into dire denial. But a pragmatic Vasquez takes inventory. They've got 7 canisters of CN20. Why don't they just roll them in there and nerve gas the whole fucking nest? Hicks, who is now wrapping Hudson's injured arm, admits that it's worth a try, but they don't even know if nerve gas would affect the aliens at all.
Yeah, that would suck to do it.
Yeah.
It's like, now we can't go over there.
No, they're like, we get high off of this, dude.
Yeah.
We love it. Hudson suggests that they just bug out and call it even, unsure why they're even still talking about this. But the camera pulls back to reveal the smoking and silent Ripley, who finally speaks up when she becomes certain of an idea. I say we take off and nuke the entire site from orbit. It's the only way to be sure. She earns Hudson's endorsement with a fucking A. But Burke speaks up from the peanut gallery, urging Ripley to hold on. This installation has a substantial dollar value attached to it. Ripley scoffs that they can bill her. She's already $42 million in the hole, if you recall.
Yeah, maybe not.
Yeah. What's the difference? Iconic.
Yes.
Like, but I'm like, the fact that we're still looking at this based on monetary value, I would catch a case.
Yeah.
Even more than, I guess, whatever she's already
Bert collects his thoughts a moment before countering. He acknowledges that this is an emotional time for all of them. But now is not the time to be making snap judgments. He says that this is clearly an important species that they're dealing with here, and he doesn't think that he or Ripley or anyone else has the right to arbitrarily exterminate them.
What?
Wasn't that the whole point?
I
Yeah.
know.
Wasn't that what he promised her?
Well, that was the plan.
Oh, you're right.
Yes,
No, you're
yeah.
right. And I
Plans
fucking knew
changed.
it.
Yeah.
I fucking knew it.
Ripley and Vasquez immediately call bullshit, bolstered by the blubbering Hudson. Maybe you haven't been keeping up on current events, but we just got our asses kicked, pal. Burke returns to the more reasonable Ripley, explaining that he isn't blind to what's going on, but he simply can't authorize that kind of action. He apologizes. But Burke's words don't carry the weight that he thinks they do, as Ripley reminds him that it's in fact Corporal Hicks who has authority here. This operation is under military jurisdiction, and Hicks is next in the chain of command. She confirms this with the corporal, Hicks reluctantly agreeing that that's right. Burke leans closer to Ripley, leveling with her that this is a multi-million-dollar installation, and that Hicks isn't fit to make that type of decision. He's just a grunt.
Ooh, that's going to cost you.
Yeah, I was gonna
He claims no offense, and Hicks doesn't take any offense to it. But he makes his rightful decision, radioing in to Farrow, calling for an immediate evac, which she approves. He then cuts his eyes to Burke, repeating Ripley's request word for word. I say we take off, nuke this site from orbit. It's the only way to be sure. He looks over to Ripley, who offers him a slight smile.
What are we?
Yeah.
But dude, just the small whatever we've seen, I think that's what we need to do.
Yes.
They took care of the whole colony.
Yeah.
And then we went in there, and now we're how many men down?
Yeah.
Like, come on.
Yeah.
The remaining crew exits the broken down APC, carrying Gorman on a gurney and lowering him down onto the ground within the rocks at Hicks' direction. The corporal cracks a flare, tossing it into a clearing to signal Farrow for their evacuation. At the dropship, Farrow calls out to Spunkmeyer, who races up the ramp, but when he reaches to pull himself up into the cargo hold, he finds something slick and sticky there. The unknown liquid coating his palm. He pulls his hand back, warning Farrow to hold on. He says that there's something... His eyes search around the hold as Farrow interrupts him. Just get up here. Rather than press the issue, Spunkmeyer just climbs up to press the button that closes the ramp. Say something.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it also is very funny that xenomorphs are just walking around just leaving the drool.
Yeah.
It's like, God damn, close your mouth.
Well, they've got two of them. So,
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Give him a break.
The dropship lifts off, Ripley spying the ship from the evac site as it sails across the horizon. But in the cockpit, Farrow calls out to Spunkmeyer over the radio, annoyed when he doesn't answer her call. But when the door behind her suddenly slides open, she looks over her shoulder, offering an irritated, "Now where the hell were—" But it isn't Spunkmeyer that she sees there. A snarling xenomorph has entered the cockpit, drool dripping from its hissing mouth as it charges for her, sinking its sharp teeth into her face, spattering her blood against the cockpit window.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
This cracked me up just thinking of this xenomorph like pressing the button for
Yeah.
the door.
Yeah.
Just
I know.
right.
Yeah.
The waiting crew can only watch as the dropship flies uneasily through the sky, colliding against a massive mountain, losing one of its wings in the process. Ripley cries for the crew to take cover, scooping Newt into her arms as they all dive behind the nearby rocks, the dropship diving right for the dirt, crashing and burning, explosions erupting, pieces of the aircraft bursting outward from the rising balls of fire. So this crash of the dropship is another use of miniatures.
That's awesome.
They said that they had built a 12-foot dropship and they guided it on a track of piano wire, and then they cut it free.
Okay.
and they shot it at 5 times its normal speed and timed it with charges and detonators.
Okay.
And the amazing thing about it is that the main unit and the miniatures unit were shooting at the same time. And so rather than use a blue screen and then the actors just react to nothing and then splice it in later, they actually did a rear projection of the ship crashing so the actors could react to it.
That's cool.
The crew collects themselves, flickering flames and scattered debris surrounding them as they reach their feet. Hudson reaches for a jagged piece of metal blasted at them from the destroyed dropship. He staggers on his feet, tossing it away as he whines. That's great, man. That's just fucking great, man. Now what the fuck are we supposed to do? We're in some real pretty shit now, man. Hicks grabs him by his armor, admonishing him, and Hudson pulls away, crumbling against the jagged rocks. Hicks checks in on everyone else, making sure that they're all right. It is kind of funny to still see Gorman knocked out on the gurney.
Yeah.
We don't need him.
he's fine.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
But Newt seems to be handling things a lot better than Hudson, sidling up to Ripley with an accurate assumption. I guess we're not going to be leaving now, right? Ripley apologizes to Newt, but Newt says that she doesn't have to be sorry. It wasn't her fault.
That was very emotionally mature.
Yeah.
I'd feel bad as
Yes.
Hudson howls from the rocks. That's it, man. Game over, man. Game over.
Do we have a sedative or something?
Yeah, he's freaking out.
He's traumatized.
He is.
He is.
He has cracked. And as a millennial, I did hear this in Stewie's voice.
Yeah.
But we need to get him somewhere, and he needs to rest.
Dude, lay down with Gorman.
Just hit him in his head. I'm like, dude, he's coming apart.
Yeah.
He cries out over the crew, wondering what the fuck they're supposed to do, only for Burke to offer some unhelpful sarcasm. Maybe we could build a fire, sing a couple of songs? Why don't we try that?
Why don't we beat the shit
Yeah, I know.
out of Burke just to make the time go by?
Yeah.
Why didn't we leave him in the cave?
You know?
I mean,
I feel like that could have solved a lot of problems.
we also lost Burke.
Yeah.
Right, guys? Yeah.
We're going to need food.
Yeah.
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 But Newt suggests that they better get back because it'll be dark soon. She reveals they mostly come at night. Mostly.
Now I hear Cartman.
I was like, that's what this is from?
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it.
To pluck that from this moment.
Ripley reaches her hand around Newt's waist as the pair stare off into the distant processing station, which houses the horrific hive of creatures that are sure to come calling for them. But the remaining crew returns to the operations room of the colony, Hicks taking inventory of all they could salvage out of the APC wreckage. 4 pulse rifles with about 50 rounds each, which isn't good. 15 M40 grenades, and the last flamethrower, which he says is only half full, but it's still functional. After being scolded for reaching for an M40, Newt instead steals a military helmet, placing it upon her head. She's like, so you said we have how many of these? Yeah. It's like, dude, not you. But honestly, she might be better equipped to deal with it than fucking Hudson.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ripley wonders how long after they're declared overdue can they expect a rescue. Hicks casts his eyes to Vasquez, the pair clearly aware of the answer, but both reluctant to share it. Hicks finally does. 17 days. Unsurprisingly, taking this news the hardest is Hudson. He turns sharply to face his superior. He cries out that he doesn't want to rain on his parade, but they're not going to last 17 hours. He's certain that those things are going to come in here just like they did before. They're going to come in here and they're going to get them. Ripley shouts over Hudson's panic, reminding him that Newt survived longer than that with no weapons and no training. It's true.
It's so true. And the fact that, like, I know, obviously, he doesn't know Newt Newt is of no relation to anyone here.
Yeah.
It's not like when they go out on these missions, they bring a kid and have to be strong for the kid. But isn't it just like instinct to try to hold it together so that you don't freak the kid out?
One would think.
Yeah.
It's just like reckless.
You're making me laugh. They're like, we keep an android, we keep a kid.
A
We take
child.
both. That's how we do our missions now. But yeah, there's no attempt at even...
Yeah, he's lost all hope.
Yeah.
Ripley asks Newt if that's right, and the little girl offers a silent salute to Hudson. Hudson howls. Then why don't you put her in charge?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe we should. He's hilarious.
Yes.
It's too much.
Ripley implores that Hudson better start dealing with it, urging him to listen to her. She's sick of his bullshit, but they need him. She orders him to get onto a terminal and call up some kind of floor plan file, construction blueprints, anything that shows the layout of this place. Hudson finally seems to hear her, Ripley adding that she needs to see electrical access tunnels, sub-basements, every possible way into this complex. She tells him that they don't have much time, and so Hudson collects himself with a sharp exhale, Ripley reminding him to just relax. Bishop, who we have not seen in a very long time,
Yeah.
I was very worried.
Yeah, that's true.
It's like I've made a pact with the aliens. He approaches the group, alerting them that he'll be in the med lab. He assures them that he'll check on Gorman and then continue his analysis. Ripley allows this, which surprised me a lot.
Yeah.
I would think that she would want to keep her eyes on him.
Mm-hmm.
But sometime later, Hudson does find the blueprints, Ripley realizing that there's a long service tunnel beneath the building that the xenomorphs must be using to move back and forth. Hudson confirms this and moves from the processing station right to the sublevel. Newt attempts to peer past the adults to see the blueprints herself, even jumping to glance over their shoulders, but she walks away from them when she's unable to. Hicks, however, takes notice of this, lifting her onto the table to join the rest of the crew so she can be a part of their plan. That was adorable.
Yeah.
Through the blueprints, Ripley locates a service door, supposing they can close it and weld it shut. But Hudson suggests that they should figure out what they'll do when they eventually get into the complex. So Ripley devises another plan, repairing barricades and sealing the ducts around the med lab and operations room to keep the creatures out. Hicks seems impressed, noting that when they're done, all they'll need is a deck of cards. He orders the others to move like they have purpose, the privates answering their corporal with an eager affirmative, which Newt's small voice echoes.
Oh.
Yeah. We got a plan.
Finally,
Yeah.
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 All it took was Gorman being unconscious.
Wow. Get him out of here.
I was gonna say, then let's remember that.
Yeah.
Newt and Burke gather supplies as the rest of the crew tend to their tasks, repairing, sealing, and welding the barricades with whatever they can find. But in the midst of their work, Hicks approaches Ripley, handing over a small locator for her to wear on her wrist. He says that he'll be able to find her anywhere in the complex, assuring her that it's only a precaution.
So is this like Facebook official for them? It's like a Letterman's jacket.
Yeah. It's a soft launch.
It's soft launch.
Yeah.
Soft launch.
Ripley thanks him for it, putting it on, but Hicks jokes. This doesn't mean we're engaged or anything.
I disagree.
Yeah. It's like we're actually married.
Yeah.
Ripley chuckles as the pair return to their assignments. But sometime later, we watch as Ripley carries a sleepy Newt to bed in a lowly lit laboratory, tucking her beneath the blankets. She tells the little girl she should have a nap as she's very tired. But Newt doesn't want to, revealing to Ripley that she has scary dreams. Addressing the doll's head in her hands, Ripley says that she's sure that Casey doesn't have scary dreams. She takes a peek into the doll's opened neck, confirming, nope, nothing bad in there. She suggests that maybe Newt could try to be like Casey. But Newt, far too mature, levels with the adult. Ripley, she doesn't have bad dreams because she's just a piece of plastic.
She's like, don't bullshit me.
It's like, goddamn, these kids are growing up fast.
That was adorable. I was like watching her put her to bed. I just need us to find a way to clean this little girl up.
They're still working on it.
We need some kind of, I know that Ripley was kind of dry scrubbing her face earlier, but it's like we need some kind of running water. We need to wash this baby's hair, wash her face.
Something.
Like it was stressing me out a little bit.
Well, we're using all that water for the coffee we've been drinking.
That's a fair point.
Do you want hot chocolate or a clean face? These are your
Hot chocolate. Fair enough.
Ripley scoffs a laugh, apologizing to Newt and telling her that she's right. She switches on a Weyland-Yutani branded heater to keep Newt warm during her nap. But Newt laments that her mother always told her that there are no monsters, no real ones. But there are. Ripley admits that this is true, but Newt wonders why they tell kids that. Ripley answers that most of the time, it's true. Mostly. But she reaches for her wrist, unstrapping Hicks's tracker and placing it on Newt's wrist instead. That's like regifting. That's cool.
Hicks is like, wow.
Yeah. Ripley's like, I don't want this shit.
You can't tie Ripley down there.
She tells the little girl to take it for luck. She switches off the light above Newt, but when she gets up to leave, Newt reaches desperately for her arm, begging her not to go. Please. Ripley assures her that she's going to be right in the next room and directs her attention to a camera, which oscillates in the corner of the ceiling. Ripley adds that she can watch her right through that camera all the time, just to make sure she's safe. She tucks Casey into the crook of Newt's arm, promising, I'm not going to leave you, Newt. I mean that. At Newt's insistence, Ripley crosses her heart and hopes to die. Once she does, Newt rises from her blankets to wrap her arms around Ripley, Ripley offering a sweet kiss to her cheek before lowering her back to her pillow. She urges Newt to get some sleep and not to dream. Tricking her with the tip of her finger on her jacket, Newt bops Ripley's nose when she looks down, causing her to laugh. She calls Newt a sneak before she makes her exit, and all alone in her bed now, Newt eyes the tracker on her wrist. And these are the kind of moments that I was talking about where things just kind of slow down, and we have a little bit of time with these characters and their dynamics.
Right.
I think it's really, really crucial and very honestly cool in this film that's so action heavy.
Yeah.
To have these human and emotional moments. But next door, Ripley and the rest of the crew check in with Bishop in the med lab, gathered over Gorman's unconscious body on a gurney. The artificial person shares the findings from his research with them, explaining that the molecular acid from the face huggers oxidizes after the creature's death, completely neutralizing it. Ripley supposes that that's all well and good, but it doesn't really get them anywhere. She says that they grab the colonists, get them over there, and immobilize them to be hosts for more of them. She assumes that this would mean that there has to be a lot more of these parasites. One for each colonist would be over 100 at least. Bishop agrees, and Ripley continues. Each one of these things comes from an egg, right? She then settles on the most pertinent question. Then who's laying these eggs? This to me almost feels like it could have been a jumping off point for James Cameron when he's writing it. Because that is such a good question to come away from the original with.
Yeah.
Bishop says he doesn't know, but he's certain that it must be something that they haven't encountered yet. But when Ripley orders the creatures to be destroyed once Bishop is finished with his research, Bishop reveals that Burke gave him instructions that they were to be kept alive in stasis for return to the company labs. He was very specific about that.
Say what now?
But I think at least with him saying that, I can trust Bishop a little more. You're gonna you just told me something you probably weren't supposed to say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Although it's very funny to think that Burke gave him that directive, but he wasn't like programmed to keep it a secret.
He's just like, whatever.
Yeah.
Ripley hates him. They're never going to interact.
Maybe he's like, yeah, the breakfast was really tense. Who knows? Ripley immediately retreats to confront Burke, the company man who claimed he could be trusted. He explains that those two specimens are worth millions to the bioweapons division, and he says that if Ripley is smart, they can both come out of this as heroes, and they will be set up for life. Ripley charges that Burke is crazy, surprised that he really thinks he could get a dangerous organism like that past ICC quarantine. Burke wonders, though, how could they impound it if they don't know about it? Ripley assures him that they will know about it because she's going to tell them, just like they'll know that Burke is responsible for the deaths of 157 colonists.
Ripley? Ripley? Don't threaten him yet.
It's like when a villain gives away the entire plan.
Yes.
You're like, oh, so I see all the holes in your plan.
Yes.
Burke tells Ripley to hold on, but Ripley reveals that she checked the colony log, a directive dated 6/12/79, signed Burke Carter J. She says that Burke sent them out there to that derelict ship, and he didn't even warn them. Why didn't he warn them? Burke attempts to weasel his way out of taking responsibility, asking, what if the ship didn't even exist? He claims that he didn't know, and if he went and made a major security situation out of it, everybody would have stepped in. Administration steps in, and then there's no exclusive rights for anybody. Nobody wins.
What?
I know. What does that
But
mean?
people live. That means nothing?
Gotta weigh that against...
Well, there's no exclusive rights.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
And this, what are you saying? Are you like, we've copyrighted Facehugger?
Yeah.
What are you talking
yeah. So you're making merch?
I guess, yeah. He's like, this isn't about weapons for me. I just wanted a t-shirt with one of those things on
Yeah.
it. But he says that he made a decision, though he admits that it was wrong. It was a bad call. Ripley seizes on this phrase, spitting it back at him. A bad call? She grabs him by the shirt, pinning him against the wall and offering a harsh reminder. These people are dead, Burke. She wonders if he has any idea what he's done here. When Burke doesn't answer, Ripley assures him that she's going to make sure that they nail him right to the wall for this. He's not going to sleaze his way out of this one. Right to the wall. She unhands him, turning to storm out of the room, but Burke calls out to her, causing her to turn back and face him. He admits that he expected more from her. He thought that she'd be smarter than this, but Ripley is more than happy to disappoint him.
Smarter than what? Like we're supposed to go and talk to the aliens and be like, look, I know you guys can kill us, but...
He's like, there's a stuffed animal in it.
Yeah, right?
So you're saying no to this plushie?
Yeah.
This prototype plushie?
Right? You'll be on Leno. You'll be on...
Yeah.
Wait, we went backwards.
Yeah. Time's
Really?
a flat circle. He is fully trying to manipulate her.
Oh, yeah.
And how foolish to think that that would possibly work.
No, I don't know. He's just terrible at it.
Yeah.
Did he really think that she'd be like, no, I'm smart.
Tell me more about the t-shirt.
Ripley returns to the operations room with Bishop and the rest of the crew, gazing off at the distant processing station in the dark. She acknowledges that it's very pretty, but she doesn't understand what Bishop wants her to see out there. And suddenly, a large cloud of smoke rises from the edge of the structure, Bishop pointing it out to her. The emergency venting. Hudson scoffs that that's beautiful. That just beats all. He storms off from the group. But Hicks asks a rather troubling question. How long till it blows? Bishop answers that it'll happen in 4 hours, with a blast radius of 30 kilometers, equal to about 40 megatons.
Well, that's a problem.
Yeah.
I did laugh because Hicks's next line, he goes, "We've got problems." It's like, yes, you do. And this is the only thing that I will kind of forgive the screenwriting for, because adding this is the only reason why Ripley hasn't come in here and said, we need to lock up Burke.
Okay.
Because I'm like, that would be the first thing on my mind after that conversation.
Right.
But they're like, hey, we're going to blow up in like a nuclear.
Yeah.
So it's like, all right, I guess we, hold on, Burke.
Kind of
Right.
takes precedent.
Yeah.
But it is funny, though, because it's like things weren't bad enough. I feel like there's enough urgency here without the entire planet blowing up.
Yeah.
Hudson backslides in his behavior, shouting that he can't fucking believe this. Vasquez closes the shutters as they step away from the window, but Ripley asks why they can't just shut it down from here. Bishop laments that the crash caused too much damage and that an overload is inevitable at this point. Hudson crumbles, complaining that he was getting short. 4 more weeks and out. He says that now he's going to buy it on this rock. It ain't half fair, man.
Why did we bring him
I know.
to show him this?
Dude, there have to be sedatives in the med bay.
To me.
And are they saying when Ripley crashed into it to rescue them?
Huh.
Like what crash? Or
Yeah.
is it the dropship crash?
Probably,
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah.
Ripley, however, asks why they can't just send another dropship remotely from the Sulaco. Hudson huffs. How? The transmitter was on the APC. It's wasted. Ripley doesn't care how, but she says that they better think of something. They better think of a way. Hudson doesn't know what there is to think of. They're fucked. They're doomed. Hicks shouts for Hudson to shut up before turning his attention to Ripley with a reasonable suggestion. What about the colony transmitters? He says that there's an uplink tower down at the other end. Why can't they just use that? Bishop dashes this hope, however, explaining that he already checked. The hardware in between here and there was damaged. He says that they can't align the dish. But Ripley counters that someone could go out there, take a portable terminal, go out there and patch in manually. Hudson's eyes widen with fear. With all those things running around, you can just count me out. Nobody was going to suggest you do
No.
it.
Yeah, no, not at all, dude.
No.
Hicks rightfully assumes that they can just count Hudson out of everything, but Bishop calmly volunteers beneath Hudson and Hicks's traded barbs. Bishop explains that he's the only one qualified to remote pilot the ship anyway. It just makes sense. Hudson agrees. Yeah, right, man. Bishop should go. Good idea. Bishop assures them that he prefers not to go, admitting that he may be synthetic, but he isn't stupid. We cut to the interior of a rather claustrophobic conduit, a man-sized hole carved into the top of it, Bishop peering down into the new opening. He explains to Ripley and Vasquez that the conduit runs almost to the uplink assembly, 180 meters, estimating about 40 minutes to crawl down there, an hour to patch in and align the antenna, then 30 minutes to prep the ship, with about a 50-minute flight time. He gathers his materials, climbing into the conduit and refusing an offered pistol from Vasquez. Ripley acknowledges that it's gonna be close, and Bishop nods in agreement. They then seal it shut, Bishop more worried about Ripley's fingers than himself in this confined space, and once it's closed, he inches his way forward with shimmying shoulders. I'm going to throw up.
Yeah.
The idea of crawling in that thing, what do you say, for 40 minutes?
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Oh my
there's
God.
no way.
Mm-mm. Where's the xenomorph sign?
Yeah.
No.
And they film it so tightly.
Yes.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Vasquez welds the opening closed with a Vaya con Dios, man. Big fans of Monsignor Martinez.
Yeah.
I wasn't going to say.
The remaining group reconvenes in the operations room, Hicks ordering Vasquez and Hudson to walk the perimeter. But before they walk off, Hicks calls them back, telling them to listen. He acknowledges that they're all in strung-out shape, but he instructs them to stay frosty and alert. He says that they can't afford to let even one of those bastards in here. Vasquez concurs, smacking Hudson's armor and urging him onward with a "Vámonos." Ripley reaches for a small cup of coffee, taking another necessary sip, which Hicks takes notice of, asking her how long it's been since she's gotten any sleep.
Newt remains
Yeah.
filthy.
He supposes it has to be at least 24 hours, but Ripley cuts to the chase. "Hicks, I'm not going to end up like those others. You'll take care of it, won't you?" Hicks promises that if it comes to that, he'll do them both.
What does that mean? He's like, but I can't help but notice you're not wearing your engagement jacket.
And I have to say, again, when it comes to all the films that we've covered, when shit like this happens, it is forecasting something that's absolutely going to happen.
Yeah.
So hearing this, I was terrified.
Yeah.
Like, Ripley has to get out of this.
Mm-hmm.
But Hicks says that they need to make sure that it won't come to that. Ripley whispers her agreement, but then Hicks raises his pulse rifle, introducing her to it and showing off its specs and its attached grenade launcher before settling it into her hand so she can get familiar with the weight of it. Ripley bites. Okay, what do I do? We then find Bishop, still on his hellish crawl through the conduit, and when we return to Ripley and Hicks, they're getting a little familiar, as the corporal teaches her how to aim and reload a weapon. Though, he says, on second thought, he's not so sure that Ripley should mess with the grenade launcher. But Ripley counters with a smirk that Hicks started this, and he should show her everything. She assures him that she can handle herself. Hicks smiles that he definitely noticed that.
Hey now.
It's like, why do you think I sent off Hudson and Vasquez?
Yeah, right.
A short time later, Ripley stalks her way through the hall with the pulse rifle, and when she passes by the med bay, the door opens on its own, Gorman stepping out into the corridor with Burke. Ripley asks the lieutenant how he's feeling, and with his head bandaged and bloody, he jokes that it's one hell of a hangover. He then attempts to apologize to Ripley for what happened back there, but Ripley cuts him off, telling him to forget it, marching her way past both mediocre men to enter the laboratory. The camera glides through the dim room to find Ripley at the doors as they slide open, but when she enters, she finds Newt's bed to be empty. Thankfully, she discovers the little girl curled up in the fetal position underneath the bed. Ripley rests her rifle on the mattress, crawling beneath the bed to cradle Newt in her arms, soothing her from what seems to be a bad dream. But thankfully, through bright blue flashes of electrical light, we find Bishop hard at work on the terminal outside of the uplink tower. The click-clack at the keyboard proves fruitful when we return to the cargo hold of the orbiting Sulaco, watching as the second dropship is carried over to the proper bay, controlled remotely by the virtue of Bishop's brilliance. But back in the laboratory, Ripley awakens from a short slumber, checking her watch before settling back next to Newt. But something disturbs her peace. A pair of empty tanks now lie across the floor in front of the door, liquid leaking across the tiles, and the creatures that once occupied them are gone.
Ain't no fucking way.
I'm speechless.
Yeah.
And it only gets worse. The score grows suspenseful as Ripley's eyes trace her surroundings, lowering her head to Newt's ear, squeezing her shoulder, and whispering for her to wake up. Newt stirs awake, murmuring a soft whine, but she goes completely silent when Ripley reveals that they're in trouble. Ripley reaches her hand upward for the pulse rifle that she left on top of the mattress, only to find nothing there.
The fucking aliens took it?
Yeah. You won't be needing this. A sincere shock settles in, but before Ripley can make sense of it, a face hugger launches out of nowhere right for her face, Ripley sinking back beneath the bed and pinning the creature between the bed frame and the wall. Newt screams, Ripley urging the little girl to move as the face hugger whips its tail at her, squirming and squealing. In one swift move, Ripley rolls out from under the bed, flipping the frame over to crush the face hugger. She rushes for Newt, guiding the little girl over to the door, the pair putting their backs against it as the face hugger frees itself from beneath the bed, keeping close to the wall as it scurries to the other side of the room. Ripley mashes the console for the door, but it doesn't budge. She and Newt then try to force it open manually, but still, it won't open. They solid snake against the wall, sneaking over to the massive laboratory window while attempting to keep track of the creature's whereabouts. They pound against the glass, begging and screaming for help, the sound muffled and nearly inaudible in the med lab. But through the window, Ripley spies something resting on one of the desks in the adjacent room. Her pulse rifle. Now this is insult to injury.
Yes!
Yeah.
We'll obviously learn who's done this. And we have a great
Big
idea.
surprise, yeah.
But to leave it there, do you think that he wanted her to see it? Like, is that just how fucking...
I took it as like, oh, she'll be dead.
It
So
doesn't
like,
matter?
it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But that's even colder and more calculated. But the person that did this seems more cowardly than to outwardly, you know what I mean?
Yeah, well...
So I don't know. I don't know.
He did sabotage 2 tanks as well.
He did.
yeah, well.
It's like, fly, my pretties. He's fucking evil.
I like to think that the face huggers did this.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, I'm going to go with that.
Ripley's eyes squint in momentary confusion, but then she remembers the camera in the corner. She hurries over to it, waving her arms when it oscillates in her direction, calling desperately for Hicks. But her cries are muted on the monitor in the operations room, a hand reaching to switch it off before anyone can see. The camera then pans to the sweaty and wide-eyed Burke.
You fucking piece of shit. But this is why I was like, Ripley, please don't threaten him.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's a coward and he's desperate. You never know what people like that are going to do.
Right.
He turns to face Hicks and Gorman, who, to his noticeable relief, are preoccupied in their communications with Bishop. Hicks rejoices that Bishop has made it to the uplink tower, and Burke agrees that this is terrific. But the moment that they turn away from him, Burke couldn't possibly appear more guilty. Back in the laboratory, Ripley and Newt continue to call out to Hicks, but realizing that their attempt is futile, Newt suggests for Ripley to try to break the glass. Ripley gives it a try, grabbing a nearby chair and smashing it against the glass with all her might. But the thick window absorbs the strike, the sound of it not even registering on the other side. Ripley gives up, dropping the chair, but the skittering sound of the creature's movements capture her attention again, the camera panning frantically in her point of view to scan through the room. Newt puts her back to the window with Ripley, trembling that she's scared, and Ripley returns this with a confession of her own. Me too. I know that this is such a small moment, but I love it so much.
Yeah.
I was so glad that she said that.
Yeah.
That it wasn't this kind of like an action hero thing or trying to pretend to put on this fearless persona.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very human moment.
No, yeah, we're fucked.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry,
it's
kid.
terrifying. And it's okay to be scared.
Yeah.
But searching desperately through the area, Ripley gets an idea, instructing Newt to stay there. She sneaks her way across the room, reaching her small lighter for the sprinkler system. Its flickering flame triggers the desired response, water spraying from the metal spout, soaking the entire space, with red emergency lights beginning to blink and an incessant siren sounding. I can't remember if Ripley smoked in the first Alien, but we've seen her smoke several times in this film.
Yeah.
And I thought it might have just been to set up this moment of her having a lighter for this.
Yeah.
And I thought that was a really smart thing to do.
Yeah. It is, and I know, again, it's just my own brain doing it, but it's like we are this far in the future and we're still using the sprinkler system. Like we couldn't figure out how to put out a fire in the lab easier.
Like
or
a
with something.
vacuum. Or
yeah,
like,
something.
Well, that and I think that was a fucking Zippo. Let's I mean, we haven't advanced at all.
Yeah.
But this finally alerts the men in the operations room to their plight. Hicks rushing away from the monitors as he calls out to Hudson and Vasquez, ordering them to meet him in the med lab. They've got a fire. He snags an extinguisher from the wall on his way to the laboratory. Do you think that he's connected this to Ripley and Newt, or do you think that he thinks that the xenomorphs are setting fires? Like, we'll smoke them out. I don't know.
That's terrifying. I don't know, but he snaps into action.
He does.
Yeah.
In the laboratory, Ripley holds Newt close to her, assuring the little girl that help is on the way. The red emergency lights pulse around them, but suddenly, through a metal chute, springs a facehugger, leaping for Ripley. Newt shrieks, backing away, but Ripley is able to tear the creature off of her and hurl it across the room. It lands in a splash, quickly recovering and crawling right for her, its awful appendages carrying it closer and closer to Ripley, who staggers backward, losing her footing and falling onto the wet ground. I was legitimately surprised by how much the movements of that facehugger unsettled me.
They are terrifying.
Yeah. Because you think about it, that thing, if it really did grab you, if it was real.
Oh, God.
Oh, no.
We're done.
Yeah.
They said that they made like 6 or 7 each of these 2 facehuggers to do what they needed them to do, like articulation wise. And the 2 hero facehuggers that, we see the most were puppeted, I think, by 7 people each.
Wow.
It was 7 or 8 people each. And the one that like skitters across the floor, it's basically a little bit more complicated pool toy.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Huh.
Like
That's
they just had it
amazing.
hooked up where they pull it and it's kind of skitters across the floor and it's creepy as hell.
That's really cool.
There's a moment where one lands, like a table or a chair's toppled over and it lands and wraps itself around the leg. And what they did was, like I was talking earlier about Michael Biehn, they had it on, wrapped around the leg and then yanked it off. And then they just played it backwards so it looks like it jumps and wraps itself on.
Yeah.
And the SFX guys said that they had told James Cameron, but it's raining in here. So people are going to notice that the rain is going to go up. And he's like, no, they won't. They're going to see it hitting the ground. That's all they're going to pay attention to.
He was
And
right.
Yeah. He was like, well, he was right. And then you kind of learn not to second guess when James Cameron tells you to do something.
Okay.
But the facehugger springs for her, Ripley raising her arms defensively and barely blocking it. But the creature is able to wrap its terrifying tail around her throat. It squeezes tighter and tighter as Ripley struggles against it, the creature's claws reaching hungrily for purchase. Newt shrieks at a distance, but blurry in the background crawls the second facehugger, silently sneaking up the side of a lab cart. But almost as if the scream were a diversion, Newt snaps into action, crunching the creature against the wall, immobilizing it in a move that she clearly just picked up from Ripley. I thought that was adorable.
Yeah.
As the remaining Marines reach the med lab, Hicks orders his team to shoot out the windows, Hudson following the order, his bullets allowing Hicks to crash through the glass and allowing an unorthodox entrance in lieu of the busted door. Hicks rushes right for Ripley, attempting to tear the facehugger away, but Hudson runs over to Newt when she calls out to him, the private pulling the little girl out of the way and blasting the creature, overkilling it with a barrage of bullets. Gorman and Vasquez join Hicks to help Ripley, and it takes all 3 of them to unwind the tail around Ripley's throat.
when she's fighting this thing, they said all those cables are down the sleeve of her shirt.
Oh, wow.
So she's acting, kind of as the face hugger as well.
Hicks coordinates with his crew, hurling the facehugger across the room for Vasquez to vanquish it with her rifle. Ripley recovers, catching her breath, and Newt crosses quickly over to her, wrapping her arms around her. But through a cough as she continues to collect herself, Ripley reveals the culprit behind all of this. Burke. It was Burke. We cut back to the operations room, the entire crew now occupying it, gathering around the clammy and caught Burke. A furious Hudson holds his rifle beneath Burke's chin, suggesting that they grease this rat-fucked son of a bitch right now. But Hicks just doesn't understand. Why would Burke do this? Ripley knows exactly why he would. Burke figured that he could get an alien back through quarantine if one of the crew were impregnated and then frozen on the way home. She says that nobody would know about the embryos in their bodies. Ripley and Newt. Hicks counters that the rest of the crew would know, and Ripley concurs, but she claims that the only way that Burke could do it is if he sabotaged certain freezers on the way home, namely the ones belonging to the remaining Marines. She says that then he'd just jettison the bodies and make up any story he liked. Hudson can't believe it, cursing that Burke is dead. He's dog meat. The barrel of Hudson's pulse rifle pointed in his face, Burke offers an unconvincing rebuttal. This is so nuts.
Yeah, dude, and the sweat that he's drenched in tells the story on its own.
Yeah.
He urges them to listen to what they're saying. It's a paranoid delusion. He says that it's really sad. It's pathetic. Ripley simply retorts, "You know, Burke, I don't know which species is worse. You don't see them fucking each other over for a goddamn percentage." Hicks, the man officially in command, decides, okay, we waste him. He clenches Burke's shirt, pulling him from his chair, but Ripley protests. No, he's got to go back. And again, Ripley is way better than me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
She's doing the honorable thing,
Mm-hmm.
but yeah, he'd be dead.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
But suddenly, the entire building dips to darkness, the red glow of the emergency lights flickering on all around them, bathing the room crimson as Ripley realizes they cut the power. Hudson is horrified. What do you mean they cut the power? He asks, how could they cut the power, man? They're animals. This is an amazing question. I understand that we're all on edge.
Mm-hmm.
I would think that maybe it's fucking Bishop out there working with electricity.
Okay.
I don't know, but I guess they don't know exactly what he's doing, but he's out there looking like Victor Frankenstein.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess the Xenomorphs got the power.
Yeah. Well, they used the door earlier.
Right? They did.
They know how to operate.
Yes.
Operate certain human commodities. I don't know. And I will say, this is such a genre straddling film with the really, well thought out and intense action sequences and horrific moments, some that we've already seen and some to come. There's a lot of drama. There's a lot of emotionality with Ripley and Newt, and I just wasn't expecting for this to also be a Giallo film. There were flashing lights earlier, and I was like, nice try, James Cameron, but not quite. And then now when the lights cut off and everybody is bathed in red, I'll be goddamned. This is a masterpiece.
Yeah.
I agree with that part. And only that part.
Well, there's a whodunit, kind of.
Yeah.
It was a Xenomorph.
We don't know
This
yet.
time.
Were
Yeah.
the Xenomorphs wearing gloves?
Their hands are pitch black. I don't know.
Their hands are gloved.
Yeah.
Enough for me. Yeah.
Hicks orders Vasquez and Hudson out with their trackers to check the corridors, Ripley staying back with Newt and directing Gorman to watch Burke. Hudson and Vasquez creep out into the corridor together, following the rhythmic ticks of their trackers in opposite directions, and when Ripley finds a headset, she connects with them, Hudson sharing, when asked, that there's something here. It's inside the complex. Vasquez assumes that Hudson is just reading her, but the bright splotches on his tracker prove otherwise. They're inside. They're inside the perimeter. Ripley calms Hudson before he can freak out, then checking in with Vasquez, who reluctantly agrees. Hudson might be right. Ripley orders them back inside the operations room, but Hudson can't grasp what he's seeing on the screen. The signal's weird. He posits that it must be some kind of interference or something. There's movement all over the place. Hicks echoes Ripley's order, directing them back to the operations room, but turning to Ripley, Hicks announces, "It's game time." It's like, calm down. Dude. Like, Jesus. Thought we weren't doing the action hero thing.
Yeah.
Vasquez and Hudson heed the call, returning to operations and sealing the door upon Ripley's request, the blue light of their lasers balancing beautifully with the red of the emergency bulbs. I was like, is Argento in here? What's going on?
Yes, because it's...
All right.
Okay.
No.
Well,
He made other films, you know.
no.
Ripley instructs Newt to cover her eyes and to not look at the light. I was like, but I've been staring into it. Hudson assesses his tracker. Movement. Signals clean. Range 20 meters. Ripley realizes that they found a way in. Something that they must have missed. Something under the floor? Something not in the plans? Hudson counts down as the creatures draw closer. 17 meters. 16 meters. 15. Hicks announces that they've breached the barricade. A fearful Newt reaches for Ripley's arm, urging, "Let's go." Ripley readies her pulse rifle once the creatures encroach to 13 meters, instructing Hicks and Vasquez to get back. They're right outside the door. Hudson whines that this is a big fucking signal, and when Vasquez finishes the seal, she doubles back to join the group with Hicks. Hudson continues his frantic countdown. 9 meters now. Hicks then directs the squad to use short controlled bursts if they breach. 7 meters. 6. Ripley doesn't understand. It can't be true. That's inside the room. Hudson assures her that the reading is right, showing off the small screen to her, and Hicks supposes instead that maybe Hudson isn't reading it right. But the creatures continue to get closer and closer. 5 meters. 4. Ripley's eyes widen with realization, her weapon raised to the grates in the ceiling.
I loved this so much. This
Yeah.
was such good suspense. Because for a moment I was like, can they do that? And then it's like, oh, they're on top of us.
Yeah.
It was so good.
Hicks climbs onto a terminal, snagging a light from Ripley, lifting the grates to peer up into the ceiling. The score shrieks as he arcs his light to the left, revealing a dozen xenomorphs crawling stealthily above the grates and right for them. This visual is one of the scariest things
Oh, yeah.
I've ever seen.
It is terrifying.
I've seen online, like, a lot of people, whenever you say that Aliens is a horror film, a lot of people disagree, and they're like, no, Aliens is an action film. And I'm like, first of all, aliens are involved, and they're very scary.
Right.
But this sequence like this, it is completely paced like a horror film, like every aspect of it.
Yeah.
And even I was watching this as I was writing the script, I was like, God damn. Like, it's,
Them clustered together.
Yeah.
It is very unnerving.
I think it triggers almost a primal response because they do look like bugs.
Yeah.
Seeing them all together, I just wanted to note that James Cameron had wanted the aliens to have more kind of physicality So he and Stan Winston changed the design of their costumes. There were a bunch of different, like some of them are dancers and some of them are stuntmen, depending on what's needed for the scene. And some of them were just 8-foot tall puppets. And some of them were kind of just facades that were expendable if they needed to be burned or whatever is going to happen to them. But I thought that it was so interesting for him to be like, okay, they need to be more limber here. So you would utilize dancers, or if they need to look more formidable or whatever, you have stunt people in them. I just thought that was so cool.
Yeah.
And then, of course, puppets that are being operated by puppeteers. It's just awesome.
Well, yeah, because like you're saying, I'm a stuntman. I can't fit inside that.
Yeah.
Right.
But the dancing xenomorph can.
Right.
And then the puppets will be burned.
Yeah.
Everyone's happy.
Hicks screams, jumping back down and firing through the grates. The xenomorphs crash through, clattering to the floor as a firefight commences. Burke, still under the lieutenant's watchful eye, shouts, "Do something, Gorman!" And as soon as Gorman joins the fight, blasting the beast with his pistol, Burke takes off running. It's like, you bastard.
I know.
Fearing that they're soon to be overwhelmed, Ripley reaches for Newt, directing the Marines to get to the med bay. But before she can guide Newt to safety, a xenomorph lurches through the smoke, Ripley clumsily racking her pulse rifle and blowing it to bits just in time. She drags Newt through a nearby corridor, rushing for the exit for the med bay, but once they reach the door, they find Burke on the opposite side, slamming it shut. The pair pound against it, and it doesn't budge, even when Gorman joins them to try to pry it open. But the fight is growing furious for the Colonial Marines, Hudson really getting into it as he lays waste to the creatures with a fury of gunfire. But the frenzied score goes dramatic when a xenomorph lifts the grates from the floor, seizing Hudson and pulling him down beneath the operations room. Hudson struggles against it with an emphatic, "Fuck you!" He cries out for help from Hicks, but his superior is unable to save him, and Hudson is pulled down into the hell of the subfloor, his screams reverberating as Hicks rejoins the others at the door. I know it's been an emotional roller coaster with Hudson.
Yeah.
I know.
But it's sad to see that that's it.
Yeah.
Vasquez provides cover, the corporal cutting through the door's lock with the use of a laser. She then blasts a pair of grenades, sending a few xenomorphs flying from the blast. Vasquez rejoins the others, the crew pushing the door open and sealing it shut behind them, only to find themselves trapped when the adjacent door out of this small corridor is also locked. Burke backs away deeper into the med lab, each step uncertain as he staggers toward a door, only for it to open. The snarling face of a xenomorph there to greet him, the creature towering over him as it growls and lurches forward.
Good.
Yeah.
That's a babyface turn.
Yeah.
Maybe they're all right. But back in the cramped corridor, Newt finds another way out. The air duct. Ripley helps her remove the grate, Ripley leading the way with her weapon and flashlight, the rest of the crew crouching to follow her after Newt. Vasquez stays behind a moment, blasting the xenomorphs as they bash through the door. But in the vent, Newt navigates the way for Ripley through the twists and turns of the duct. Vasquez brings up the rear, providing cover fire as the crew continues onward, but Hicks calls out to Bishop on the radio. Bishop shouting good news over the howling wind around him. The ship's on its way. ETA 16 minutes. Hicks orders him to stand by there and that they're all on their way. A xenomorph then comes skittering out of nowhere, Vasquez making short work of it and the few more that follow as Hicks and Gorman urge her to move. But up ahead, Newt separates from Ripley, leading the way all alone as Ripley calls out to her to wait. Behind them, Vasquez's pulse rifle clicks empty and she drops it, switching to her sidearm as she sneaks her way forward. But a chute opens above her, a xenomorph dropping down on top of her in a sneak attack. but it absorbs her assault until she pins it against the wall with her boot, firing directly into its face until its blood spills across her left leg, sizzling upon impact, forcing her to pull back.
That sucks.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
You can't even be that close. I can shoot you, but if I'm too close.
And I have to be honest, the way that the pacing of this sequence, you are so engaged with it.
Yeah.
I'm watching this alone just a couple days ago. This scene happens, her leg sizzles, and I go, oh!
Yeah.
I'm by myself. Hicks calls out to Vasquez around the corner, and Gorman rushes off to rescue her, urging Hicks to go on without him. The lieutenant finds Vasquez face down, slipping the empty clip from her pistol. He reaches for her, dragging her with him and firing at a xenomorph that springs up at them in the middle of their path. They're soon surrounded, Gorman cradling Vasquez in his arms as he readies a grenade. Vasquez grumbles, "You were always an asshole, Gorman." Thought they met like yesterday.
Well, since she's known it.
So it's 100% of the time. The lieutenant then presses the plunger, Vasquez reaching for his hand and holding it firmly in hers, the pair certain of their sacrifice as they close their eyes and accept their fate.
We're losing them left and right.
Yeah.
We are.
Yeah.
Vasquez was a badass to the end, and Gorman, I think, redeemed himself.
Oh, yeah.
He did.
I also think that when Gorman was being a dick in the APC, we didn't realize how bad Burke was yet.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah, that is
Yeah.
true. Yeah. But I will be honest, I do like this.
Yes.
It's like, look, we're not getting out of here. Let's just slow him down.
Help the others.
Yeah.
You know? The grenade explodes, the blast of fire incinerating the xenomorphs and reaching Ripley, Hicks, and Newt all the way in a distant airway room. The explosion knocks Newt back, sending her tumbling down into a rotating metal apparatus at the center of the room, its revolutions leading right down a long metal shaft. Ripley jams her pulse rifle to stop it from rotating, diving for Newt and reaching for her hand, only able to grab the sleeve of her sweater. She promises Newt that she's got her, but Newt slips free from her sweater, dropping down into the deep darkness.
Are you gonna say it? Or
Go for it.
she rolled out of that jacket. She did that.
She's like, it's fucking hot in here, Ripley.
Right, too late. I'm gone.
There's no way. Just what are you doing?
No,
Super
dude.
fun, happy.
Hicks snags his locator, reminding Ripley that they can find her with this, even though Ripley never told him that she gave it to Newt.
That's right.
That's fine. Ripley promises Newt that they're coming, the pair busting out of the airway room and finding their way to a staircase, tracking Newt through a long corridor. But Newt finds herself in a flooded sub-basement, clinging closely to Casey as she wades through chest-high water, calling out for Ripley.
This water down here, like I'd said before, everybody was freezing. And so the crew was worried that this water was going to be too cold for this little girl to be in. So like the day before they started filming the scenes with her in the water, they heated the water up. And they said that they were having people monitor it and make sure that it didn't get below a certain degrees. But then it was too hot.
Oh, no.
And so she got so uncomfortable in the water that she could only film it in like short bursts at a time because she had to keep getting out.
Oh, my
So it was
God.
like they tried.
Yeah.
Ripley returns Newt's calls. The pair reunited through the floor when Newt climbs up to reach her hands through the grate. Ripley interlaces her fingers with the little girl's, checking in on her, and realizing that they'll have to cut through the floor to rescue her. Hicks immediately reaches for his laser, its light slowly sawing through the barrier after Newt hops back down into the water at Ripley's request. Ripley instructs her to stay still, but grows far more fearful when the tracker begins to click, a bright cloud denoting a cluster of arriving xenomorphs. Hicks works as fast as he can, but down below, behind Newt's back, a xenomorph rises from the depths of the water, slick and snarling when Newt turns to face it, the little girl emitting a shriek that echoes up to Ripley. The floor partially broken, Ripley bashes it the rest of the way through with the help of Hicks, but when she peers down through this new opening, Ripley finds nothing there, save for Casey, who floats all alone in the murky water. Sorrow seizes Ripley just as swiftly as Hicks does, the corporal pulling her up from the hole. Ripley cries that the xenomorphs don't kill you, and that Newt is still alive. Hicks believes her, guiding her further down the corridor where the pair find an elevator. They climb inside, but when the door delays in closing, a xenomorph lunges for them, only to be blown away by Hicks' pulse rifle. The creature's blood splashes onto Hicks, across his face, and slowly eats away at his chest plate until Ripley is able to tear it off of him, the armor clattering to the floor as the acid eats a hole through it. When the elevator reaches the upper floor, Hicks leans on Ripley as she guides him out of the building through the north lock and out into the rain, just in time for the arrival of the dropship. The aircraft's lights beam brightly through the storm, landing upon the grates next to Bishop, the remaining adults reunited. But Ripley shouts over the wind, asking Bishop how long they've got, and upon learning that their departure is in 26 minutes, Ripley reveals that they're not leaving yet. The trio ascends the ramp into the dropship, and we promptly cut to Bishop behind the controls in the cockpit. I thought he was just going away. He's like, well, you can stay here. But Bishop is actually on his way to the processing station, flying through an exterior opening with impressive precision and arcing the aircraft to land on the grates of one of the higher levels. Ripley readies herself in the armory, procuring a pulse rifle, a flamethrower, flares, securing several M40 grenades into a bandolier, grabbing a flashlight and augmenting and upgrading her weaponry with an inventive application of duct tape to combine them all for ease of use.
I love your enthusiasm. I don't know how much this is going to hurt the other weapon that it's next to.
I don't know either. I just learned how to use this thing. I don't know.
It is cool, though.
Mm-hmm. And I can't even imagine trying to juggle a flamethrower and a pulse rifle. Like, let's just tape these things together.
Yeah, fuck it.
Hicks injects himself with some pain meds, but Bishop sidles up to Ripley, offering a cryptic warning. In 19 minutes, this place is going to be a cloud of vapor the size of Nebraska.
She spent 7 minutes taping those weapons together.
Well, they wouldn't stay together.
Yeah, I'm just like, God damn, dude. How do you guys do this? Ripley doesn't care. Newt is alive down there, and she needs to rescue her. She directs Hicks not to let Bishop leave, and covering his injured eye, Hicks assures her that they aren't going anywhere. Fully armed, Ripley descends the dropship ramp, making her way over to the elevator door of the processing station as emergency alarms blare overhead. All personnel must evacuate immediately. You now have 15 minutes to reach minimum safe distance. As the industrial elevator car carries her downward, Ripley loads her grenades into their launcher, stashing a few flares into her pocket and removing her overshirt. She slings her weapon over her shoulder, steeling herself as the bright blue fire of the flamethrower flickers to life, the elevator finally reaching sub-level 2. The doors lift open, and we find Ripley within a cloud of rising smoke as she steps off of the car, creeping forward cautiously and blasting a blaze outward as she carves a path forward. Following the tracker, she descends the steps into sub-level 3, slipping through steam stealthily as she reaches the entrance of the cavernous nest. She snaps a flare, dropping it there before she creeps deeper into the dark. Her heartbeat thumps in her ear, the tracker guiding her further and further, intermittent flashes of fire bursting from the flamethrower in an attempt to flush out any unseen creatures. She then cracks another flare from her pocket, dropping it to the floor to aid in her eventual exit.
Her doing that, I'll be honest, I'm watching it and I'm like, oh, that's smart, so you can find your way back out.
Yeah.
I would have just been scared, like, okay, remember this cluster of whatever. There's a little bit of dirty poles over here. Whatever. It's like, try to remember.
Yeah.
But her, like, really thinking about it, it's like, oh, no, you for real were prepared.
Mm-hmm. It's like Josh in Blair Witch when he's like, I'm on this tree with the vines.
The vine?
Yeah.
And to me, it's like, you know, she had said that she's not a soldier.
Yeah.
She's a fucking soldier.
Yeah.
But as she continues downward, ever cautious through the crystallized structures, the tracker taped to Ripley's gun begins to beep incessantly, flashing the distance between her and Newt's watch to be 0 meters. To her horror, Ripley discovers the discarded watch on the ground, retrieving it from a mess of slime, but Newt is nowhere in sight. We find Newt, however, cocooned within a worrisome web of resin strands, awakening to survey her frightful surroundings. And just before her, the slick, leathery flaps of a large alien egg yawn open, a creature pulsing beneath the amnion, its frail fingers reaching outward for purchase. Newt screams, the sound carrying out to the sobbing Ripley, who immediately snaps into action, searching desperately for the source of the sound and finally reaching the xenomorph nest. She fires upon the newly opened egg and shreds an arriving xenomorph to bits before it can descend upon her. Seemingly safe for a moment, she rushes for the captive Newt, tearing her free from this terrifying trap with great effort. She lifts the little girl into her arms, ordering her to hold on as they attempt to navigate their way out of the nest. An explosion rocks the processing station, the blast redirecting Ripley down another corridor, steam rising around her as she suddenly goes silent and still. The camera pulls back to reveal the perilous position that she's in. Clutching Newt in her arms, Ripley finds them both completely surrounded by rows upon rows of unhatched alien eggs. The score dissipating and replaced with the sound of her shivering breath, Ripley turns around to discover a massive ovipositor, slimy and slithering as another egg is laid slickly from its ominous opening. Her eyes trace its trembling and translucent oviscape, undulating with unlaid eggs, traveling further upward to find the thorax of the creature that it's attached to.
I think we took a wrong turn.
Woo!
You're very busy here,
Yeah.
I see. But there, just in front of her and Newt, Ripley finds the massive mother of these menacing creatures, her large limbs bent sharply, a smaller pair of arms uncrossing as her elongated head rises from the center of her dark, crystallized crown. Slime drips from her hissing mouth as she senses them in their midst, calling forth her full-grown and frightening children to surround the encroaching humans. This is the Alien Queen. This entire section is a sight to behold.
Yes.
And before we talk about the Alien Queen, because I want to know a little more about her,
Yeah.
I wanted to talk about this egg chamber.
Okay.
This is actually a miniature set built at a quarter scale.
Wow.
And it's movie magic.
Yeah.
I wanted to just describe all of the elements that are at work at the exact same time so you can see just the gravity of the work that went into this.
Mm-hmm.
There were boilers under the set that had to get to the proper temperature for the steam to rise. Freon blasts going toward the camera that had to be coordinated with the panning of the camera. A quarter scale egg sack that had to be operated from behind with different scale eggs inside of the sack that were shunted along cables, with some transparent eggs that were flat and painted to give it that gelatinous look. A puppeteer was in the ovipositor to give it the proper motion. There was someone beneath the set to accept the deposited egg and hold it in place. There was also several mirrors to hide those puppeteers. And there was the necessary level of slime that had to be added at the right time, or else it would drip incorrectly and give it an improper atmosphere. All of this for that very short section.
It was worth it.
Absolutely. And I never, ever would have guessed that it was a miniature.
No, not at all.
As for the queen, they said that they kind of had to build, obviously, off of the aliens that were established in Alien, but there was no queen in Alien. So James Cameron designed her himself. And he and Stan Winston kind of kept upping each other and, well, what if we did this? And what if we did that? And what if we did that? And they came up with this design. There is a video that I saw on, I believe, the making of a mock-up that they did for her in America before they went to England. And they made it out of foam and trash bags, mocking up how they were going to build her later on. And they went into a parking lot and just lifted it up, had her like suspended from a crane, had two guys inside of the build operating it, and then puppeteers maneuvering the second set of arms just to see how it looked visually before they went to England.
Okay.
And it looks scary as hell. And they're like, oh, we use trash bags. It's like, no, I can see their trash bags. It's still terrifying.
But that's such a smart thing to do.
Yeah.
You're going to build something this big and this crucial for the film.
Yeah.
To have that kind of a test run, it's necessary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because we're going to have to do it over there.
Yeah.
Yes. But this thing was so complicated. Just to briefly touch on all the aspects that brought it together, they had hydraulic lines connected to steering wheels that they were turning to operate the queen's head and neck when she turns her head. It is still supported by a crane in the film. They have external puppetry of her legs. They're doing it with rods. They have the face operated by mechanized cables. They said that it took up to 16 at like when it's going like full motion, 16 operators at a time making this thing work.
Damn.
And what I was like, what? All the wires and cables that they're using to keep her moving and keep her upright and everything, not one of them was removed digitally. It was all hidden in the way that James Cameron framed the shots.
That's crazy.
I couldn't believe it.
It's so impressive because there are so many moving parts, but they're all perceived as just one organism.
Yes,
Yeah,
and
that's true.
the movement of this thing is so unnerving.
Yeah.
It's so fucking creepy. I was just so impressed, and then learning all the moving parts like you just described as well. All the moving parts to make these moments come together. It is just mind-blowing.
Mm-hmm.
And I will say, I know that Ripley had said earlier, you know, who is laying these eggs?
Mm-hmm.
I never imagined that this would be the answer. That this would be what we stumble upon later in the film. Like, to see it visually, it's so... The egg situation is really just gross.
The slurm.
The slurm.
Yes.
And then to see her in this space. We were here earlier.
Yeah.
We hadn't, like, it's just unbelievable. And you think about how many xenomorphs we've seen.
Yeah.
It makes them feel a little less scary.
Yeah. No, it's like that was just, those are the babies.
Yeah. Yeah.
But again, I think that it's a really interesting way to go because it carries through that theme of motherhood in a way that is so interesting.
True.
That I never would have thought or considered.
I'll be honest. I don't know any other way they could have done it because I feel like this is more insect, bug, like ant. The queen is the same way.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's like, if you don't give me something big and grand and it's just like a normal human-sized alien laying these eggs, nah, I don't, like, just start it over. It's like, nah, I don't do it.
The score pulses tensely as Ripley lowers Newt to her side. And after a flash of golden light from her flamethrower, Ripley has a bit of a standoff with the Queen. Her threat seemingly understood when the other xenomorphs slowly back away. Ripley follows suit, slowly and protectively guiding Newt out of the nest. But when one of the nearby eggs suddenly hatches, Ripley is left with no choice but to torch it. She arcs her flame over the entire nest to the writhing fury of the alien queen, setting the entire nest ablaze and firing upon the queen, her ovipositor, and the other arriving xenomorphs with all she's got. Explosions rock the nest from Ripley's grenades, the alien queen screeching and struggling in the fire as Ripley reaches for Newt and pulls her back toward the exit. But as they climb through the cavern, following Ripley's trail of flares, the alien queen tears herself free from her own ovipositor, massive, menacing, and now mobile.
It's funny because right before Ripley sets the egg on fire, she gives a little smirk like, this bitch. Because, you were letting us leave.
Yeah.
And then it's like, you let one of them open, didn't you?
Yeah, she does
like,
it.
We were cool, and then...
It's like, what is it? Lycelium? What the hell is that with the mushrooms? Mycelium.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
She just like presses a button
Yeah.
to open an egg. It's like, get her, baby.
Yeah.
I forgot to mention before we get to this alien nest section.
Yeah.
There is a deleted scene that I don't even think is in the director's cut.
Oh.
But as Ripley had said earlier, these xenomorphs aren't killing people, they're taking them.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And so as she's on her way trying to find Newt, she comes across Burke.
Okay.
And Burke is in the resin.
Oh.
And he begs her to save him.
Oh, you got
no.
fucked up.
But she sees something moving inside of his chest. And so instead of saving him, she gives him one of the grenades to use on himself. I don't know why that was cut. I did see someone speculated online that James Cameron said that it wouldn't make sense for the face hugger to have worked that quickly. He's like, that was
okay.
20 minutes ago.
Yeah.
He was already.
Yeah.
He was already pregnant.
Yeah. Well, when he busted the tanks, maybe one got in. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
But I would honestly forgive that like discrepancy or whatever.
Yeah, I don't
No.
even think I would clock that.
No, I would just want to see that happen.
You could even just have him right there in the background, maybe.
Yeah.
That
You know
would be
what I
cool
mean?
too. And you're like, is that fucking Burke?
Ripley reaches the elevator with Newt as alarms sound all around them, flames rising from the lower levels and steam surrounding them. She mashes the call button frantically, the elevator car very slowly sinking to sublevel 2 against Ripley's understandable impatience. But through the corridor arrives the Queen, only inspiring more urgency. But Ripley is able to rush Newt onto the arriving elevator, blasting the Queen with her flamethrower to keep her at bay as the doors close and lift Ripley and Newt to safety. Very quickly, that shot of the Queen coming through the corridor, miniature. Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah.
But the Queen is left all alone on the lower level. We see her tilt her head, though, with an intrigued grunt when she discovers a second elevator, the car arriving and opening the door for her.
I was like, wouldn't it be funny if... because surely that's not what's going to happen.
Right.
How could it? Right?
Not in this movie.
No.
A blast rocks Ripley's elevator, and she reaches a hand to console Newt as an announcement blares through the speakers overhead. You now have 2 minutes to reach minimum safe distance. Ripley reaches the top, gathering Newt as they step out onto the platform, where they find that the dropship is gone. Ripley rages, running out of options as the processing station continues to crumble. She lifts Newt into her arms, attempting to protect her from the fire and the falling debris. But a metal crunch captures Ripley's attention. It's the second elevator car arriving at their level. The doors yawn open, and through the shadows stalks the alien Queen. This is her floor.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
It's pretty funny.
I couldn't believe it. That's incredible.
That the elevator could hold that many tons, or
That as well.
That's also true.
We're like, elevator, but they're smart.
You know elevator. Yeah.
They're really smart.
Dude, they pick up a lot.
yeah, they do. You think she enjoyed the music in there?
I hope so, yeah. Accepting her fate, Ripley clings to Newt, instructing the little girl to close her eyes. But from the depths of the process station rises the drop ship, Bishop lowering the ladder for them as the score rises dramatically, Ripley lifting Newt onto it and climbing up after. They race for a seat, Ripley wrapping her arms around Newt as she orders Bishop to punch it. Bishop does as told, narrowly escaping the collapsing process station, climbing for the clouds as it's overtaken by flames, until... boom! A white flash blinds Bishop, the mounting cap of a mushroom cloud visible from on high as the dropship sails safely out of the atmosphere of the planet. Bishop flies for the stars, assuring Ripley over the radio that they're okay. And relieved, Ripley squeezes Newt in her embrace, the little girl declaring to the sound of serene strings in the score that she knew Ripley would come back to save her. Overcome with emotion, Ripley offers Newt a sweet kiss on her cheek.
They made it.
Yes!
Yes.
I was so worried after what Hicks had said. I was like, please don't make Ripley sacrifice herself in order for...
Yeah.
Well, the countdown was close.
It was.
Yes.
And I'm sure this will be the end of it.
Mm-hmm. Everyone's safe.
Before we get to the grand finale, I did want to talk a little bit about the editing and the music because they are interlinked in a very frustrating way.
Okay.
As it turns out, James Cameron was incredibly stoked to work with the editor of this film, a guy called Ray Lovejoy, because Lovejoy edited Kubrick's 2001 A Space Odyssey.
Oh.
Massive film for James Cameron,
Right.
and also for me.
Okay.
But it proved to be another clash of styles, as Lovejoy wasn't used to working at the pace that Cameron required. They claimed that one reel of Aliens had more cuts than an entire feature film should.
Holy shit.
So Lovejoy did his best to keep up with the demands, but he couldn't help but fall behind. There were a lot of action sequences where there would be frames where James Cameron would say, add a flash of white between each individual frame so that it seems like more guns are being fired and it makes it more tense. And so imagine doing that with that scene earlier in the cavern.
Yeah.
It's fucking impossible. But he did it, and it came out incredible.
Yeah.
But it took forever. This only complicated matters for the composer, James Horner. He was supposed to have 7 weeks to compose the score and have it performed by the London Symphony Orchestra. But when Lovejoy was finished with the edit, there were only 4 weeks away from the release date of the film.
Holy shit.
Nothing had been scored.
Damn.
Horner was furious, and he later noted in an interview that a melody might take 2 seconds to write, but weaving a carpet that lasts the exact amount of time that acknowledges 40 events or so per sequence relies on the exact timing to the 1/100th of a second. So the ideas can be there, but if the film isn't complete and the edit isn't locked, it's impossible to score.
Yeah.
So he wrote to the best of his ability whenever it was done, but 2 days before recording with the orchestra, Cameron decides to have several of the sequences re-edited.
Oh my God.
Horner has to stay up for 36 hours rewriting and retiming his score. And then when they're recording it at Abbey Road Studios, which is fantastic,
Yeah.
Cameron and Hurd are critical of it. They come up to him and they're like, hey, I thought this was supposed to be here and that was supposed to go there and you were supposed to punctuate this with this.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, I did have that fucking yesterday.
Yeah.
So Hurd tells him that if he can't fix it in time, then they'll find someone else who will. Horner tells them to go for it, telling them that he'd love to meet this person because maybe he could learn a thing or two from them.
Damn.
But Horner rewrites it overnight. And the sequence that we're about to get to was the last thing that was scored, which is incredibly crucial.
Yeah.
And the music in this section becomes so iconic in this film, but it's also, according to Horner, one of the most reused scores in action films trailers.
Huh.
Oh.
Okay.
He had said that eventually, because it took about 10 years, but he made amends with Cameron and Hurd because he went on to score Titanic as well. But the good news is, despite their very difficult working conditions, both Horner and Lovejoy would be nominated for Academy Awards for Alien.
Damn.
They deserve them.
Yeah.
It's funny because listening to the actors speak, they talked about how collaborative James Cameron was and how he was so open to their input on characters and, you know, how they present themselves and whatever. But hearing literally everybody else, I wonder how many people would have to cite like irreconcilable creative differences with me before I'm like, is it me? Am I the problem?
Yeah.
But then he's like, well, my money's.
There you go.
There you go.
It's
like,
all that money.
But the dropship docks back home on the Sulaco, Ripley checking in on the bandaged and unconscious Hicks. Bishop tells her that he's going to be all right. He just had to give him another shot for the pain. But he says that they'll need a stretcher to carry him out to medical. They descend the dropship and out into the cargo hold to retrieve it, Bishop apologizing for scaring her earlier, noting that the platform was just becoming too unstable to stay. He had to circle, and he just hoped that things didn't get too rough to take her off.
I knew he wouldn't abandon her like
Yeah,
that.
no.
But Ripley assures Bishop that he did okay, and Bishop asks with some level of surprise, I did? Ripley reiterates, oh yeah. But something catches their attention on the floor, something acidic, sizzling through the concrete of the cargo hold. Before they can even react, the sharp tail of the alien queen pierces through Bishop's chest, lifting him off of his feet and raising him up to the queen's perch at the bottom of the dropship. She seizes him in her grasp, her sharp claws tearing Bishop in half, his bisected body crashing to the concrete and into a pool of milky white blood.
We did blow up all her eggs.
That we did.
Fair play.
I understand.
It's a grudge.
Yeah.
I was so sad though.
Me too.
No, yeah.
But he got complimented before he died.
He did.
He did.
He did.
He did. Before he was torn in half.
And,
Yeah.
Well, but he's a artificial human.
Uh-huh.
So is he dead?
I did actually. I thought he was dead for a moment, and I was very sad. But then I thought about Ash, and they had a full conversation with him, and he's just ahead.
Yeah.
So I think we're all right.
They had, for the tail bursting out of his shirt, they had it threaded up through his pant leg and made of such soft foam latex that there was a teeny tiny tube in his shirt and they just yanked it through. It was really effective.
Yeah.
Because it looks like it's bursting
Yeah.
through. But yeah, they're just yanking it through his shirt.
That's
and
crazy.
obviously them ripping him in half they did a full body cast of Lance Henriksen. And he said it was interesting seeing his, half of his body be thrown. And on that making of, they showed them throwing that top half again and again because James Cameron was like, no, it doesn't land right. It doesn't land right. So they are two people swinging it and throwing it, swinging it and throwing it. I'm like, that thing's going to break.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
But this white blood that is spewing from him, getting everywhere. Lance Henriksen said that they used milk and yogurt and it had gone bad.
Oh.
Why?
And I don't know. He said that he got food poisoning and he was pulling it together during the day. And then when he would go to wherever he was staying at night, he would be throwing up the entire night and just sick all night. And then when he came back to set, he told James Cameron, and so he switched out the milk.
Jesus, dude.
I know.
We are still using
Yeah. Like, well, it's continuity.
Yeah.
I was like, oh my God.
That's crazy.
That's so
Dude,
gross.
I know.
The first day he did it, what a fucking trooper.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Yeah. He said he basically just sucked it up and then waited until he got home and was just ill.
Oh my God.
Yeah. But he was like, it was in my mouth. It was all over my face. Like, but yeah. He said that it was sitting out and it just went bad.
Oh.
And I'm like, oh my God.
I guess we had to get the shot out of it.
Yeah.
Terrible.
The queen lowers herself to Ripley, snarling, drooling. But when she turns her attention to Newt, Ripley steals her attention right back, urging the little girl to hide. Newt finds a space within the floor as Ripley races for an adjacent bay, dropping the massive metal door to cut off the queen's pursuit. When she can't get to Ripley, the queen retreats in search of Newt instead. Her sinister steps carry her across the metal grates, and upon discovering Newt beneath them, she tears them open to reach for her. But before she can seize the child in her grasp, the bay door suddenly lifts open, and behind it stands Ripley, silhouetted by the bright light behind her, evening the odds with the alien queen with the armor of her power loader exoskeleton. Her heavy-footed mechanical steps marching her forward, Ripley captures the attention of the alien queen, seething the forever iconic line. "Get away from her, you bitch!"
And she should.
As she should. And Randy Meeks was wrong.
I said a rare miss from
Yeah.
Randy Meeks.
Yeah.
The alien queen hisses, charging for Ripley as she raises her mechanical arms with great effort, urging the queen on, batting her back and forth with metal limbs. The queen collects herself, leaping onto her, snapping at her with a slimy snarl, her sharp tail whipping at Ripley and narrowly missing her face. Ripley is able to bat the beast away, the pair pacing the cargo hold in a standoff as Ripley punches a code into the pad at her left, a door in the loading dock floor sliding open and revealing the outer hatch of the hull. The queen attacks, but Ripley is able to keep her at bay, cinching her in her power loader's grasp and guiding the queen over to the now open shaft. But when she attempts to drop the creature into it, the queen grabs hold of the power loader, dragging Ripley down with her to crash against the outer door at the bottom. Newt screams, but Ripley is able to free herself from the power loader, which pins the queen to the ground. She rushes for the ladder to pull herself back up, but when she's suddenly snagged by the queen's reaching limbs, Ripley has no choice but to open the airlock.
Risky.
Yeah.
The door beneath the queen yawns open, the unrelenting vacuum of space inhaling anything that isn't held down. Ripley holds on for dear life as Bishop's torso is pulled closer to the airlock through the debris, the artificial person barely able to hold on to the grates to keep from being sucked out of the ship. Newt cries for Ripley as she's pulled closer and closer, thankfully rescued by the reaching hand of the bisected Bishop. The power loader then flips past the queen, her claws still clutching Ripley's ankle, but the gravitational pull becomes too great, and she finally breaks off, stolen into the stars, twisting and screeching into the blackness of space beneath the Sulaco. Ripley climbs desperately for the controls on the cargo hold's floor, the score mounting dramatically around her when she's finally able to reach it, frantically forcing the airlock closed, the large metal doors sealing together at an agonizingly slow pace until all finally goes still and silent.
Ripley's strong as fuck, boy.
Yeah.
Whoever
I'm
built
impressed.
that ladder also deserve a raise.
Also, you owe Bishop another apology.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's true.
Yeah. Look, I love Ripley. She's very cool. I love her character, but vacuum of space escape, let's calm down. Turn it down just a tad.
She's like, but how many fucking times do I have to do this?
Yeah.
I honestly, this is where I thought, and I was very afraid that Ripley was going to again sacrifice herself with the alien queen.
Right.
Both of them just being sucked out into space. But then again, I guess who would close the thing. Like, you got that right, Bishop? But this is a much more preferable.
Right.
Because I'm sorry, hasn't she been through enough?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And how embarrassing that loader fell on top of the king.
Yeah.
It's like, wow.
She's like, that's not what I meant to do.
Right, can we redo this? 'Cause it was different in my head.
Ripley rolls onto her back, collecting herself a moment before crawling over to Newt and Bishop. Newt rushes for Ripley, wrapping her arms around her in a tight embrace as she rejoices. Mommy! Ripley crumbles to tears as she holds the little girl in her arms, and gurgling through his milky blood, Bishop can't help but chuckle. Not bad for a human.
Good one, Bishop.
Yeah.
Sometime later, Ripley secures Bishop and the bandaged Hicks into their separate cryosleep pods, guiding Newt over to hers, and as the little girl settles into it, she asks, "Are we going to sleep all the way home?" Ripley concurs, all the way home. But Newt wonders, can I dream? And brushing her hair behind her ear, Ripley supposes that they both can. She points to Newt's chest, and when the little girl lowers her head, Ripley bops her nose, and the pair share a laugh. She lowers Newt to rest into her pod, bidding her to sleep tight, and Newt gives her the affirmative. With love in her eyes, Ripley looks down at Newt, offering her a sweet smile before taking her place in the pod next to her. The room dips to blue darkness, the camera pressing in on Ripley and Newt, the pair sharing a peaceful slumber and perhaps a pleasant dream, as the USS Sulaco sails safely through the stars. We fade to black, and the credits roll. So, what did you guys think of Aliens?
What a good ass movie, huh?
Mhm.
That was really, really good. I did stay to the very end because I was like, I know there's nothing here. And I did notice, if you watch all the way to the end, I don't know if the subtitles were freaking out or if I was what, but there is a snarl at the end.
Are you serious?
Yeah,
Oh,
a small
shit.
snarl, and the subtitles reads it as that. And I was like, okay, I've never known this. What did I, like, secretly whatever that I didn't know?
Uh-huh.
Nothing. It just ended. And I was like, what the fuck?
Was there a text that said the alien queen will return in Avengers
It did.
Endgame?
Yes, it did. Marvel logo came up and everything.
You're like, I didn't even know this was
I was like,
connected.
oh, shit. But yeah, what a damn good movie, man. There's a lot you can tell that went into it. And the more we talked about it, I really enjoyed this. And it is crazy to think. Yes, the first one is fucking amazing. Everything we get in this movie, I believe, is what we carry on about Aliens, period. So yeah, the first one was great. And again, much love and respect to that. But us going over it, I think the second one is where everything else took from.
Yeah, definitely a lot of references that I didn't fully realize were this.
Yeah.
But yeah, I totally agree. I think that this movie is fucking awesome. I really have no complaints. I am intrigued to see what that director's cut, visually seeing the differences of that.
Yeah.
It's so frustrating. You know what I mean? Like, just let a filmmaker do what they're gonna do.
Yeah.
But I mean, even with what we get, I think that we don't spend a lot of time. We don't spend almost any time with some of the characters, but the ones that make it a little bit further, there is enough through dialogue or through action or whatever to understand who they are, kind of what their motivation is and how they interact with each other. I think that it's enough for the story that we're telling. You know what I mean? Like, I do think it was a misstep not including that about Ripley's daughter.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I don't think it ruins the movie without it. I think it would just add a little bit more context to her motivation and her relationship with Newt, and just kind of this sad, poetic nature of we've both lost what we have found in each other. Because
Okay.
Newt has also just lost her mother.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that would have been an aspect to include. I don't understand really why we wouldn't, but the film that we get is still fantastic. I think that the action is really, my eyes didn't glaze over once. I think it's really well done. The practical effects are insane. They're so good. The performances are great. I really have no complaints outside of the casting of Vasquez.
Yeah.
I really have no complaints. I think this movie is a blast. And oh my God, fucking Burke.
Yeah.
I didn't know that Paul Reiser could make me so angry.
Yeah, I know.
I think that is something that is just so crucial about this film is that everyone just plays their parts so well.
Yeah.
I will never get over some of Bill Paxton's line readings. I think that Sigourney Weaver as Ellen Ripley is just it's a glove. It fits like a glove.
Yeah.
It is such perfect casting. And what she has done with this character to add such depth to her. I think that is just such an interesting way to take what we got from the first film.
Yeah.
But I feel like I could say that about everything that they did with this film.
Yeah.
And the ability to raise the stakes, I understand they did make it plural and they proved it.
Yeah.
I am honestly surprised with the number and level of xenomorph action that we got.
Yeah.
I think that everything that they did, everything they pulled off, all the intricate work that went into everything from what you were talking about with Stan Winston, all the miniature work,
Yes.
intercutting between those things.
Oh, yeah.
And making it seem as seamless as they did. This is the perfect example of firing on all cylinders.
Yeah.
And everybody clearly being at the top of their game.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm very blown away by this every single time I watch it. I will say, as far as the director's cut is concerned, there are, I guess, kind of pros and cons, because whenever you look at the footage of the colony that isn't in this film, you can say, well, hey, it's interesting to kind of be on the ride with these colonial Marines and know as much as they do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But whenever I was talking to Jules about it, they had said the interesting thing about those sequences is also getting to know Newt a little bit more before what happens.
Right.
And so you have a little bit more of a connection to her when we find her in that grate.
Right.
And so we see how much she's changed since this horrific thing happened.
Okay.
So you can kind of weigh that and say, but for me personally, again, if you're going to let, like you had said, a filmmaker make a film, let them make the film.
Let them film.
And let them put the film out that you hired them to make.
Yeah.
It just doesn't make any sense to me when you're cutting things so arbitrarily. And that scene with Ripley and looking at the photograph of her daughter and learning all of that,
Yeah.
that's not time. That's nothing to cut. I
Yeah.
guarantee it would have just been a couple of minutes.
Yeah. I don't know. I kind of like my Ripley being like a Han Solo, just kind of badass. And it's like, you know what I mean?
Like a lone wolf kind of.
Yeah. Because there's a lot in this movie, and I will say that. Never once did I doubt Ripley. Never once was I like, no, I don't, what you're saying is stupid, or you know what you're talking about? It's always like, yes, ma'am. What do you need? What do you need us to do? Just like Hicks. She said something he knew.
Yes, ma'am.
You're in charge. Yeah. Yes, mistress. Like, we're doing this. You know what's best. You have the experience. I might be a soldier and I fall next in line. You clearly are in charge. That's what we need to follow. There was no arguing. There was no whatever. And that's what Ellen Ripley does for me. I'm like, you're a fucking just badass who you are. I love the mystique of, I just want to fly these freighters, these not planes, but spaceships, whatever.
Yeah.
You know what I
Aircraft.
mean?
Uh-huh.
But I do understand getting a little more backstory to her.
I think for me, it just adds, it further cements that thematic thing that they have going through the entire film.
Okay.
And I do like exactly what Nay had said about kind of this found family of being for each other what each of you lost.
Okay.
But I think that, even without those sections, it's still just an incredible film.
Yeah.
And it still holds that emotional weight, even with that added element. It's not going to be a surprise. We can slide into ratings.
Yeah.
Okay.
But again, I don't know how much I can say more Everything. The score, the production design, the cinematography, the performances, the creatures that are just, they will never not be scary.
Yeah.
Those xenomorphs are some of the coolest creature designs I've ever seen in my life. And then escalating it with the look of this alien queen.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, it is good.
And the action sequences are perfectly paced. You are so engaged. And this film being 2 hours and 14 minutes, it does not feel that way.
No.
It breezes by because of the way that it is crafted. I can't say enough. And one more time for Sigourney Weaver as Ellen Ripley.
Yes.
I could say it 10 times on the episode, and I probably should have said it 10 more. But I don't know. I have really, I loved it the first time that me and Jules watched it together, but I really can't find any faults in it that would make me say that this film isn't perfect.
Okay.
And it's really difficult for me to try to, because I know in my mind and in my heart,
Yeah.
Alien 1979, to me, I would prefer to watch over this. But that is nothing against this.
Okay.
Yeah.
But here we are. And for me, out of 10 captured and cocooned colonists, I am going to give Aliens 10 captured and cocooned colonists out of 10. I think that this is a masterpiece.
Yeah.
This film is one that is such a remarkable achievement. And I will absolutely return to it. This one, I can see doing a double feature even.
Yeah.
I think that'd be a lot of fun. But I will now open the floor to you.
I really enjoyed this movie, and I think that it is that any little thing that I have to say is probably just a kind of nitpick thing on my own. And there's really barely even any of that to go around.
Yeah.
But I know for me, I feel a little bit of the opposite. I really like the first one, but I think I would rather watch this one because I think I seen this one first. But again, just like that, I'll agree with you on that too. That doesn't take away from the first one. I would definitely come back to this. My only thing for not going, I guess, a full 10 would be because I'm not very versed in this universe. I don't really know a lot of what's going on with the aliens, but I know that the aliens fight Predator, and I love the Predators. I mean, they're really cool. But I know that I gave Alien a 9, and I got a lot of shit from it from some of my buddies
For years.
for a long, some years. So for me, on a scale from 1 to 10, captured and cocooned colonists, I'm gonna give Aliens a 10 out of 10.
What?
George, you fucker, this was for you, man. This was for you. So be happy now.
Did he not say the reason I can't give it?
But again, and then I said, my buddies gave me a lot of shit about it. And I do understand watching it and whatever. I do understand.
That's so funny.
Again, I do like the movie. This isn't my corner of, you know what I mean, franchises that I really watch.
Yeah.
I did watch up to the third one because I was trying to get closer and understand more so I can check out Alien Earth. The third one really stopped me in my tracks.
Yeah, you said it put a bad taste in your mouth.
It sure did.
I'm very excited to get there.
Yeah.
Because I know there's a story there.
Oh.
There has to be.
Yeah. Yeah. I had the acid in my mouth. I was like, what was
Yeah, the spoiled milk.
Yeah.
He was Bishop.
No, I agree. I think that I think I already said at the top that this is right up there with Alien for me. And I already considered Alien a masterpiece, which honestly should have made this one a little more difficult to live up to that. But I don't know. There's just something highly, highly engaging and entertaining. And I don't know. This film is just fucking great.
Yeah.
I don't want to repeat myself. You guys already know. I've been yapping this whole episode. So for me, on a scale from 1 to 10, captured and cocooned colonists, I am also going to give Aliens a 10 out of 10. Right up there for me with the original Alien. This is a great fucking movie.
Yeah.
They shouldn't have done that with
Yeah, that was
Vasquez.
the only-
It's got an asterisk.
Yes, yeah. It does. I'm trying to be cool about it.
Yeah.
Right. Well, that's all from us at Pod Mortem. What would you rate Aliens, and what should we watch next? Let us know on Instagram at the Pod Mortem. Don't forget to follow us on Twitter and like our Stairhole Productions page on Facebook. Be sure to follow each of us on Instagram and Blue Sky at TravisMWH, at Blood and Smoke, and at JuggaloDaddy84. Thanks again to Original Cinematic for sponsoring this week's episode. Please consider pledging to our Patreon, where you'll gain over 300 hours of bonus content, our monthly schedule, our Discord server, and the opportunity to help us decide which films to cover. And if you're looking for Pod Mortem and Stairhole Productions merch, follow the link in our episode notes. Stay tuned until after the music for a special thank you to our Wendigo Getter patrons. And remember, though the weight of the world hangs heavily, love and human connection will never fail to lighten the load. Until next time. Thank you for staying tuned. We want to give a very special thank you to all of our Wendigo Getter patrons.
Woo! Yeah.
Fantastic work. A special thank you to
Chris Ontiveros, Kristen Lofton, Megan Martinez, Kimberly Bass, Sophie Hodson, Anthony Jerome M., Jordan Nash, Kent Morton, Lala Thomas, Travis Anissa Hunter, Miguel Myers ATX, Jennifer Perez, Allison O'Neill, Carissa, TJ and Angie Bronson, Andy Teague, Applin Ontiveros, Karima Rhodes, Kimberly Kleindienst, Bobby Holmes, Donna Eason, JD Rezak, Molly Gerhard, Armand Spasto, Aaron Aguirre, Eggy, William Berry, Charity Oxner, Amanda Six, Mandy Rainwater, Jordan Roberts, Dylan, Spencer Montalvo, Pancake the Panda, John Ramos, Michael Nuding, Alexis Roberts, Itzy M., Gary Horton, Kate Lamp, Carlos and Sydney, Jessica Hunter, Helena Rudder, Alan Johnston, Mariah, Livy Fun, Scott Troutman Wise, Mozzie Bear, Dave Burke, Emma Hagel Kissinger, Valerie G., Emiliana, C.T. Babs, Taylor Santana, Will Lewison, Angelique, Smelly Poo Poo Head, Beth Bauer, Cookie, Esperanza J., Jason Cowell OKC, Joshua Rumley, Danielle Peralta, Sawyer P., Sahara, Girl That's Scary, Cassandra, Andrea Simmons, Ashley Higuera, William and Xena Rush, Ryan Brom, Megan Ochoa, Laura Lassiter, Eileen O., Marissa E., Henry F., Megan M., Strangely Sarah, Christy Beck, Nancy and Andy, Amanda Lopez, Andy Terrell, Erica Morin, Tris Wynn, K.87, Mariah Jensen, Carrie A., Lonnie Lono, Powell, Kayla E., Maggie H., Murder Stina, Kristen Marcy, Ori 81 Boricua, Look Like That One Girl, Bog Boy, Felnez 63, Alita Pui, Probably My Jugs, Kate Thackeray, Wade Pack, A Lizard, Bay J, Jay Rich, Topher Williams, Elena Metler, Valerie K, Christy Lee Kruger, Professor of Humanities Laura McCarricker, Naomi, Josh Smith, Autumn Green, Abby Kopp, Crystal 831, Skank Sinatra, Morgan Alexander, Tony Osteen,
Julie Fredborg, Rihanna S., Daniel Taylor, Anna Kate, Heather Ortiz, Kim H., August, Jenny May, Old School Cool, Malik Caselli Armstrong, Scarly D., Toya Shea, Katie, Martin Shaw, Star, Tyler J., Cam Davies, Patrick Hoagland, Raven, Wesley Tart, Kristen Jackson, Jacob Nordberg, Samantha, Damian Grant, Half Price Horror, Clemmy, Nisi Nay, Aaron Norman, Victoria Smith, Patricia A. Graham, Erasmo Pena, Danielle Wright, Chuck D., Tabitha Thomas, Connie Lingus, Richard Murray, Irene, Jordan McCarthy, Rosalind Harnias, Emily Rance, Amy, Lisa and Kathy, Mike H., Christian Sadler, Hannah, Sarah Jack, Casey L., Evelyn Knight, Paula Garcia, Nikki M., Megan and Alexandra Saldivar, Lisa Sykes, Kelsey Niemeyer Cook, Martina LaForce, JG, Morgan Novello, Ashley, Alex M., Brandon C., Gordon Sutherland, Georgia Renland, Ashley Poe, Diana Joe, Connor Gormley, Carrie Parker, Katie Face, Jane Pillsbury, Caitlin Asher, Mia Franz, Pooh Bear, Spicy Caldera, This is the Zodiac Speaking, Jason the Ghost, Moldy Tic Tac, Brian Ward, Tanner Rutgers, Gremlin Keeper 22, Sam Spade, Veronica, Kristen Rhodes, Daniel Laurent, Carmito, TVR, A Very Sweepy Baby, Nicholas Rage, A Lazy Boy, Nicola Williams, Stu Corbett, Brick O, Jaden Nicole, Lost Fan 08, George L. Robertson, Mercedes X Bleeple, Joel Miller Apologist, Cool Trainer Elijah, Mrs. Bloomingdale, Sierra Duncan, Renee Hart, Meg Like Sleep, Final Boy, Alani, Elizabeth Thompson, Joey, Michelle Nicole, The Lipstick Demon, Less Than Zombie, Franklin Badge, Sean Reeves, The Kryptonian Orphan, Melissa B., Elena C., Jillian Munford, Evil Chris, Rexterm Raoul,
Witchy Poop 19, Brian Avers, Danielle Milton, Instant Horror, Skin Deep, Ashay Guevara, Aaron Mr. Clean Bouchard, Henny Kravitz, Francisco Olmos, Paunchy Cat, Christina Perez, Buddy Boy Mac, Revamped a Rewatch Podcast, Sarah Coolidge, Show Livia, Film Fiend, Catherine Clark, Brandon Brown, Jessica Hernandez, Camry, Amy Shipley Like the Donuts, Jack, Alyssa Muskites, Jennifer Hager, Byron Pittman, Sophia Mason, Most Unholy S'more, Pear Bear, Tom Blades, Bonnie Bozell, Crystal Reddy, Sean Weeks, Chardonnay Carlina, Samira Samuels, The Chief King, Nicholas Doba, Philip Thomas, Ashley Gravely, Kimberly Martinez, James Floyd, Stephanie, Hope Mowry, Abe the Camel, DGS, J. Taylor Art UK, Robert Murdoch, GQ, Danielle Carter, Jason Moore, please. Emily Jeffries, Joey Monda, Madison Besaw, Jasmine, Midnight Martini, Vic, Gavin Annette, Jennifer Monahan, Beetle Babley, Lucille Brooker, Tono and Tone, Mick K. Dingus, Brian Highsmith, Abigail Spitzer, Christina Juarez, Billy Williams, Robert Quadriguez, Wispy Rainbow, Bionic Shoulder Blade, Zachary Luke, Squid Fart, Amy Goodman, Spooky Gal 89, Alyssa Defoe, Trev Heron, Vicky Worgan, Brooke Ball, Jason, Ryan Skelton, Travis, Coolest Name on Earth, Adams, Sage Pearsell, Elizabeth Selvamoen, Seed, Funny Bearded Guy, Ronnie Ortega Chavira, Puck/Annie, Trauma Llama, Ashling O'Leary, Jake Guajardo, Danny Landros, Jamie Peel, Desiree Rose, Maija B, I'm Only Here for Aliens, TJ Schroeder, Kaylee RV, Rachel B, W. Grant Livingston, Disco Tumor MD, Bimbo Yaga, Such a Horror, Dana Simpson, Christopher Zufall, Nikki Pook, Blake Fry, Do You Have Your Passport? Did You Get Your Shots? Missy Mack, Mrs. Timmy's Husband, Amy Mutolo, Dominic Rogers, Jim McCaffrey, and Robo Stapler. Thank you all so much.
Yes, thank you.
Thank each and every one of you. We appreciate all your support, and we hope that you know that you are just out of this world.
Yeah!
You are. Yeah. Until next time.